This is a book I never wanted to write, but in the end, I had little choice. The underworld, by its very definition, is a hidden world, and for most of my life, that's where I made my living, out of the spotlight, under the radar, quietly, doing my own little thing. But in 2008, the Underbelly television series propelled me into the limelight. I became a household name. I couldn't go out without being stopped on the street and asked for a photograph or an autograph. And with the success of the series, the people behind Underbelly said they were going to make a movie of the Mick Gatto story, with or without my input. So I knew I had to put pen to paper. I wasn't prepared to let them tell my story from underworld gossip, police files and court transcripts. I wanted it told as it really is. I've done my best to be as honest as possible. There are some areas where I haven't been too specific for obvious reasons. But beyond that, I've tried to give an open account of who I am and how I got to where I am today. Most of the incidents in this book, very few people knew about until now. I'm donating a percentage of my royalties from this book and any money from a film to my favourite charity, the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne. Looking back on my life, I certainly regret a few things I did, particularly when I was younger. If I had my time again, there are a lot of things I would change. I definitely would have avoided going to jail and dragging my family through all that heartache. But you can't undo what's done. So here's my story. Mick Gatto, August 2009. 1. A death in Carlton. My life changed forever the day I shot dead Australia's busiest hitman. It was Tuesday the 23rd of March, 2004, and Andrew, Benji Benjamin, had dropped in at La Porchella restaurant in Carlton for a chat. We were standing in a back room talking when I told Andrew that he could no longer be trusted and I didn't want to see him anymore. My most vivid memory of that day is the look on his face. His eyes started spinning in his head and his whole expression changed. He went from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. I couldn't believe it. I thought he was about to throw a punch, but he produced a gun. I don't know where it came from. The back of his pants, I think. I froze for a moment, then my boxing reflexes saved me as I pushed the gun away. It went boom, straight past my head. I was convinced the bullet hit me, but it hadn't. It just left gunpowder marks on my jacket. The noise was deafening. I grabbed hold of his arm and turned the gun on him, squeezing his hand on the trigger, forcing him to shoot himself. And I kept squeezing. I had no idea how many shots were fired until much later. It was like one explosion after another. It was such a small room. Then I fell on the ground on top of him. He was gurgling and gasping, and I pulled the gun out of his hand, and as he lay there, blood bubbling out of his mouth, I knew he was gone. In the months that followed, as I lay awake in my prison cell at night, the vision of him lying, gurgling on the ground played over and over in my mind. My plan that day had been pretty simple. I had to finish painting the garage door at home, meet a few people to talk business over lunch, then visit my cousin Roy, the Royal Melbourne Hospital. He'd undergone surgery for cancer of the jaw, and that would be it. I was running late, so I asked Charlie, who cleaned the spa at home, to finish the paintwork. I gave him $100. Then I jumped in the car and took off, picked up Ronnie. That's Ron Borghetti, a long-time gambler in his mid-70s and a close friend of Gatto's, and drove to La Porchella. It had become my office, a place where I'd meet builders, businessmen, union officials, friends. Most days I was there. I felt safe because I was confident that the police had the building under surveillance, which was important. 3 months earlier, my close friend, Graham Kinnerborough, had been shot dead outside his home. and I'd made it my mission to find out who killed him. 6 people had also been shot in the few months before Graham was killed, and the word was out that I was next. And so, I was carrying a gun again, or making sure one was nearby. That Tuesday, I had to talk with a few people. There was a Chinese bloke who had some sort of asbestos problem in a building in Collins Street, and he wanted me to talk to the union and limit the cost to fix it. There was a bloke named Jeff, a demolition wrecker specialist. He's a rough diamond, been in and out of trouble all of his life, drugs and things, and a mad punter. He called in to see me about a building dispute, then hung around and had a beer and some to eat. Lunch was fish and salad. It wasn't bad. I used to enjoy the food there. I met quite a few people that day, and luckily, most of them were too busy to stay for lunch, but I would have been caught up in what happened next. I'd met Andrew Venuman 3 or 4 years earlier. He was introduced to me as a man with a tough reputation. There were rumours he was a paid killer. Andrew was very ambitious, but he had become increasingly erratic. 4 days earlier, he'd called me and we'd spoken for the first time in a while. I'd been trying to talk to him for weeks, but his phone was always turned off. I wanted to know what he was up to, as he was closely involved with Carl Williams, and I suspected both being involved in Graham's murder. As you say, you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. At about 2 p.m, I phoned Andrew, and for the first time in weeks, his phone rang, and he answered. "You around, mate?" I asked. "Yeah, I am. I can be there soon." "All right," I said. "I'll see you." He rocked up a few minutes later, came in and sat down. I was surprised he got there so quickly. There were 6 or 7 of us around a table having lunch. After a while, Andrew kicked me under the table and said, "I want to have a chat." "Yeah, no worries," I said. I stood up. We started to walk into the street. It was a nice day outside, but instead, Andrew headed to the back of the restaurant. I'd often gone out there for a private conversation, and had been there before with Andrew, so I followed him. When we got to the back room, he turned to me. "Look, I keep hearing that you still think I've got something to do with Graham's death." "Well, I've got to be honest," I said. "That's what everyone's saying. I also thought it myself. He may not have pulled the trigger, but I strongly suspected that he was somehow involved, and I still do." "But I wouldn't do that," he protested. "You're a friend of mine, and I wouldn't harm anyone that's a friend of yours." I knew this was untrue. So did half of Melbourne. Andrew was a hot suspect for several killings, including those of 2 of his closest friends, people he'd grown up with. And I told him so. Dino Dibra and Paul Kalapolitis were your friends, but you killed them. "They were fucking dogs anyway," he said. "They deserved it." And that's when I said, "Mate, I don't want you in our company. You can't be trusted. It's as simple as that." I meant it. If you kill your lifelong friends, your childhood friends, how can you be trusted? 2 guns had been emptied into Dino Dibra. Unbelievable. That's when he blew up. "Yeah?" he said, and he took a step back. Andrew was a lot smaller than me. He fought as a boxer and a kickboxer in the lighter divisions, but he was quick. Luckily, I reacted in time, because there's no doubt he tried to kill me. If I hadn't reacted, I'd be dead, and he'd be doing 20 years jail. Moments later, as I walked from the room holding the gun, I tried to be as cool and calm as I could, but my heart was racing at 100 miles an hour. 1 minute, I'd been minding my own business. I walked back into the restaurant and grabbed the owner. "You better ring the police and the ambulance," I said. "He just tried to kill me, and he's finished second best." Then I washed my hands and got on my phone. I rang my lawyer first, who said he'd send someone straight down. Then I called my business partner, Matt Thomas, and told him what had happened. My two sons worked at our company, Elite Cranes, and I wanted to make sure that they'd be safe. Then I called my wife, Cheryl, and told her to get our daughter to come home. "What?" she said, then started screaming. "What are you talking about?" "Some rat's just tried to kill me, but he's finished up second best," I said. "Don't worry about it, it's all right. Just grab the kids, go to someone's house, and let things cool down." Because I knew there would be retaliation. I also knew there would be news flashes on television, and that my family and friends would think that it was me who'd been killed. I wanted them to know that I was okay. I still couldn't believe what was happening. I was sure then, and I still am, that Andrew did not come to La Porcella that day to kill me. When we went out the back, he left his car keys on the restaurant table. He simply came to ask me something, but one thing led to another. He lost his temper and pulled a gun. I knew that I'd be arrested and questioned, so I sat around waiting for the police, and they started coming from everywhere. They were throwing all sorts of questions at me, and I said little. "The only thing I'm going to tell you is that it was self-defense," I said. "He tried to kill me, and he finished off worse." And I've got no other comment. I could have left the scene, but I had nothing to hide. As far as I was concerned, it was a case of self-defense, and I was confident that once the police had done their forensic tests, I'd be released. Instead, I was charged with murder and spent the next 14 months in custody, unable to protect my family and friends, as the killings went on. 2. The Devil of South Melbourne. My mother and father were both immigrants from Calabria in the south of Italy. My father was one of the first Italians to settle in this country, coming over in the 1920s. He was 18 when he arrived, and he had plenty of headaches. He did it tough, but he got through it all right. He worked in a range of jobs, from being a jackaroo up north to running an illegal gambling operation in Tasmania. He even spent a short time in jail. Apparently some blokes mouthed off to him about being a wog, and he chased him with a knife. In the 1950s, he got involved in the markets in Melbourne, where he worked for more than 50 years, the rest of his life. First, he was at the Footscray wholesale market. Then he had his own stall at the South Melbourne market. He was a mad punter. He once won £4,000 in the days when a good house cost £600. But he lost it again. He bet regularly at the market with another trader called Bob Hope. Sometimes they'd bet 20 cases of lettuces or tomatoes on the spin of a coin. Once, they bet each other's truckload of fruit and vegetables. Dad won. He had an easy come, easy go attitude with money, which is where I think I got it from. My mother also arrived when she was 18. My father was 20 years older than her, and she came over to marry him. Funnily enough, he'd sent her a photo of himself that was many years out of date. She still married him, though. I was born on the 6th of August, 1955, at Melbourne's Royal Women's Hospital. The story goes that Mum took a cab to the hospital, but didn't make it to the ward in time, and I was born in the lift. I was the second child. I have an older sister, Rose, a younger brother, John, and a younger sister, Kathy. Home was 209 Cecil Street in South Melbourne, next door to the South Melbourne Fire Station. I didn't move out until I was 21. We spent a lot of time with others in the Italian community. Every week, without fail, there'd be 1 or 2 weddings. There'd usually be 1,500 people, not to mention 3 or 4 funerals a week. Not that I went to many of those as a kid, but the parents would drag us along to the weddings. My father brought a few relations from overseas who lived with us until they found their feet. I had a great childhood. I had a lot of free rein. I became very streetwise. In fact, I became a little villain. And that's probably why I'm so hard on my kids. Reflecting back on it, around the corner from home in Park Street was a row of Greek and Turkish clubs, such as Lavestos and the Canary, where men sat, talked and drank coffee, and inside were pinball machines, illegally rigged for gambling. I'm a compulsive gambler. I have been all my life. And once I discovered those machines, I was probably 6 or 7. I was hooked. I used to do anything to find money to play them. Beg, borrow, and steal. I was addicted to them. I used to get the keys to the back of the machines, open them up, and put my own credits on them. If I could, I'd take the money out and put it back in. We used washers instead of coins, and we'd drill holes in coins and put fishing line on them so we could pull them out again and get more credits. We'd put wedges under the front legs of the pinball machines so the ball would run slower, and we would guide it into the number that we wanted. I lost more than I won. Once I did all my money when the ball just missed out on the number I wanted, and I lifted the machine, and it went straight through the front window. The next minute, all these Turks were running at me with knives, and they were going to make shish kebabs with me, so I took off. A former neighbour said the young Gatto once walked up and asked to borrow a hammer, saying he wanted to knock in some nails. Instead, he walked up to a Greek club where they wouldn't pay his winnings, and he used the hammer to smash the front windows. When visitors used to come to our house, as soon as they walked in the door, my mother would grab their bags and hide them. We'd turn the house upside down to try and find those bags and take their money. Another friend said that when the Gatto family came to visit, his mother would warn, "Lock the doors in the bedrooms, the Gattos are coming." One Easter, a woman came over and we grabbed her purse. It was full of money. I went to the shops and bought all the Easter eggs and shared them with about 6 of my mates in a park across the road from the house. And we began playing football with the eggs. It was great fun. But when the woman was leaving, she discovered her loss and told my parents. Dad was a good man, but he had a short temper. And when we upset him, he used to go off. That day, he gave us a belting. He was wild, screaming and carrying on as he punched the shit out of us. We were beasts, and we deserved what we got. The old women in the area used to call me the devil of South Melbourne. It's very embarrassing, but it's true. I used to steal empty bottles from the back of shops, walk around the front and sell them. We even robbed a fireman next door. We used to break the fire alarms or call from a phone box. When they responded to the alarm, we'd go in and take money from the mess hall and put it in the machines. They suspected, but never accused me. One day, I pulled a payphone off the local laundromat wall and took it home to get the coins out. My father came in and caught me, gave me the best belting. I was about 9 when I was caught in the back of a local cycle shop by a policeman called Brian Murphy, who took me to the police station, lifted me off the ground, hitting my head on a bookcase. I ran all the way home crying. The coppers were tough, but fair. There was a nearby warehouse we used to visit. One night a security guard chased me and my brother, yelling, "Stop or I'll shoot." As we scaled the fence, we heard shots. We jumped over pretty quickly. On another occasion, aged about 10, I broke into a house and found this big elephant gun. I ended up taking it home and putting it in our bedroom. Not long afterwards, my brother John got into a fight, went home to get the gun and settle the argument. I didn't want him to take it, and we were arguing outside the house when the police pulled up. "Where'd you get that?" they asked. "Oh, we found it," we said, and they took the gun off us. Not surprising, really. There used to be a big department store near the corner of Burke and Swanson called Foy's. We used to go in and pinch stuff. We were villains. But one day we walked in and came across this big tent, about 10 metres long, all rolled up and ready to go. So we put some brown paper around it. My brother jumped on one end and I jumped on the other, and we just marched out of the store with it. No one said a word. 2 kids carrying a huge 20-man tent. We jumped on the number 1 tram outside Foy's, which took us all the way to our house. The tent reached from one door of the tram to the other. At our stop, we got off and walked the tent across to the park opposite our house and put it up. We had a ball until my father came out and saw us. "Where'd you get that?" he demanded. "Oh, we found it." "Well, get home now." So we did. And the next thing we knew, someone had pinched the tent. I was spewing. This beautiful tent. And we'd done all the hard yards. We used to have fun exploring the neighbourhood. We regularly broke into the South Melbourne Town Hall and climbed up inside the tower to the top. And we would break into the building site near our home when they built the multi-storey housing commission apartments. Not difficult. We'd climb as high as we could and hang upside down by our feet from the top balcony with our friends holding us. It was madness, really. Someone fell once and survived until they moved him, and then he died. We'd also get rolls of caps. A friend of Mum's worked in the factory where they made the cap guns. We'd put them on train tracks and sit in the tunnel and wait for a train. They would go off like a massive explosion and cause a horrific sound. It didn't cause any damage, but gave us a laugh. Our home was a couple of 100 metres from the St Vincent de Paul orphanage. It's gone now. About 500 kids lived and went to school there. I used to jump the fence and spend my time with those kids, take them food, play with them. I had a lot of friends there. If I got caught, I was thrown out, but I used to sneak back in. They told me stories of what the priests did to them, and then the bigger kids used to belt the little ones. A few of them had a pretty rough ride. My brother John worked part-time at the market and started saving his money. He was a great saver and built a big, strong money box that was in the shape of an anvil with a slit on top. The money box became a challenge. Every day, I'd pull it out from underneath his bed, analyse it, and try to get into it. I'd put wire down the hole. I tried everything, but I couldn't get any money out. One day I was looking at the box again when I spied a knot of wood on one side. Using a hammer, I hit the knot and it popped out perfectly. "What about this?" I said as I put my hand in, took out a few notes, and then put the knot back in. A perfect fit. Who'd notice? I thought. This went on for weeks. He had a lot of money in there. And when I lost on the machines, I arrived back 10 minutes later with more money. John would say, "Where'd you get that from?" "Don't worry about it," I'd say. He'd go home, check the box, and he'd be happy. I wasn't stealing from him. When the notes rang out, I started taking coins. I ought to have been smarter and replaced them with rocks, but I didn't. He came home one night, lifted up the money box and realised it was too late. Next minute, he'd broken it open and discovered the truth. I was in the club playing a machine when John walked up to me and broke a billiard cue over my head twice. To this day, he's never forgiven me. Many years later, when I ran the 2 up, a bloke came in with a beautiful 2-carat diamond. He wanted a couple of grand for it, and I said to John, "Run down to the jeweller's and get it checked out. We had a mate down the road." A while later, he came back saying, "It's not much good. It's pretty ordinary quality, but I'm happy to buy it, even though it's not that good." So I let him buy it. I lent him the money. It ended up being a top diamond that was worth a fortune. John evened it up then, and since I broke into his money box, he's evened up about 100 times. I got into a fair bit of trouble at school, and from pretty early on. One morning at primary school, our ladies in South Melbourne, I ran around with a mate, both of us holding a long piece of string. It somehow tangled around a kid's neck, and the kid turned blue. I don't remember much about the incident, except every day before class we had to pray, and that particular day the prayers were focused on me and my mate because we'd almost killed that kid. I moved to St Peter and Paul's, and eventually I got thrown out. The incident involved a new teacher who was wearing a dust coat. For a joke, whenever the teacher went past me and two friends, Mick and Mario, filled our pens from the inkwell and squirted him on the back, and he ended up with all this ink on his coat, soaked. Unfortunately, a couple of kids in the class gave us up, and we were in trouble. The next day, there was a big assembly in what was known as Emerald Hall. There were hundreds of kids from the junior school, the high school across the road, and the girls' school next door. I was sitting there with the penny dropped. The principal called us to the middle of the hall, where he pulled our pants down with our undies on and gave us 6 of the biggest straps across the arse in front of the whole school. I was humiliated, then expelled. I had big welts on my bum and on my back, and I couldn't sit down properly for 2 months. When my father saw my injuries, he went wild. He wanted to get a shotgun and kill them. I said, "Dad, don't worry about it. It's my fault." My next school was South Tech. It's closed now, which was next to the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. My first day there was memorable because I had literally about 20 fights. The problem was all these people had heard about me, and it was halfway through the year, and I'd come from another school and was just seen as the enemy. Everyone having a go, calling me a wog, so I punched on with all of them. I lasted only a few months at South Tech before I was expelled. I got caught smoking in the toilets, but that wasn't the problem. I can't remember what I did wrong. But I was called to the headmaster's office, and he kept poking me in the chest with his finger really hard. I said, "Stop doing that." And he kept doing it. It hurt. So I hit him, and I ran. To cut a very long story short, the truant inspector, who paid several visits to my father over the years, went and saw my dad in the market. He said, "Mr. Gatto, whatever school your son goes to in Victoria, they're going to throw him out. He's got to start work. His school days are finished." So in 1968, at the age of 13, I went to work. 3. Going to market. My first job was stacking shelves at Coles. After 2 or 3 weeks, I was pushing a trolley around a corner when it tipped over by accident, and the contents, disinfectants and chemicals, smashed. The supermarket promptly filled with a cloud of poisonous vapour. It was mayhem. No one could breathe. Everyone ran into the street. I was sacked. After that, I had a job as a panel beater for a couple of months, but I didn't really like that, so I finished up in the market, working for Dad. The local coppers used to come to Dad's stall most weeks and get about $50 worth of food for nothing. They knew Dad well, because they'd dealt with me so often. Each time they caught me doing something, they'd call my dad down at the police station. He'd give me a thump. Then they'd let us go. They'd be laughing. They got more satisfaction out of watching that than from charging me. And we'd get out the front. Dad'd say, "Are you all right?" That went on for a number of years. And the police also came for their free fruit and vegetables. If I was serving, I'd try and make sure that everything they got was half rotten. It didn't last long with Dad, because we argued all the time. I think I brought out the worst in him. Just broke his heart. I remember the first day I came home with a tattoo. I was 12 or 13, and he punched the shit out of me. The next day, I went out and got another 2, so he gave it to me again. So I went out and got some more. I was very rebellious. Instead, I worked for a Chinese bloke called Georgie Chen. I used to drive his truck to Footscray Market, then take all the goods to South Melbourne Market. I was only 13. I had no licence, but I used to love driving. Georgie parked his truck in South Melbourne, and I'd start the engine without a key. I used to take it for a run around Albert Park Lake with a couple of the boys. We'd fly around the corner so quickly, the truck would go up on its side. I nearly tipped it over many times. One day I was driving back from Footscray Market fully loaded. Georgie was following in his car, and he was going to meet me at South Melbourne Market, down Flinders Street, towards where the casino was now. There's a big roundabout. I went a bit quickly through it, and the whole load fell off the truck onto the road. The police were there. I had no licence, so I jumped from the truck and ran, leaving the entire mess behind. It wasn't far to the clubs just around the corner from home, so I headed there and started playing the machines. A little while later, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Dad running in, carrying a tree branch, and he started giving it to me. An old woman came over and said, "Leave him alone." And Dad went to hit her. "No, Dad, don't hit her, hit me," I shouted. And he did, demanding to know what I'd done. I thought I was a great driver, but then one day it really went wrong. I was driving up Dorcas Street past South Melbourne Police Station and towards the town hall when I spotted about 10 coppers in the front of the police station. I don't know how it happened, but I froze. The truck stalled, rolled down the hill, snapped a power pole in half, and wiped out the whole area's electricity. I jumped from the truck, ran down the laneway, hopped the fence into a woman's house who had 4 or 5 kids. She let me stay there for about an hour so I could sneak out later and go home. When I thought the coast was clear, I left. The coppers grabbed me. I told them it wasn't me, so they took me back to the police station, gave me a bit of a clip, then hung me from the first floor window by my feet. I was screaming my eyes out because I thought they were going to drop me on my head. Anyway, they called my dad as usual. This time, though, I really got a good belt because it cost him about $1,000, a fortune in those days, to get all the power put back on and fix the damage. There were 2 market traders I knew who were bitter rivals. I used to get under their stands and pinch a box of apples or whatever from one of them and sell it to his rival for a fraction of the normal cost. Next minute, I'd pinch the other one's fruit and sell it back to his rival. I successfully sold them each other's fruit for quite some time and was never caught. Once, one of them, who I'll call Jimmy, told me that his rival, who I'll call Billy, he put a big bag of money in his truck each morning. I was still addicted to the machines, and this looked like an easy earn. The only problem was that everyone at the market knew me. So I got these 2 girls I knew to dress up me as a woman, with a wig, makeup, dress, everything. I went into the market dressed as a Sheila, walked up to his truck, broke the window, got the money bag, which had hundreds of dollars in it, and fled. I later gave Jimmy his work. I remember getting back to the market later that day, and Billy came over to me, and he was white. You wouldn't believe what happened today. I got robbed. Someone robbed me and took my money bag. They said it was a woman. This fucking mole was 6 foot tall, this fucking slut. People saw her do it. Billy kept going, distressed. It was a lot of money. But I couldn't control myself. I laughed out loud. I even asked if she was good looking. Billy never worked out that it was me. I loved the markets. I used to get to the wholesale market at 4 or 5 in the morning. I'd work in the retail market 2 or 3 days a week, perhaps until 5 p.m. And I'd have every night off. The Footscray wholesale market didn't open until 6 a.m, although a lot of the growers would get there at 2 a.m. I used to turn up about 5:30 a.m. to buy goods for Georgie's retail stores. After buying what we needed, I'd drive a little motorised scooter around, load it up, transport the fruit to the truck, then load on the truck. Melbourne markets are rich in criminal history. In 1963 and 64, a series of murders prompted allegations of mafia involvement in the city's fruit and vegetable supply. Authorities arranged for an investigation by an FBI expert who produced a detailed report on those involved in their roles. But I was just a kid. I didn't think much about it, even though I knew quite a few people caught up in it. One was Mick a friend who was in partnership with my father for a while on the wholesale market. I used to push trolleys of fruit, and every time I went past his stand, he'd say, "Compadre, Mick, come here." I'd go upstairs and he'd give me a couple of glasses of scotch. I couldn't refuse him. He was a beautiful man. But after having a couple of scotches, driving a motorised scooter, I was nearly running people over. Mick was shot at his front door one morning in the 1960s. He survived. The closest I came to some serious trouble at the markets was when I was about 15. I was pushing a trolley loaded with fruit. I might have had a scotch too, past a row of tray trucks when I accidentally clipped a truck's back flap, which came off the hinges and fell onto some bloke's toe. Two men there started screaming and yelling at me, and they came running around me as if they were going to hit me, so I hit one and knocked him out. The other man started carrying on, so I took off. The next day, they came to the market with shotguns looking for me. They were going to shoot me, and a couple of old Italians heard about it, and they went and grabbed them and said, "Hang on a second, you can't touch him." And here I was, a kid, about to get assassinated for hitting a bloke on the toe. About this time, I decided I really needed to learn some self-defense. I found a boxing gym and began training, but after a fortnight it closed, so I went wandering in North Melbourne and came across Kevin Waterson's gym. As I walked in, I noticed a Ford GT 351 parked out the front with machine gun holes in it. I thought, oh my God, what's this? It turned out the owner was a bouncer who worked at the Croston Park Hotel, which was pretty rough in those days. He was always arguing with people, so I think someone took their grievances out on his car. Anyway, I walked in and I talked to Kevin, and that was the start of a long association. As a teenager, I'd started to grow. I'd been short and fat until then, but I shot up to be 6'4", 193 centimetres. Dad was short and stocky, so I'm pretty sure I got it from Mum's side, as her brothers were all tall. As a kid, I always thought I was invincible. I really did. I thought that no one could beat me in a fight, and that I was better than everyone. I oozed confidence, and when I had a fight, I always won. But when I started training and sparring, I got knocked around, whacked on the jaw, and began seeing stars. It quickly taught me a lot of respect and turned me around from being this cocky little villain to smartening up, respecting people, and realising that I was not as good as I thought I was. I'm a firm believer that kids are a product of their environment, particularly of the people they run around with, which is why I've always kept a close eye on who my kids associate with. When I started fighting, my demeanour changed, along with my whole attitude towards life. It didn't turn me into an angel. I certainly didn't back down from a fight if it was provoked, but I no longer went looking for trouble. It may have also saved my life. I'm convinced that if I hadn't taken up boxing, I'd now be dead or in jail. Even though at 15 or 16 I could have hurt my dad, I used to turn the other cheek when he hit me. I couldn't have struck him because of the respect and love I had for him. I copped it on the chin. I didn't like it, but I never, ever raised my hand to my father. Around the corner from our house in Park Street was a low brick wall where a few of us used to sit some days and run amok. Now and then an older crowd came through from Port Melbourne. They were big and tough. One called Lindsay was about 6'6", that's 198 centimetres, a tall, wiry bloke who could fight like a thrashing machine. They would walk up Park Street on the other side of the road from us and shout at me, "How you going, you fucking wog?" And I used to bow my head because they were 4 or 5 years older than me, and Lindsay could fight. I didn't want to get torn to pieces. I got to about 16 years of age and I met this girl I really liked. The first girl I was serious about, and her name was Christine. She was beautiful and I fell in love with her. After we broke up, somehow she became involved with drug traffickers, Kevin Barlow and Brian Chambers, who were hanged in Malaysia in July 1986. I don't know how she got tangled up with those reptiles, but they killed her. It was a tragedy. One day I took Christine to a big Italian wedding and afterwards we went to the Chevron nightclub in St Kilda Road. I walked with her through the billiard room and it was full of blokes from Port Melbourne. Lindsay looked up and called, "How you going, you fucking wog? What are you doing with her?" He looked at Christine. "You know, he's a fucking wog." I had to do something. "Yeah," I said, "come outside. I'll show you who's a wog." So I walked out ahead of him, and as I did so, he punched me in the back of the head. I was not impressed. We got outside, and I punched the shit out of him. I was so angry, I grabbed his head and smashed it on the bumper bar of a car. There was blood everywhere. His mates didn't stick their heads in because they knew he'd been giving it to me for years. The bouncers eventually came and stopped me. I grabbed Christine and we left. A few days later, we were sitting in Park Street and I saw Lindsay and his mates coming. I thought, oh no, they're going to make salami out of him here. Anyway, he got near me, waved his hands in greeting. "Mick, how are you, mate? How you doing?" "Hello, mate. How are you?" I said. And we finished up mates. 4. The fight game. My first professional fight was on Monday the 5th of February, 1973. I was 17 and a half years old. I jumped straight to professional ranks simply because that was the gym I'd walk to and it trained professionals. If I had my time again, I would have fought first as an amateur, shorter fights, protective headgear, and the chance to represent your country at events such as the Olympics. Instead, I was in Melbourne's Festival Hall fighting for $30 purses. The money wasn't the incentive, though. It was the fitness and the glory and the fact that I loved it. I used to get up at 6 a.m, run 2 or 3 times around Albert Park Lake. In the afternoon, I'd go to the gym at about 4 p.m, spar a few rounds, do all the bag work and some more rounds. Then the trainer would jump in and show me strategic moves. It was pretty strenuous stuff. My stomach was like a rock. In fact, I used to go to the South Melbourne fire station and stand against the fire truck, and they all used to glove up and hit me as hard as they could. And I'd laugh at them. I was really fit. I was supposed to be on a diet, but being a heavyweight, it doesn't really matter. I quickly established a big following. Some nights at Festival Hall struggled to draw a crowd, but when I fought there were firemen, friends from school and the orphanage, and hundreds of Italians from the markets who came to watch and cheer. And they loved it. I think there was even a fight in the crowd one day when someone was stabbed. I was spending an increasing amount of time around St Kilda's discos and nightclubs, such as Mickey's Disco and Oscar's nightclub. They used to have drag queens called La Girls. I became friendly with a few of them, and to my embarrassment, they came to the fights. In among the old Italians and the boxing crowd would be these drag queens, all in their sartorial splendour, feathers everywhere, yelling and screaming and rooting for me. People would be looking around at them, and I'd get embarrassed. But it was great to have them there. It was quite a mixture of people, and I always had strong support. I don't remember much of my first fight, which I won on points in 3 rounds against Les Williams. My second and third fights were against Gary Remington. First time I beat him on points. Second time, I knocked him out. After my second fight, I went out and sat in the crowd. My trainer walked past, and I looked up and asked, "When am I fighting?" "What do you mean?" he said. "When am I fighting? When am I on?" "You just knocked the bloke out," he said. I didn't believe him. I'd obviously caught one in the head and had amnesia. My fourth fight was against Wayne Wendell. He was a friend and he was quite mad. In fact, he was the boy my brother had wanted to kill with the elephant gun. The bloke I was meant to fight didn't turn up, and Wayne, who was a champion from the Riverina way, was the first emergency. As we were walking into the ring together, he said, "Let's just take it easy. We're getting only $10 a round." So I said, "All right, no problems." The bell went. The first thing he did was try and knock me out. Unfortunately for him, I ended up knocking him out. I grabbed him after the fight and said, "Mate, what are you doing? You said take it easy, and then you tried to knock me out." He apologised. I just got excited. "Sorry." We're still mates today. My fifth fight was against Mark Ekamovic, a big Croatian boy. I was in tip-top condition. I remember his trainer came and saw me and said, "If you knock him down, he won't get up again. He's like that, he won't get up." So with the first few punches I threw, I knocked him down. And I thought, beautiful, the fight's over. Anyway, he jumped up. The next minute, bang, 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 I knocked him down again. I was very sharp and fit, and I was convinced the fight was over and he was being counted out. Now, I don't know how it happened, but without me really seeing him, he ran at me, clocked me with his big right hand, which stunned me. And my trainer, Cameron Watterson, because he was frightened I might get hurt, I'd only had a handful of fights, threw the talent to stop the fight. It might have been the right decision by Kevin, but I was filthy because I thought I'd been led up the garden path about knocking Mark down. I was furious. I could have knocked him out easily. I was on TV 2 or 3 times in those first fights. Ivan won the Fight of the Night award a couple of times, which was handed out by a bloke called Knuckles. And I remember Merv Williams, a fight commentator on TV ringside, saying to me, "He's built like a Greek god, this bloke. Women chased him like bees to the honeypot." Merv was right about that. Women chased me. I also did my fair share of chasing. In fact, I'd become so keen on nightclubs and girls that I didn't box professionally again for almost a year. When I started training at Kevin Watterson's gym, it didn't take me long to notice something unusual. Each afternoon, people will arrive and head upstairs. And I was curious. And Kevin tried to keep me out, but that didn't last long. Upstairs was the 2-Up, Melbourne's biggest illegal gambling den. Kevin was one of the partners, along with Lionel Nappy Ollington, Ron Bognetti, Bruce Johnson, and Frank Borg. 2-Up was the name of the wonderful game that was played at the club. It involved spinning 2 pennies in the air from a wooden board or kip. Players would bet whether the coins would come up with 2 heads or 2 tails. If it was one of each, they'd be thrown again. It was that simple. The house made its money by taking a small commission on winning bets. Before long, I managed to get myself a job upstairs working as a bender. Someone who bent down and picked up the coins when they'd been spun in the air, yell out result, pay the people who won, collect from those who lost, and take the house commission. Bruce took a shine to me, and soon I was working with him as a starting price SP bookmaker. According to Johnson, he and Gatto set up some small office in Williamstown with 2 phones and began taking big bets. Johnson kicked off the bank with $10,000. After 2 months, they turned it into about $30,000. So they gave themselves $5,000 each as profit. Their luck turned around and the bank shrank. So Johnson asked Gatto for some of his $5,000 back, but he'd already gambled it all. From then on, he was on wages because Bruce was busy up with the SP and he regularly arrived late at the 2-Up. He was meant to be there at 3 p.m. to start, but the last race wouldn't finish till about 5 p.m. Kevin used to give it to him a bit saying, "Look, you got to be here on time. It's no good." They were forever arguing, and that's when I saw the angle. I asked Kevin, my trainer, if he'd be upset if I approached Bruce about a share. If I ran the game before he arrived, I could take a cut in the profits. He had no problem. So I asked Bruce. We haggled about it and settled at 10 or 20%. I was in. And before long, I was making good money. Many years ago, there were two different two-up games in Melbourne, Nappy Ollington's game and Billy Brewster's game. They were in opposition to each other, with a bit of friction over the years. Eventually, Brewster died, and about 40 years ago, the two games ended up being amalgamated. Ron Bongeni, who had been involved with the two-up for decades as part of the Brewster's game, had one shift, and Nappy the other. They used to alternate 1 week. One would go from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. The other would go from 8 p.m. until whenever. Then the next week, it would change around, and they shared costs. While his roots were Italian, Ron was born in Australia, and he was just a beautiful man, although he had a tough reputation. One evening, not long after I'd started, there was a disturbance at the end of the table, and Ron was arguing with two big blokes. One made his hand into the shape of a gun, pointed it at Ron and said, "You're dead. I'm going to shoot you." I grabbed him and said, "Pull up, will you, mate?" He said it again. So I whacked him and knocked him out. The bloke with him shut up pretty quickly. "You got anything to say?" I asked him. "Nah." "Well, grab your mate and get out of here." From that day onwards, Ron became really attached to me because I stuck my head out for him. Another key person I met at the two-up was Brian Kane. At the time, Kane was Melbourne's preeminent standover man and has been portrayed in a range of television shows, including The Great Bookie Robbery and Underbelly 2. He was shot dead in 1982. Brian used to call into the gym a bit. He loved boxing and had been a pretty handy boxer in his day. He used to see a few fighters. I got to know and like him. He had a bit of character about him. He was good at what he did. He was very smart, and he had a lot of people terrified. He and his brothers were pretty strong. I knew him quite well, along with the younger brothers, Muscles, Ray. And I met Les a couple of times. I never saw them stand over anyone, but they were getting paid protection in different clubs, and they made sure things never went pear-shaped. They punched on with a lot of police in different nightclubs. There were lots of stories and rumours as I was growing up, but I never saw or knew anything of it. Brian got a good feed out of the two-up, $1,000 a week, to make sure no one else opened up, and had place cards put up around everywhere through the markets and the waterfront and two-up and others. You had to pick so many winners in so many races to win the pool. They were lucrative for him. He also used to look after a few SP bookmakers and collected debts for them. One night there were a couple of blokes in a car outside the two-up with balaclavas and shotguns. They were going to run in. They actually grabbed me because I knew them. I was only a bender at the time, and they said they're going to come in and stick the joint up. I said, "Well, Brian Kane looks after the joint, so if you do that, be prepared to die." So they didn't. I pulled them up, and it probably saved their lives. Not long after I began my professional boxing career, I was picked up by a security company to work as a bouncer. I avoided nightclubs and pubs and worked only at outdoor concerts and places like the Sydney Mire Music Bowl, South Melbourne Cricket Ground and Festival Hall. I did it to let my friends in for nothing. I could sneak 15 or 20 people into a concert. When I was about 18, I went out with a girl called Midnight. She was tough with tattoos all over her. She could fight better than men. I remember one Greek bloke tried to plumb her up one night and she went whack. Knocked him straight out. She was a heroin addict too. Some nights I'd take her out. She'd shoot up and the next minute she'd be vomiting. As a kid I saw junkies shoot up in their eye in their arms, in the webbing between their toes and fingers. It's sickening. They run out of veins. Midnight's ex-boyfriend was the leader of the Hells Angels at the time, a bloke called Root Rat. Once he came up to me and said, "I know you're taking Midnight out. I've got no problem with it. Just do the right thing by her." And we ended up as mates. One night I was employed to do security for Susie Quattro at Festival Hall. There were 20 or 30 of us on security that night, and there was an area in the hall full of Hells Angels. They were playing up, throwing things, screaming and carrying on. And all the security blokes, including me, became very nervous. We thought, we're going to be killed. I'll never forget what happened next. This Hells Angel walked down from the crowd, and it was Root Rat. "Hey, Mick, how are you? What you doing here?" "Oh, mate, doing security," I said. "Everyone's shit themselves thinking something's going to happen." "Mick, leave it to me," he said. He walked up where they were carrying on, and everything changed. Suddenly, the joint was as quiet as a lamb. There wasn't a peep out of them. The head of security company came over and asked, "What you say to them blokes?" I told them if they don't stop fucking around, I'm going to throw them all out. He said, "You're joking." No, I'm telling you. And I told them, we'll throw them all out. I gained a lot of credibility from that, but the truth was that Root Rat respected me and pulled them all up. Another night, although I don't remember this, I was working at the Sydney Myer Music Bowl. Chopper Reed said, "I stopped a bloke hitting him on the head with a claw hammer during a brawl." And he's respected me ever since. Mark Chopper Reed is one of Australia's best-known criminals, an artist, a best-selling author whose life story was turned into a successful film. And I've often said, if I'd known the way Chopper was going to turn out, I wouldn't have stopped that bloke. The Chopper's mellowed, and he's a different person to the one I had some trouble with in the 80s. In fact, he recently gave me one of his paintings, which hangs proudly in our family home. I never got into the pub scene. When I went to hotels in Port Melbourne and South Melbourne, I'd see people who were friends punch on with each other or stab each other. It was out of control. I thought, how could you do that to a friend? So I stayed away. Instead, I went nightclubbing. In fact, I went out nightclubbing most nights of the week, often after finishing work at the 2-Up. I drank a fair bit, mostly spirits, and smoked a lot, about 80 cigarettes a day, which wasn't good for boxing training. I regularly went to Billboard in Russell Street in the city. Friends from all walks of life used to mingle and catch up. It was a meeting place. Some nights there were 10 of us, some nights there were 50. We were all out to have a good time. One night after closing, the head of security, a bloke known as Ugly, came over and pulled out a gun and said, "Have a look at this." Me and some mates I was with, well, we all pulled out our guns. I started carrying one to protect the cash at the 2-Up. There was no one in the club. So the next minute, we started target practice on the lights and disco balls. Ugly fired the first shots, and it was soon like the OK Corral, with shots going everywhere. It was drunk and stupid, really, but no one was hurt, but we made a mess. The next day, the owner arranged for new disco balls, and we had the bullet holes patched up. Another night I was in St Kilda in front of the Sea Aquarium with my brother John and a few mates. All of a sudden we got into a fight with these Turks. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. John was pretty hot-tempered and started punching on with these blokes, and they pulled out knives. A blade went straight through John's arm, in one side and out the other. We jumped in a car, and another knife came through the car door. These Turks were all mad. Then the police arrived and arrested everyone. John needed a couple of stitches, but he was okay. The Turks that stabbed my brother were taken to St Kilda police station, and we went to identify them. As one of my mates walked out from the identifying those involved, I asked him which one of them stabbed John. the one in the middle. So in I went, and I saw him on the other side of the table. I'd never been so angry in my life. Which is good. You can push me a fair bit. But once you push me over that limit, I sort of lose it. And that night I was furious. That knife could have easily have gone through John's heart. And when I lose it, I'm capable of doing anything. When a policeman asked me which one did it, I just jumped over the table and started giving it to this Turk. The police tried to stop me, and they got hit too. I didn't mean to hit the police. I was just that angry. The next minute I was locked up in a cell next to those rats, and we were all throwing abuse. I was charged with assaulting police, and when I got to court, I got a heavier penalty. They got a minimal fine. Some justice. I used to drive an orange Monaro, a big V8. Oh, I love that car. One evening, about 30 of us were down in Port Melbourne, flying around the streets, racing each other. A few of the boys had hotted up cars, and we used to show off a bit. I was closely following behind this panel van. Funnily enough, we weren't speeding, and I was certainly sober. When all of a sudden, the van veered out really quickly, and then I hit something. I looked in my rear vision mirror and said, "What was that?" "I think it was a rubbish bin," said someone in the car. I looked back and said, "Nah, I think it was a person." I slammed on the brakes and ran back, and this bloke was lying dead on the road, and I freaked out. Some of the people there knew me and came over and put the wind right up me. "Oh, mate, you're gone. You'll get charged with murder. Mate, you better go." I was 18 and terrified. But what saved me was that I ran across the phone box and rang an ambulance. Then I went back to the scene with everyone saying, "Mate, you're in trouble. You better go." I jumped in the car and took off. For several months, nothing happened. Then one day, the police seized my car. They asked me what had happened, and I owned up. In short, the bloke was very drunk, dressed in dark clothing. It was a dark night. The car in front of me had just missed him, and I, unfortunately, had collected him. When it got to court, I was fined $200 and lost my licence for a year. It turned out the dead man was a respected member of the Painters and Dockers, a powerful union, especially in the 1970s, with strong criminal connections. Some years later, a wide-ranging Royal Commission probed into its illegal activities. I'd stopped working at the markets shortly after the accident. I was doing well enough at the two-up, and a few of the Painters and Dockers thought that I'd been paid to run the bloke over, that it was a professional hit. And pretty soon, I heard that there was a contract on me. It might have been just a rumour, but I took it seriously. I approached Brian Kane at the gym and mentioned it to him. He said he'd look into it. In turn, he told the Painters and Dockers that it wasn't intended and it was an accident. And with that, they agreed they had no problem with me and left it. Thankfully, Brian Kane halted what was the first contract taken out on my life. 5. Settling down. One of my favourite nightclubs was Peanuts in the city. I loved it. Aged in my early 20s, I was an imposing-looking bloke. I had a great body, and I was very, very fit. I would wear overalls with no shirt on underneath, and I used to get a different girl just about every night. So much so that there was plenty written about me on the walls of the girls' toilets. One night, I noticed this Australian girl, blonde, who watched the band and didn't mix with anyone. She was never up dancing. She stood out in the crowd and was really elegant. She didn't play the field, and she didn't go out with different blokes like many of the girls there. I was intrigued. I made a few attempts to talk to her, but she didn't want much to do with me. She thought I was up myself. I'm not surprised. She used to see me sitting on the stairway, leading down to the dance floor, and there'd be a girl on each knee. And all this nonsense was written in the toilets about me. She knew I had a reputation and veered away from me. It was a challenge to get her, and I really had to work hard. Eventually, I got her around, and Cheryl and I started seeing each other. And because I'd lost my licence after the Port Melbourne accident, she used to drive me everywhere. We got on really well and developed a great friendship. We were at her flat in Kew when I proposed to her. There was nothing romantic about it. I just asked. I didn't think she'd say yes, to be honest. And when she said yes, I was a bit taken aback. So, I went and spoke to her parents. Her dad was fine. But her mum said to her, "He's a lovely boy, but why are you marrying him?" My dad was fine too. And when I went with Cheryl to tell my parents, "If you're happy, I'm happy," he said. But my mother wasn't happy. "This must be a joke," she said. She wanted me to marry an Italian girl. But it didn't take Mum long to fall in love with Cheryl too. Put simply, it was the best decision of my life. She's a great woman. She really is. She's beautiful, she's intelligent, and everyone loves her. She can't do enough for people. She's always the first one to help, and she never complains. She's been my backbone for a long, long time. And I love her. My Bucks night was at a nightclub in St Kilda. We'd hired the top floor, and I got extremely drunk. My mates organised some strippers who took my pants off and put all sorts of stuff all over me, sugar, alcohol, God knows what else. It was quite embarrassing being stripped naked in front of all my mates, but there was no harm done. We were married at the Park Orchards Chalet on the 25th of February, 1978, near where Cheryl's parents lived. I was 22 and Cheryl was 24, and there were about 200 people at the wedding, which was big by Australian standards, but not big in the Italian community. My sister, for example, had 1,500 people at her wedding, but it was a great wedding, and we had a great night. My best man was Angie, who remains one of my closest friends today. Funnily enough, Angie and another friend, Tino, also met their wives at Peanuts. We sometimes joke to our wives that whether we should go and burn the place down. Our honeymoon was on Queensland's Gold Coast. My trainer, Kevin Watterson, had a magnificent property by the beach, and he offered us the use of it. We stayed on the bottom floor, while upstairs lived the General, an old bloke famous in the underworld and gambling world, and his wife Kit. The General was a very big tipster, and people used to ring him from all over Australia to get a set of tips. He'd do his own research on horses and had his own contacts. His tips were pretty good. Kevin let him live there for nothing, and he stayed there for many, many years. When we got back to Melbourne, we moved into a house in Thomastown, sharing it with my brother John and his wife Debbie. They later separated. Being married slowed me up a lot. No longer could I go out and party all the time. I had someone to answer to. But I still went out punting, gambling, working at the two-up, and sometimes I'd disappear from home for a couple of days. Cheryl was never too happy about that, but that was just me. It had been like that before we were married. One night she complained to her father, "He's never home." And he said, "Well, you made your bed, now you got to lie in it." He was like that before you met him, and a leopard never changes its spots. The dad was a good bloke. During the first year of our marriage, we got lucky. My brother, John, best man, Angie, and I bought a Tats Lotto ticket. We won First Division pool, which was about 300,000, an absolute fortune then. And we were celebrating and carrying on. That night I gave my car and stereo away to a couple of mates. I was so excited. But the following Monday, It turned out there were quite a few winners. We finished up with about $20,000 each, which was still a lot of money, but not what we expected. I redeemed my car and stereo because there were so many winners. But it did give us a good start. We bought a block of land in Wheelers Hill and started building our first home. Also in our first year of marriage, Cheryl fell pregnant. On the 23rd of February, 1979, St. Michael's Day, our first son, Michael, was born. I was at the birth and was thrilled. He had a mop of curly black hair and a dark complexion. Our other children were all born bald and had a fair complexion. By this time, we'd moved into our home at Wheelers Hill. It was a fair drive from the city, so I decided to stay with a friend in Port Melbourne while Cheryl was in hospital in East Melbourne. 2 days after Michael was born, the phone rang. I was asleep on the couch. It was for me. "Mr. Gatto, it's Dr. Smith from the Mercy Hospital. I've got some very bad news for you." "What's happened?" "Your son's just died." I blew up. Is this some sort of fucking joke? What is this? Why are you doing this? He said, "No, I'm serious. I'm Dr. Smith and I regret to inform you that your son's died." I jumped into the car with this mate of mine from Port Melbourne and we drove to East Melbourne in no time. I was overtaking traffic and the police saw me and gave chase. They had the siren going, but I wouldn't stop. I pulled up at the back of the hospital. I jumped out. Police jumped out with their guns. I turned and said, "My son's just fucking died. Leave me the fuck alone." They backed off. They said they were sorry and left, which is good of them. And I went and saw Cheryl, who was devastated. We were both devastated. Afterwards, I walked down to the basement of the hospital and went and saw my son. Michael was lying there, tiny. He was all purple, like he'd been choked. He just stopped breathing. It shattered us. A perfectly healthy baby. And they couldn't explain how he died, except to call it a cot death. It was really, really hard at this time. We even talked nonsense about ending our own lives. We felt so empty. One strong memory I have from this time is the generosity of Charlie Wooten. Soon after Michael died, I got a message that Charlie wanted to see me. So I went to visit him in St Kilda. He'd handed me a wad of money, about $3,000. "That's to help you bury your son." I had no money at the time, and I've been forever grateful to Charlie. It paid for the whole funeral. Charlie Wooten is a well-known figure in Melbourne's illegal gambling scene, having run clubs around St Kilda for many years. His clubs, like almost all of the city's illegal gambling, closed down in 1994 when Crown Casino opened. On the 24th of June, 1980, our son Damien was born. I was deeply worried that he would die like Michael. Every 10 or 15 minutes at night, I'd be in there checking him. We had monitors in the room to listen to his breathing, and I've been that way with all of them. Because the only thing in life that really bothers me, and I can handle anything, is when my kids get sick. That's the time I go to water. And they've all been sick and been to hospital. Damien and Sarah, born in 1983, both suffered from febrile convulsions. The temperature would get really high. They'd collapse, swallow their tongue, convulse, go blue. The first time Damien had a seizure, he was about 2. He was standing talking to Cheryl and me when all of a sudden he just fell straight in his face. I thought he was joking. I grabbed him, and the next minute he was blue and had stopped breathing. I picked him up, ran next door, where the neighbour gave him heart massage and mouth to mouth. Damien started to breathe a bit. An ambulance came and they took him to the Royal Children's Hospital. My youngest son, Justin, was born in 1985. He was 2 months premature, a tiny little thing. They didn't give him much of a chance of surviving, but he pulled through. Damien, Sarah, and Justin are all adults now. Damien has his own son called Dominic, and I'll be forever grateful for the work of the staff at the hospitals, particularly the Royal Children's Hospital. When I started going out with Cheryl, I was still boxing professionally. I even had a fight after we got married. But I never gave my career the attention I should have. I was almost 19 when I had my second series of fights, 2 bouts at Festival Hall. I lost the first and won the second in a knockout. But the dedication I'd shown in my first 5 fights was rapidly slipping. I was going to nightclubs, drinking, chasing girls. I was getting easy money from 2-Up. And I sidetracked all the time and lost the hunger. I used to smoke before a fight, and my trainer, Kevin Watterson, would go berserk. But Kevin still thought I was a great white hope. At one point, he opened up a gym in his home to train me on my own. But I'd have a fight, then give it away. It used to break his heart, the poor bugger. My second last fight was on Wednesday the 9th of March 1977 at Festival Hall. It was the main event. I was 21 years old. At that time, professional boxing in Melbourne was struggling to pull a crowd of a few hundred to a midweek fight. That night, there was 1,500 people, of whom about 1,400 were Calabrians from the markets. I'd had a 3-year break before the fight, and I never fought more than 3 rounds. This was a 10-round fight. This jump in distance after such a long time off was unheard of for a professional boxer. But it's what happened to me. And going the distance, being able to fight for the whole 10 rounds, meant more to me than winning the fight. In the end, it went all 10 rounds. I had no memory of the last round. I was so exhausted. But I got there. I lost in a split decision. I should have won. Reno Zurich, a champion from New South Wales, was very fit, very quick, and I couldn't catch the bastard. I had to run around the ring chasing him, but when I did hit him, he went flying. I knocked him down twice in that fight, and he was gone for all money, but somehow managed to get back onto his feet. I remember getting $300 for that fight. I fought my guts out for 10 rounds. Only just got beaten by a split decision, and that was my reward. The next day I went to the 2-Up and turned the 300 into 2,000. I thought, it's easier than fighting, so I gave boxing away. But Kevin used to get in my ear about having a rematch against Reno Zurich. He was persistent, even after I got married to Cheryl, and in the end I gave it one more go. I was billed as the Italian Stallion. There was a huge promotion for the fight, which was held in Griffith. My father-in-law came to that fight, as did many others from Melbourne. One group hired a plane and flew 20 people up. It was the same result. I chased him around the ring, trying to hit him, and lost in a split decision. Later I became mates with the referee and asked him why he hadn't awarded me the fight. He said, "Mick, I didn't know you then. If I'd known you, I would have given it to you." There was nothing in it. I had no more professional fights after that, although there were a few possibilities. At one stage I started training to fight Dave Russell, who'd won the world title. I was getting very fit, but then Dave defended his title and lost it. Jet Patterson, a fight promoter and friend, set up a deal for me to fight Tyrrell Biggs in the United States. Some 5-fight deal. He said if I beat Biggs, I could become a millionaire. But I turned it down. Biggs went on to win an Olympic gold medal in 1984 and challenged Mike Tyson unsuccessfully for a professional world heavyweight title. He later became a tragic figure, affected by drugs and alcohol. Later, I looked at doing some promotional fights to raise money with Aussie Joe Bugner. Bugner's a giant of a man. His hands are twice the size of mine. It would have been some fight, but that deal didn't come off either. In many ways, I'm glad I gave boxing away. I had 9 professional fights and had a great time. I've seen many people who just keep going and don't know when to stop. And they've been really badly affected by the fight game. Because win, lose or draw, In a fight, you still come out hurt. Not long after I stopped boxing, Kevin, my trainer, died. He had a crook heart, and he used to defy the doctors who told him he couldn't train. One day, he had an operation, and they gave him the all clear. For the first time in his life, he'd been given a green light to do whatever he wanted. It wasn't long after that. He was training in the ring when a fighter called Stan punched a pad which hit Kevin in the chest. And Kevin just died. His heart stopped. Stan, who was a great prospect, gave boxing away after that. 6. The other business. Working at the Two-Up gave me an introduction to a new world. When I first met Kiwi Dave, he was wearing diamonds and gold all over him, driving a sports car. He was a really nice bloke. I was quite ambitious, and after a while I said to him, "Whatever you do, mate, I wouldn't mind being half of it." "Well," he said, "come with me." What I didn't know was that Kiwi Dave was on the run from the police. Not only that, he was New Zealand's most wanted man. The police had been trying to catch him for years, but he had an unbelievable sixth sense. The cops would raid where he was staying, but Kiwi Dave would have left moments before, and he would taunt the police. The coppers would burst in, and Kiwi Dave would have left a note on the pillow asking them for forward correspondence to the post box in Zanzibar and the like. These stories made it into the papers in the time. It turned out he was wanted over a big armed robbery in New Zealand, and the only witness against him was an elderly woman. But, try as they might, the coppers couldn't catch him. He was one step ahead of them for many, many years. My first job with Kiwi Dave was a house in Toorak we'd been watching for a while. We went there, and he turned off all the alarms. He showed me how to do that. And I stayed at the front door as the neat keeper, lookout. And he had a look around and opened the safe, which had a heap of diamonds in it. We finished up with a pretty nice earn each. Before long, Kiwi Dave was teaching me the ropes, and I was soon cutting safes open and turning off alarms. Kiwi Dave had a habit of going into houses while people were asleep in their bed. I hated that. I did it a couple of times with him, but stopped. Just wasn't my cup of tea. I felt very uncomfortable doing it and used to think, what if that was my mother who was asleep? For Kiwi Dave, though, it was a breeze. But when he first went into a house, he went straight to the cupboards to have a look at the size of their shoes. If they had large shoes, he'd be really careful because it meant that they were big. On occasions, the people in bed would hear him. They'd say, "Is that you, Jamie?" And he'd flush the toilet and say, "Yes, Dad," and they'd go back to sleep. Just a normal reaction. But one night he was in a house when a bloke woke up in the bedroom and said, "Is that you, Buster?" "Yes, Dad," said Kiwi Dave, flushing the toilet. And there was a pause. And then a voice said, "Buster's a fucking dog." And this bloke jumped out of the bed and gave chase. But Kiwi Dave had worked out his exits, and he got away. One afternoon, Kiwi Dave and I were pulled over by police on Beach Road, Albert Park. I won't mention the names of the police. Suffice to say they're a couple of colourful coppers. One jumped from the car, pointing a gun, shouting, "Police, don't move." And then he saw it was me. "Mick, sorry, I didn't see you." He put the gun away and kept apologising. "I'm sorry, Mick." They turned the car upside down. They didn't find anything, but we were near Kiwi Dave's apartment, and they wanted to go up and have a look around. We went in. They found a heap of fur coats, jewellery and some other things that didn't belong to him. "Look," said Kiwi Dave, "I'll do you a deal. You keep all the stuff you found here and we'll just forget about it." And that's what happened. They grabbed all the gear, took off, and that was the end of it. Not long afterwards, Kiwi Dave needed to sell a big parcel of jewellery. he'd use to build up from a few jobs. Then once he'd had enough, sell it to a fence dealer in stolen goods. He began talking to Black Jake, who bought and sold hot things. But Black Jake was also a police informer. They'd arranged to meet, and Kiwi Dave turned up in his sports car, and the police promptly blocked off both ends of the street and arrested him. The police didn't know who Kiwi Dave was until they ran his fingerprints and found out that he was the most wanted man in New Zealand. So they locked him up and sent him back to New Zealand. I was filthy on this Black Jake, who I didn't know, and there were only two people who had known where that meeting was going to be. And it wasn't Kiwi Dave who told the police. Not long afterwards, I was at the Ivy nightclub and I could hear this bloke at the bar, really boisterous, yelling, screaming, carrying on. He was with a couple of Croatian blokes I knew, and they'd come up and said hello. "Hey, Mick," said one of them. "Do you know Black Jake?" I looked at him. You're Black Jake. "You sent a mate of mine up, Kiwi Dave." He put his drink down, and I could see he was going to have a go at me. So I got in first and knocked him out. Then the bouncers threw him out. Kiwi Dave, meanwhile, was back in New Zealand. But when he was on remand, this poor elderly witness died of natural causes, so the whole case against him collapsed. They had to drop the charges and release him. Kiwi Dave came back to Australia, and he became a fight promoter and entrepreneur. He certainly doesn't steal anymore. He lives in Queensland, does quite well for himself, and we're still good mates to this day. I first came across Alphonse Gangitano at Mickey's Disco in St Kilda. We were about the same age and got on well. And before long, we ran around a bit together. He was always a hothead. He wouldn't take a backward step to anyone. But he was a good kid when he was young. He changed a lot when he got older. By the early 1980s, Alphonse had developed a big reputation for taking on off-duty coppers. And inner suburban police station warnings were put up for staff about Alphonse and his crew. They would target 2 or 3 off-duty police drinking at a nightclub. Then one of Alphonse's crew would provoke a fight by spilling a drink or making a remark. Once the off-duty police made a move, Alphonse's crew would step in en masse and beat them mercilessly. Unfortunately, and unfairly, I got a reputation for that too. 9 times out of 10, when Alphonse was involved in a shooting or a fight, the police would be there. They'd say he was in the company of Mick Gatto. It was rubbish. Alphonse had his own crew, but every time there was trouble, the police would throw me in as well. Years later, different police would say, "You were there, weren't you?" And I wasn't. I was at home in bed. I was never part of it. But some of them I'd stuck, and I ended up with a reputation. I did get in trouble with Alphonse one night, though. It almost cost me years of my life. How we got away with it, I still don't know. Alphonse and I arrived at a St Kilda nightclub pretty drunk. There were about 300 or 400 people waiting there to get in, and we just walked straight up to the front door. The bouncer looked at Alphonse and said to him, "You can't come in, mate. You got a tracksuit on." So Alphonse pulled a gun out and whacked him on the head. And then this bloke came over and started pointing at us and arguing. I found out later he was a cab driver who didn't like the police and thought we were coppers, standing over the doorman. He should have minded his own business. I was pretty drunk and I hit him, and he went flying. He landed on the pack rack of an old MG, which broke off. So this bloke picked up the iron bar from the pack rack and tried to hit me with it. I put my hand up and fended it away, pulled out a gun and let a shot go. Thank God it missed. It went straight between his legs. I looked at my hand and it was chopped up and bleeding, and I thought I'd shot myself, but it was the iron bar that had done the damage. At that point, Alphonse ran up and stuck his revolver into the taxi driver's stomach and pulled the trigger. Revolvers don't jam, they don't miss, but somehow nothing happened. We took off and drove to the hospital to get my hand looked at. The doctor was stitching up my hand when the police came running in. They grabbed us. threw us in a divvy van and drove us back to the city. Alphonse and I were put into a lineup and the taxi driver was asked to identify those who had attacked him. The police were looking pretty confident. This was the chance to lock up Alphonse and me. The taxi driver walked along, stopped in front of me. His head was pretty battered. Carefully looked me up and down. Then he continued walking along slowly and did the same thing to Alphonse. Police confidence quietly rose. When the taxi driver reached the end of the row of the dozen or so blokes, he turned to the police and said, "They're not here." You could just about hear the jaws of the police hitting the ground. I'm convinced the taxi driver knew it was us and recognised us. I later found out he just simply didn't like police. The next day we went back to the nightclub and a bouncer gave us a bullet from Alphonse's revolver. He said, "Are you looking for that?" Apparently, the gun had just been oiled and somehow, as the chamber turned, the bullet fell out. It should be impossible, but it happened. That incident cured me of a lot of things. In reality, Alphonse should have killed that bloke, and we both should have got 20 years jail. It was my fault just as much as his. I can't blame him. But from that day onwards, I said, that's it. I'm stopping running around with him, and ran my own race. While Kiwi Dave was the best sneaking into houses while people were asleep, Graham Kinnaborough was a master at opening safes in offices and factories. I had the greatest admiration for Graham's professionalism, and he'd be rolling in his grave if he knew I was telling stories about him, so I won't be too specific. He was tied up in the Magnetic Drill Gang, an infamous group of robbers who netted millions of dollars in the 1970s. That's been documented, so I'm not speaking out of school. He was also a father-like figure to me and taught me a lot over the years. Graham knew every safe. One night, I walked into a nightclub with him, with the nightclub going full swing, and we went into the office area. "Watch this," he said, and turned the dial on the safe, and the door opened. It was unbelievable. Brilliant. Most of the jobs we pulled were at night. There was a fair bit involved, and you had to work out how the alarms were monitored, how to turn them off, and how to wait for any watchman that came to check. Sometimes the job would be a bit more complex. We might break into someone's house at night, and while they were asleep, steal their keys. We'd get the keys copied and return them before the person woke up, so they were none the wiser. Later, when a robbery took place, police would suspect it was an inside job. If the building had high-level security, we'd try and find another way. For example, a jewellery shop might have a sophisticated alarm and security to protect the safe holding the stock. But going through a wall from the next door building, cutting open the back of the safe, was a way to circumvent that. At one point, new floor safes were brought into the country, and they were impossible to crack. They had a chute at the top that you put the money in, but without opening the safe, you couldn't get the money out. The answer? The crew would pour water down the chute and wait until the safe filled up and the money floated to the top, and then pull it out with a wire, note by note. I also worked with another crew, who I won't mention by name. In fact, I effectively worked as a freelancer, mostly keeping watch and listening to the radio scanner for police traffic. Sometimes I'd climb into buildings like a cat burglar. Gatto means cat in Italian. I was very fit then and not worried about heights. It was fun, a challenge, exciting, and I never hurt anyone. Looking back, though, I'm not especially proud of stealing from people. The takings varied. It could have been 2,000 or 20,000, but unfortunately, I'd quickly use it up on gambling. There weren't many skilled safe breakers, and some police had the idea what I was up to. A couple warned me to be careful. Then one day, a senior policeman I knew quite well came to my house. "I like you," he said. "I'm advising you to stop doing what you're doing. You're under surveillance." Of course, I didn't listen to him. It turned out the police had a surveillance crew on me and a couple of others. They'd obviously heard on the grapevine what we were doing. This particular day, they were following us, but They lost us. The job was a golf course where we successfully turned off the alarms and opened 2 safes. 4 of us were involved, and 2 went one way. And with a friend, Serge, I went the other. We pulled up at a house in Brighton where my car was parked, and the police pounced. In the boot of our car was a heap of alcohol, a bit of money from the golf course, and while I was sitting in the divvy van, the police took my runners and went back to the golf course, where they put my footprints all over the place to cement their case and ensure that there was enough evidence. All's fair in love and war, and in the long term, they did me a favour. They also had a pretty good idea who else was on the job. They even mentioned one of the names during the interviews. I said nothing, and they couldn't pin it on either of them. After a night in the cells, I was charged and bailed, and realised that unless I was lucky, I'd be going to jail. 7. Inside time. Soon after I was bailed, Cheryl asked me what had happened, and I told her I had nothing to do with the burglary. I'd met some bloke who gave me the alcohol and I got caught with it in the car. I told her the police had set me up. That was my story and I was sticking to it. In those days, it was the golden rule among us blokes, and still is. Don't tell your wife or girlfriend anything. Why let them implicate you later if the relationship breaks down? It was also for their own protection. What you don't know can't get you into trouble. Cheryl had no idea what I'd been up to. I knew it was very important to get a good lawyer, someone who was switched on and knew what to do. I've learned over the years that cost is not important. You don't want to be robbed. But it's vital to have the best legal advice possible. Through word of mouth, I came to a lawyer I'll call Bob, who ran the case. That experience left me with a bad taste for solicitors, and in my opinion hasn't changed much. There are exceptions, such as Robert Richter. More on him later. A lot of solicitors are like scavengers. We need them, but many of them are interested only in the money. They work on other people's miseries, don't have their clients' interests at heart, and stretch things out to suit themselves and make as much money as they can. They are like people who own funeral parlours, who go straight to the newspaper obituaries every day, and if it's nice and thick, they're happy. I believe that from early on, Bob led me up the garden path. He told me it was all okay and that everything was being sorted. Most important, he said I wouldn't go to jail. Serge and I had separate trials. He went first and was convicted. And when I was in the dock, the first question my lawyer asked me was, "Where's your co-accused right now?" "I beg your pardon?" "Where's your co-accused right now?" Of course, I had to answer, "He's in jail." So, straight away, it put in the jury's mind that my co-accused was obviously guilty, so I probably was too. It was a battle from that point on. When the jury returned with a guilty verdict, I was a little bit shocked. But I still thought I'd be okay, and I'd get maybe a couple of months. Instead, the judge sentenced me to a year in jail. I wanted to appeal, but Bob told me not to because I might get a longer sentence. I couldn't believe it. He'd gone from saying there was no hope in the world I'd go to jail to me getting a year and him saying, "Don't appeal, you might get more." But in hindsight, the sentence did me a big favour. It not only pulled me up in my tracks, and God knows where I would have finished, but I learned the true value of my family. The verdict was devastating though. We had a 2-year-old son. Cheryl was heavily pregnant and she had no form of income. And somehow she managed to keep the mortgage payments. She even sold her car. And I shall be forever grateful to those friends who helped while I was inside. The legal fees for the trial had cost tens of thousands of dollars. I'd managed to find the money and would mortgage the house. The lawyers required payment up front. The trial finished earlier than expected, and I thought I'd get a fair bit of change, probably several $1,000s, which would help while I was in jail. I told Cheryl to make sure she got that money, and she was onto it. Shortly before Christmas, Bob called saying he had the money. He owed us $200. I couldn't believe it. When I found out, he lost me that day. But that's the way lawyers are. It's all about money. Cheryl told him, "You keep it. You obviously need it more than me." I began my sentence at Melbourne's Pentridge Prison in December 1982. It was pretty tough. We used to have to shower in the open and wash our clothes. I saw several people getting boiling water thrown over them. I'd been there only a few days when I saw this bloke walk up and punch another prisoner through the door of his cell. Moments later, the screws came and grabbed me, and within days I found myself at a hearing before the governor. They told me an officer had witnessed the attack. I told them it wasn't me, but I wasn't prepared to say who had actually did it. It was a Kiwi bloke who looked a bit like me, except he had a tattoo of a cross on his head. They gave me a warning. If you think you're going to come here and try to stand over people and be a smarty, well, you better think again. I protested my innocence, but I knew I'd got off on the wrong foot, so I kept my head down. One thing I hated in jail was drug use. I'd seen junkies shoot up as a kid. And again, I found myself with people hiding in corners and sticking needles in their arms. 8 of us were locked up each night in one cell. It made me sick. On the upside, I met Mario Condello. He became a friend for life. He was intelligent and well-educated. He was doing 7 years over a number of things: conspiracy to murder, conspiracy to commit arson, drugs. He had a pretty colourful record. He told me about a job in which he bought some prints, insured them as original paintings, and then put them on a train from Naples to Rome. They blew up the train to claim the insurance, but the train didn't burn properly and they came unstuck. Condello was shot dead on 6th of February 2006. At the time of writing, no one had been charged with his murder. I worked in the jail kitchen and sometimes managed to pinch a bit of food, meat, pasta and the like, so we could have a cook-up at night. Mario was a chef and had made a pretty good pasta. He also knew an old bloke who worked in the jail's garden, so a few chilies and tomatoes ended up in the pasta too. One night, Mario gave me a kiss on the cheek and said, "Mick, it's nice to have met you." "Why?" I asked. "Are you moving to another jail?" "No, I'm going tomorrow." I thought he was off his head. He was doing 7 years. Where was he going? I found out next day when a helicopter tried to land on the jail's tennis court to break out people tied up in a drum ring. And Mario was going with them. They had a sophisticated getaway plan. They even had plastic surgeons lined up. But the screws started shooting at the helicopter. They're not allowed to by law because it could endanger the lives of everyone on the ground, but they did it anyway. And in the end, several people were charged over that breakout attempt. After 3 months, I was sent to Morwell Prison in Eastern Victoria. It was an open prison, which meant the doors weren't locked and you could come in and out of your cell at any time. We were allowed to go for runs in the nearby mountains. I got pretty fit and good at dodging snakes. I even worked as the jail's barber for a while. You could make phone calls until late at night, and there were no limits on visitors. Friends and family, including my mother and father, came every weekend. Most weekends, there were 20 or 30 people around a barbecue. They bought a heap of food, and at night, the other inmates used to visit my hut because there was so much food left over. I used to feed half the jail. Visitors would also leave supplies just outside the prison walls under the bridge. We'd get a couple of blokes to run down to it and bring it back, the scotch, the beer that had been dropped off. That came to a halt towards the end of my spell at Morwell, after a couple of blokes escaped and stopped letting us out. On the 22nd of February 1983, my daughter Sarah was born. I'd applied to the jail for an 8-hour leave to see Cheryl and the new baby, which at the time was unheard of. No one had been granted such leave before. I had a priest, Father John Brosnan, and some others helping push for me, and it was granted. It was good of them to do it, and I was grateful. My friend had a very quick car, a Ford GT 351, and he picked me up at the prison. We got to Melbourne in about an hour and a half. It took normally 2.5 hours, so I could spend as much time as possible with my family. I went straight to the hospital and saw Cheryl and the baby. I was very upset I'd missed the birth, but it was wonderful to be there so soon afterwards. Then I saw my 2-year-old son, Damien, who was being looked after by my friends. It broke my heart when it was time to leave. I didn't want to go back, but I knew I had to, otherwise I'd be charged with escape and serve more time. So common sense prevailed. I had about 5 months left. My friend whizzed me back in the car, and we made it in time. I was released from jail on the 26th of July, 1983. Cheryl came to pick me up, and on the way home we stopped at a big shopping centre. Although I'd been in jail for only 8 months, walking through that shopping centre was one of the strangest feelings I'd ever had in my life. I felt I was walking on a different planet, with the noise, the people, the sounds, the lights. Thankfully, it didn't take me long to adjust my life to the outside, and I soon developed a routine. And I knew one thing. I wasn't going back to jail. Ever. The burglaries, the safe breakings had all been an adrenaline rush more than anything else, and I vowed that that part of my life was over. I was a family man with 2 young children, and I'd seen the pain and worry that I'd put my family through, especially Cheryl. I was determined that it wasn't going to happen again, so I said, that's it, no more. Put my cue back in the rack. Besides, there were other ways to make money. So I channeled my energies into those. 8. The 2-Up. Before being locked up for the golf course burglary, I'd been running a card game in Carlton with several people, including Alphonse Gangitano. When I went inside, I asked my brother John to look after my share. It was a disaster. In short, John got into frequent arguments with Alphonse and the other partners, gamblers. 2 were threatened and abused. It became a bloodbath. There was a fight there every night. People stopped going because they were afraid, and we lost a lot of clients. It nearly became very violent and nasty, and thank God it didn't, because someone would have been badly hurt or killed. Alphonse had even come to visit me in jail, telling me how bad things had become. He said he'd not sorted out John out of respect for me, so I was pretty anxious to get back to running the business before it was totally destroyed. Surprisingly, when I was released, the game was still going, which says how strong the business was and how desperate the gamblers were. I started running it by myself and, before long, built it back up again. At the same time, the 2-Up was having some trouble. I'd sold my share and started the Baccarat game instead. Sometime before going to jail, the 2-Up had prospered, but about the time I was on trial, Brian Kane was shot dead. He was gunned down in the Quarry Hotel in Brunswick in November 1982. His niece, Trish, later married Jason Moran, who was himself shot dead in 2003. Brian had been protecting the 2-Up for many years, and once he died, they tried to look after themselves. But they couldn't handle it. People were running amok and there was always trouble. So they paid me to go in and make sure there was no trouble. They paid about $1,000 a week, which was pretty good money then. I did that for about 18 months before I heard Nappy Ollington wanted to sell out. It was a great chance to get a decent share. A friend named Les and I jumped at the chance, and we took a 1/3 stake. It cost us $80,000. We changed it a lot and turned it into a much bigger business. Innovations included an annual event to raise money for the Royal Children's Hospital. Also, women were allowed in. Before then, it had been strictly men only. I introduced Christmas parties where we provided the food and the drink. We put on special nights that incorporated different games such as Baccarat under the one roof. The 2-Up became an interesting and colourful meeting place, something of a social club, open every day of the year. You couldn't get in unless you were known at the door or someone came with you who was, So it was always an adrenaline rush for the people to be there, the idea of being somewhere illegal. There are many regulars, including a lot of old people. Most days, 300 people came through. And there were all types, people from all walks of life. Everyone seemed to have a nickname. Stork, hand grenade, Yarra, bomber. I got to meet lots of people and find out what they did. Some people would come in and sit around and not even have a bet. They just liked the environment. Things were always being sold with people saying, "You want to buy this?" One night, a journalist came in with most of the touring English cricket team. Sometimes we gave credit, but we were very careful who we lent money to. No one tells more lies than a gambler. They'll say anything to get $1. Often, we lent money and they lost it. We were pretty easygoing. We'd work out terms and get it back. But there were times we had to write the money off. We lost plenty that way over the years. If they didn't have the money, well, you can't get blood out of a stone. But if you knew they had the money and they just didn't want to give it back, well, that was something else. Most of the time when you lent someone big money, you'd make sure it was someone reliable, someone who could pay it back. And that included doctors, lawyers, all sorts of professional people. And there never really were any problems. If someone lost all their money, we'd make sure they got home in a cab with a bit of money to keep them going. I must have heard every hard luck story in the world. You know, I can't buy groceries this week. So we used to support most people. We were making a lot of money. We had at least 15 people working at each game, and there were 3 games a day. We employed ex-fighters and blokes that could handle themselves as long as they had a good outlook on life. We didn't want aggressive people there. We built a very tough, well-respected crew, and they did a good job treating our customers well to make sure it was a fun atmosphere. Having a tough crew had its advantages. In the late 1980s, there was a big nightclub in Melbourne's King Street Strip that was out of control. One of the owners was using a lot of cocaine and couldn't handle the club. There was a lot of trouble. So he asked me and a mate to clean it up. For that, we got 10% of the business. I opened up a section upstairs and called it Pensioners' Corner. All the old blokes went up there, got free drinks and had a great night. Plenty of my friends went. Just our presence there fixed the problem. A lot of people causing problems knew we were involved, and after only a few weeks, the trouble stopped altogether. The owner was pretty pleased, but we weren't earning any profits from our share. The money kept disappearing. It turned out the owner's drug habit was getting worse. We had a couple of arguments, and he said he wanted us out. So he paid us $60,000 in cash for our 10%, and we walked. The free booze was good while it lasted. In many ways, the 2-Up taught me fabulous negotiating skills. I really had to be a psychologist to deal with the different people that came in, from drunks to murderers to businessmen and bank managers. Once a couple of people tried to start a rival game, and we had to go and give them the bad news. Everybody knew the rules, and if they didn't, they were soon told. They shut down pretty quickly. Funnily enough, a couple of them were friends of mine, but they did the right thing. Apart from that, it was all smooth sailing. When I bought my share, the game was operating under the Melbourne way, which meant most people bet against each other. Someone might want to bet $1,000 on 2 heads coming up, and various people could bet against him, say in $50 or $100 bets on the tails. We had vendors who kept a very close eye on what was happening. If a customer won 3 bets in a row, they had to pay 10% commission on the winnings. So if they won 3 bets of $100 each, they paid the house $30. We'd put that money in a tin, and at the end of the night, we'd add it up. There was always plenty there. Best of all, there was no risk. The house couldn't lose. Playing the Melbourne way meant there was always cash on the ground, as people bet against each other, often thousands of dollars at a time. People used to put chewing gum on the bottom of their shoes, step into the money and walk off. Most of the time we caught them and pulled them up. They'd be warned or thrown out and barred. After a while, however, we started playing the Sydney way. This was more lucrative, but it was also risky. Under this method, we acted as the bank. The punters bet against the house on one big table. On one side, you bet heads. On the other, tails. There used to be about 8 of us taking the money at each spin. Winning bets were paid, less than 10% commission. So a winning $100 bet won $90. For example, there might be $4,000 bet on heads and $500 on tails. If tails came up, the house won $3,500 plus commission on the winning tails bids, $50. If heads came up, the house would be down thousands. But on the law of averages, the house ended up winning. That's when we started making serious money, $20,000 or $30,000 a week each. Now, the problem was I loved to gamble myself. I'd make $20,000 one week and lose $50,000 on the weekend. Sometimes I lost it all. Other times I was remarkably lucky. One Thursday night after the two-up, I went and played Russian poker at a game in North Melbourne. I took a suitcase with the two-up's money, about $70,000, and started playing. I lost that, then borrowed from the house. The game had been going about 20 hours. It was now early Saturday morning, and I was down more than $150,000. The game was winding up because it was Saturday morning and the races would soon start. People were leaving. All of a sudden, this Greek property developer called George walked up the stairs. He loved to bet. "Hello, boys," he said. "What are you playing? Russian poker? How do you play that?" "Sit down and we'll teach you," I said. He was there for 8 hours and lost $250,000. I paid back the house, recouped my $70,000 plus some extra. Despite my erratic gambling, I had one priority: to make sure there was enough so all the bills were paid at home. None of my kids went without, including going to good schools. And whatever was left, I used to gamble. Once in a while, and this still happens, I would decide that enough was enough, no more, and I'd start saving, building a nest egg. At our home in Wheelers Hill, I installed a floor safe. I would put my head down and decide not to gamble. Over a period of 6 months, I'd fill the safe. Once there was about 400 grand in there, then all of a sudden, something would happen. I'd break out gambling and lose it all. I've done that probably about 20 times in my life. Whenever I've had a nest egg saved, maybe 50,000, 100,000, or a lot more, it's only taken one little outburst of gambling and bang, it's all been gone. If I'd been half smart today, I could own half of Lygon Street. A bloke called Harry used to frequent the two-up. Harry was deaf and dumb, in fact. We had a few deaf and dumb blokes come in. When Harry wanted to bet, he held up fingers for the money and either touched his head for heads or his bum for tails. One day Harry made a $20 bet on tails against the house and he won. For a joke, one of the staff who was paying out took Harry's money. So Harry walked up to the table to collect his winning bet, and there was nothing there. He put 2 fingers up and tapped his bum, $20 on the tail. And the staff member said, "No, sorry mate, didn't have the bet on." Harry repeated himself, waving 2 fingers and touching his bum, trying to explain that his bet was there, the money had gone, and someone had robbed him. He was being strung along. "Can't help you, mate. The money wasn't there." This went on for a few minutes, and the whole room was watching amused, waiting to see what would happen. All of a sudden, Harry turned around and shouted, "I had fucking $20 on the tail." The whole joint erupted, and then everyone started clapping, laughing and crying out, "We've cured him! We've cured him!" It turned out Harry wasn't actually deaf and dumb. He just didn't want to talk to anyone. He'd been doing it for years. Another bloke who came frequently to the two-up was Chocker, who was a good armed robber. Lovely bloke and pretty tough. One day he arrived with a bull terrier and a load of money. He wanted to back the tail and he bet against everyone the Melbourne way. There was maybe 10,000 on the throw of the coins, a huge result. The bloke spinning the coins tossed them in the air. The first came down, it was a head. The other was rolling slowly and about to roll as a head when Chocker's dog, like it was trained, ran into the ring, grabbed the penny in its mouth. The bender called it no bet. The coins went up again and they fell two tails. Chocker promptly grabbed all the money and headed straight out the door. That was one well-trained dog. The two-up, of course, was illegal and attracted plenty of police attention. But the only police who really troubled us were the gaming squad. Their job was to shut us down, and sometimes they raided us 2 or 3 times a week. Most other police were happy for us to exist. So we made it as hard as possible for the gaming squad to catch us. We had lookouts in the street, security on the door. The coppers needed to catch us in the act for charges to stick. They needed the evidence, including the pennies that were spun in the air. So if the police raid started, we'd quickly change the room around and pretend it was a social gathering. We'd sing happy birthday, put on a video on a big screen, but they knew what was going on. It was a bit of a game. If they caught us 3 times, they could quarantine the building, meaning it could not be used again for a year for any purpose. So after each successful raid, we moved premises, meaning that over the years, the two-up had dozens and dozens of homes, often warehouses around the inner city. One night, the two-up was running in Carlton Place down a skinny laneway. It was dark. A Turkish bloke called Hassan arrived with some mates, and he wanted to get in. He was drunk or on drugs, so the doorman refused him entry. Hassan hit the doorman, and a big fight started. To cut a long story short, these blokes lost and left, threatening all sorts of things. Before long, they came back with a car, drove it down the laneway, and ran into the front door trying to break it open. We were convinced those blokes had guns and had come for revenge. The netkeeper on the roof was dropping blue stones onto the car, trying to break through the sunroof and hit the driver on the head. He missed. It was pretty wild. They took off, and so did I. My first stop was a phone box. We needed someone down there with a couple of guns in case they came back with guns. I had no idea what those lunatics were doing. I drove back to the two-up and saw they were already back in the laneway. My sister was working upstairs, and there were some old people at the game too, and we didn't need madmen with guns in there, so I drove into the lane and started shouting at them. It worked. They jumped in their car and started chasing me, and we were flying. They were hanging out of their cars with something in their hands. I knew they had guns. This chase went all over Carlton before it stopped on the side of the road near Lygon Street. Hassan opened the bonnet of the car, and I thought he was getting out a gun. I don't quite know what happened next, but I lost control of the car and ran into him, squashing him between the 2 cars. His car ended up 30 metres down the road, and he was left on the ground, sitting up, with his legs hanging off. I jumped out, and he looked at me and said, "Oh, that was a good one." I thought, this bloke's Superman. I later found out he was on a drug called Rohypnol. They call it the Rambo drug because apparently you don't feel pain. The next minute, the police arrived and arrested me. I was charged with, amongst other things, attempted murder. A few months later, after he got out of hospital, Hassan came to see me. He was on crutches. He told me the police had offered him 24-hour protection and that they were keen for me to be locked up. And he said If you give me 300 grand, I won't give evidence against you. Mate, you do what you have to do, I said. You won't be getting anything from me. Not long afterwards, he was jailed himself. He tried to run a copper over and pull a gun on him. Hassan was a bit mad, and inside he died. I've been led to believe he got a hot shot, a deliberate overdose, when someone stuck a needle in his arm. The police tried to blame me, saying I was behind it. It was absolute rubbish. In the end, the Crown dropped all charges against me. The police tried every way to catch us at the 2-Up. They put in undercover coppers, climbed through the roof. One night they drilled a hole from the building next door and put a snake through the wall, which had a camera on the end. They videotaped the whole room while the game was in progress. So when they came to raid us, by that time we were playing bocce or something, they arrested a lot of us because they had video evidence. They were pretty smart at times. One bloke who used to play was a welder, and he suggested replacing the front door with an old bank vault door. Make it hard for them to get in, he said. So we did. And in the end, the police bought their own oxyacetylene cutting equipment, cut the hinges off, and took the door away. Each time they did, we got another door and put it up. One day, the policeman in charge, the superintendent, came to see me. He said, Mick, we've got a problem. He said, we've got no more room left in the yard to put these bloody steel doors. Well, don't take them, I said. Leave them there. And when you knock, we'll let you in. So we agreed that they wouldn't take any more doors and we would let them in as quickly as we could. And when the police did come in, I controlled the crowd saying, now listen everyone, behave, relax. They're here to do a job, let them do their job, and they're out of here. And we'll start again. When I ran the game, there was never, ever a problem. Most of the coppers treated me with respect, and they got the same in return. There were a couple of smart, vindictive ones too, but I told them what I thought of them. If coppers took people away to charge them, we'd pay the fine and tell them to hurry back. A lot of squareheads, people who have never been in trouble with the police, loved it. It gave them a sense of excitement. The game usually resumed within an hour or so. The police could have put us out of business if they seriously wanted to, but many coppers wanted the game to continue. It was to their advantage to have a place where they could drop in, and they did, and monitor who had money, which was handy after, say, a big armed robbery. There were always a few police informers at the game. Some police would call in and have a look around, and we would let the game keep running. There was never a problem. Detectives sometimes came in with interstate police who were visiting Melbourne. They used to have a bet. If they lost their money, we'd give it back. If they won their money, they'd walk out with their money. They couldn't lose. The game was also protected. We paid a monthly sling, with the coppers divided up amongst themselves. In return, we were tipped off when raids were about to take place. I carried a beeper and got messages. Be careful, you're going to be raided. Once we were tipped off about a truckload of police in a van across the road, and we ran across and listened in the van. And sure enough, they were there. But if there was any major crime in Melbourne, all bets were off. After the Russell Street bombing and the Walsh Street murders, they closed up the 2-Up until the cases were solved and found who did them. I never understood the method to their madness. Perhaps they thought they were affecting us and we would divulge who'd done it. It had nothing to do with us. I didn't get their mentality. In the Russell Street bombing in 1986, the city's main police station was hit by a car bomb, killing a policewoman and wounding many others. The Wall Street murders took place in 1988. 2 uniformed police were shot dead in an ambush. At the time, I was also involved in running a card game upstairs at the Alba, near the Lygon Street restaurant. The games were sometimes huge, and there was excellent food provided. Police often dropped in for a steak and a beer at no cost. They'd watch the game from a distance and wouldn't interfere. It was a good arrangement. One night I was quite drunk driving Graham Kinnerborough home when I was pulled over by the police in Kew. I blew into a breathalyser. The copper looked at the result, looked at me and said, "Mate, you're blind." I looked at him. "Mate, I feed half the police force." "What do you mean?" "I run Laoba in Lygon Street. Half you blokes come in for a feed." I kept going. "Come up there any time. You'd be welcome as my guest." "All right, we will," said the copper. "Drive carefully." "Yeah, I will." I was pretty lucky that night, especially as I preached to my kids not to drink and drive. I feel like the pot calling the kettle black. Because I used to handle big money, often a bank of 60,000 or more in cash, I often carried a gun. I knew I was a target. I also had a high profile, although not as high as today, which meant people wanted to have a crack at me. So I was careful with my routine. I never flaunted the fact that I was carrying a gun. In fact, most people wouldn't have had any idea. Carrying a gun was simply a necessary evil. Luckily, I never needed to use it. I wasn't the only one carrying a gun. One night at a card game in North Melbourne, for a joke, the dealer, whose name was Bodgy, pulled a knife and put it on the table. It was a full table, about a dozen blokes. And someone else, for a joke, said, "Limit, raise," as if increasing the bet, pulled out a gun and put it on the table in front of him. The next bloke pulled out his gun and said, "More limit." And within moments, there were about 8 guns on the table. It was very funny. In the late 1980s, Chopper Reed was released from jail. Chopper was at war with Alphonse Gangitano, and there were rumours he wanted to get me too. I thought I was involved at the time, but it turned out Chopper didn't have a problem with me. Chopper was running around Melbourne, armed and wearing a neck-to-waist bulletproof vest. I contacted Lewis Moran and bought a gun to protect myself, an Armalite pistol with ammunition that pierced steel. That should deal with Chopper's bulletproof vest, I thought. I never went looking for Chopper, but if he came near me and wanted to have a crack, I knew I had a chance. I carried this gun for quite a few months, until Chopper was locked up again after killing a bloke outside Bojangles nightclub. Reed was charged with murder and was remanded in custody. When his case came to trial, he argued that he'd acted in self-defence. He was found not guilty by the jury. With Chopper out of the way, I had no more need for the gun, so I sold it to a mate. A week later, he came back to me and said, "The gun's no good." I asked him what he meant. "It hasn't got a firing pin, it doesn't work." And he was right. It didn't. I'd been running around with a loaded Armalite pistol thinking I had some sort of chance. I learned the golden rule that day. If you ever buy a gun, make sure it works. One night I went for a drink with a friend, Noel, at a club called The Crest. It was meant to be a quiet drink, but we came across this team of blokes from Sydney who were being really smart. There were 6 or 8 of them. Anyway, one thing led to another, and a fight started. We were in the right. We didn't do anything wrong. I was pretty fit and strong, and so was Noel. So we gave it to them and left bodies lying everywhere. And that was that. A few nights later, Yugoslav Tony, one of the bouncers at the Crest, who also worked on the door at the 2-Up, came in and grabbed me. "Mick, a team of blokes have come down from Sydney. They're looking for you over that blue, and they want to kill you." We made some inquiries and found out that they were supposedly a well-known crew. They've headed to a massage parlour in Footscray. So I decided that we should take the initiative and pay them a visit. I grabbed 3 or 4 blokes and said, "Let's go and see them. We'll sort it out." Now, I was just about to jump in my car when a good friend Georgie said, "Don't get in your car, jump in my car. It's not even registered to me." For good measure. Georgie had a shotgun in the boot, and not that it mattered. We were all loaded up anyway. We drove down to the parlour and burst in, and the Sydney crew was there. "Looking for us, were you?" I asked, guns drawn. We simply terrorised those blokes. They were crying and carrying on like babies. It was embarrassing. But we wanted it known that if they were looking to do us harm, we were prepared, and this is what we're prepared to do. In the end, they apologised profusely, and that was the end of it. We didn't hear from them again. Alphonse Gangitano often came to the two-up, and from time to time he'd play up. He hated losing. Sometimes he was just a little bit annoyed when he lost. Other times he'd scream and yell and carry on. Sometimes he'd threaten people. One night he went to throw the pennies into the air, and a gun fell out the back of his pants, and he was standing in front of 200 people. The police knew within about 8 minutes there were plenty of police informers there, and we got raided. We had a few discussions afterwards about what to do and decided Alphonse had to be barred. I was designated to tell him because he respected me, and he probably would have battered anyone else. So I went to see him and told him he was barred. Mate, you can't do that. We've got to, I told him. This is our bread and butter. We all live off this joint, and you're ruining it for us. The police are getting involved now, so that's it. And he was upset, and we didn't talk for a while. Later, we became friends again. He understood in the end that business is bigger than any one person. In about 1987, Alphonse Gangitano set up his own illegal casino at a club in Nicholson Street in Fitzroy. They were beautiful premises. He and a few others had pumped a fair bit of money into it. At the time, I wasn't talking to Alphonse because we'd fallen out. I distinctly remember the night the casino opened because there was next to no one at the two-up. The big gamblers were all at Alphonse's new place. Even worse, a couple had dropped in and were down $12,000. They won the money off us and promptly left for the new casino. We were sitting there brooding when a champion trotting driver named Vinny called in. "G'day," he said. "The new casino that's opened. Do you know where that is?" "Mate, that's in Frankston. That's about an hour's drive away in reality. The casino was just around the corner." "You're joking," he said. "I'm not going to go all the way down there." So Vinny came in and started playing two-up. He had about 4,000 cash with him. In a short time, he lost that. Then he did a stack on a credit, about 80,000. He was good for it and paid up. His main problem was that he was betting tails, and Yugoslav Tony, one of the blokes who worked at the two-up, spun an incredible 13 heads in a row. We ended up winning back most of Vinny's $50,000 or $60,000, with the other players who'd come in that night winning about another $20,000. The best part, though, came a couple of months later when I started talking to Alphonse again. He told me that on the night of the opening, Vinny had turned up, Alphonse had welcomed him, knowing he was a big punter. "I've just done $80,000 at two-up," was Vinny's opening line. Alphonse couldn't believe it. In the end, the casino only lasted a couple of weeks because the police hated Alphonse and they closed it down. Eventually, however, I got out of the two-up, selling my share in about 1989 to a bloke called Jeff. I'd had enough, especially with my partners. There was conflict, and I decided to get out and do my own thing. The two-up had been an amazing business, and I'd been lucky to be a part of it. Those who took it over didn't run it too professionally, but they still got people there. It was incredible. It didn't matter what they did. The gamblers just keep going back. But once Melbourne's Crown Casino opened in 1994, the two-up was finished. It was threatening government revenue, like SP Bookmakers did when the Totaliser Agency Board, the TAB, opened years earlier. So the authorities moved hard to shut it down. The fines went from $10 per head and $100 for running the game to $100 a head and $1,000 for running it. Then it became $1,000 a head, enough to scare away the punters. For those running the game, 200 people in a room could cost you $200,000. The doors were shut. The two-up was over. 9. Playing games. Over the years, I ran a series of illegal gaming operations. Blackjack, dice in a cage, baccarat, Russian poker, SP bookmaking and more. Games would open and close depending on money, police raids, and different partnerships. I made millions and gambled away just as much. At many games, such as 2-Up and Baccarat, the house took 10% of the winning bets. In the card game Manila, the house typically took 5% of the pot. Some of these games were massive and huge earners for the house. Yet the most profitable business I ever ran was an SP bookmaking operation that I established after leaving the 2-Up. There were already lots of SP bookies around Melbourne, but I'd learned from Bruce Johnson there were some big punters who scared most bookies, such as George Freeman, a colourful racing identity from Sydney who died in 1990. Sometimes these big punters won, but 9 times out of 10 they lost. When a huge bet was made, bookmakers would ring each other trying to lay off. That's the bet with other bookmakers, because they didn't want to hold all the money and face the massive payout if the horse won. So I ran around all these SP bookmakers and told them, whatever you want to back, you can back with me, and I don't care how much. The next minute, these big bets started coming in. I was flooded. I set up in Melbourne's Hilton Hotel, the Southern Cross Hotel and other places, with 4 or 5 phones. It didn't take long to build a good clientele base. I even picked up some Arab sheiks that would bet up to 20,000 on every favourite in every race in every state. It was a gold mine. I'd been at both ends of betting, where I've owed and where I've been owed. There's plenty of history at both ends of the scale. Some weeks I was making $300,000 or $400,000. But when a heavily backed horse won, it cost a fair bit of money. A couple of times I couldn't cover the debt, but I managed to get through one way or another, and they were always paid. I remember one bloke, I owed him $90,000 and I couldn't pay. I said, do me a favour, I'll sort it out next week. He said, no problems. And the next day he rang up, he had a bet, and because punters can't help themselves, he lost back the $90,000 plus some more. Sometimes people didn't pay up. If they didn't have their money, I just used to accept it. It was my fault for taking the bet. You can't get blood out of a stone. But if people had the money and didn't want to pay up, it was a different story. I could get nasty, and I made sure I got it. I didn't belt people or threaten to take them away in a boot of a car. Instead, we'd sit down and mediate. We're not here to harm you. We want to know exactly where you stand. We want to resolve this issue. We want to try to settle it amicably. The only time I got myself into trouble was when I bet myself. Unfortunately, being a mad punter, as quickly as I made money, I'd throw it away. In the end, it destroyed the SP gold mine I'd established, which could have set me up financially for life. And sometimes my gambling got a bit silly. Once I was losing $1 million with a bloke in Sydney. And he really put the screws on me. He wouldn't let me bet anymore. You can only get on at $20,000, he said. But I'm losing $1 million. I don't care, he said. That's all you're getting on for. I remember ringing up and saying, I want $300,000 on this horse. It was the favourite in Adelaide. No, you can't get on. So, just before the race, I rang his office and said, it's Mick from Melbourne. I want $300,000 on the horse to win, and hung up the phone. It was just desperation. I didn't have the $1 million to pay him. The horse won, and I ended up being owed $1.3 million back. And this bookie rang me and said, you weren't on it. I never accepted the bet. Yes, you did, I said. My argument was that he didn't say I wasn't on. I was in the wrong, but desperate times call for desperate acts. You're not on, and you're not getting paid, he said. And I said, Stick it up your ass. We're square. Not long afterwards, this bloke approached a couple of friends of mine in Tasmania and said, "There's $20,000 if you go and break his arms and legs." They rang me and told me. So I phoned the bookmaker. "Mate, I hear you shopping around trying to get my arms and legs broken," I said. "If I hear it again, I'm going to jump on a plane, come up there and break your arms and legs. You understand?" He said, "Yeah, I understand." When I couldn't pay, I was just stupid. It was probably lucky I didn't get hurt or killed. It's funny because I'd seen people destroy themselves, lose their money and lose their lives. So I knew better than anyone that you couldn't win. But when it's in your blood, it's difficult to stay away. In the early 1990s, I put some money into a bomboniere business. When Europeans get married, at the end of the night when the people leave, they're given bombonieres on a table, a gift for everyone. It might be a candle holder or a toothpick holder or something made of crystal, plus 3 or 4 almonds covered with icing. It was a pretty good business. I had 2 partners, both Italian blokes, and we all borrowed money to buy it. What I didn't know was that one of my partners was very close to the bank manager who lent us the money, and that when I signed the loan for $200,000, I unknowingly signed papers that gave a running mortgage on my house. One of the partners, Mario, not Mario Condello, started new businesses using the cash, and I failed to monitor it. I was pretty young and green, and I went with the flow, and while the bomboniere business was doing okay, everything else went bad, and the whole venture went belly up. Mario became known as the Birdman after being caught smuggling birds. Last time I heard of him, he was in jail. They lost about $200,000 each, but I lost my house, which is worth about $1 million, although the bank sold it for $350,000 in a depressed market. It was a beautiful property, on an acre with a pool and a tennis court. We used to get all sorts of wildlife, snakes, kangaroos, koalas. The house was magnificent, Mediterranean style with 5 bedrooms and a big entertaining area. It was my dream home at the time. I went to the Supreme Court to fight to keep my house. We thought we had a good case, but we lost. And then the tax man said he wanted $300,000 for undeclared income. By this point, I was broke and I had no house. Either they were going to bankrupt me or I was going to bankrupt myself. So I did it voluntarily in March 1993. Some months later, I borrowed $50,000 from a friend, and we put a deposit on a house in Doncaster. I put it in the kids' names so it could never be taken away again. My father was a hard-working man all his life. In his late 70s, though, he developed pretty bad cataracts in his eyes and began driving through red lights. He had to give work away. Instead, he stayed home and he hated it. In the end, he had a massive stroke. The doctor who assessed him told me, "Mick, it's a very, very severe stroke. Probably one of the worst that we've seen in a long time, and we don't think he'll survive 24 hours. Dad survived 3.5 years. He was completely paralysed down one side and couldn't talk or walk. He sat there and acknowledged me by nodding his head. At first, he just wanted to die. They put drips in him because he wouldn't eat, and he would pull them out. We had to tie his arms down to the bed so they could feed him intravenously. After a few months, he relaxed a bit, and we started feeding him ourselves. We had him in a nursing home because he couldn't be looked after at home, and I used to go to see him about every day. On weekends, I would go and grab him, and I'd lift him up, put him in the car, put in a wheelchair in the boot, and take him home. The first couple of times when we left to take him back to the nursing home, he grabbed the walls at the side of the door. He didn't want to go. It broke my heart. He had to go back. My mother couldn't look after him at home. We took him out of the nursing home to celebrate his 80th birthday. It was a lovely day for him. There we were, 40 or 50 of us at a restaurant, and he enjoyed it. But it was sad to see him in that state. One morning, as I was driving my son Damien to school, the phone rang. It was the hospital. A doctor said, "He wants to go. He's really frail and weak. We can give him morphine to keep him going. We will probably be able to keep him alive for another week or two, but our advice is that you let him go. Let him go peacefully." I told the doctor, "Okay, if that's what you think we should do, just let him go peacefully." As I said this, tears streamed out of my eyes. My son turned around, looked at me, and started crying himself. And often he says, "Dad, I've only ever seen you cry once in your life." And he reflects on that quite a bit. My father died on the 17th of May 1992. I often go to his grave and pay my respects. I've never been a big racing fan, but in the early 1990s, I bought into a couple of trotting horses, Uncle Cecil, who we paid nothing for, and who won about 10 races, and Revitalise, who came from New Zealand and cost a fair bit, about $20,000. I enjoyed watching the horses at the track. Revitalise was brilliant in his first race, but suffered a hairline crack in his leg. No one realised, and we kept racing him, wondering why he didn't win again. One day, they were both set to race at a country meeting. A few of us went, and we left first thing because one horse was in an early race. As we were driving up the highway, we saw a horse float broken down on the side of the road. It was my horse trainer, Max, with Uncle Cecil and Revitalise. I pulled over and got out. "Max, what's happened? What's wrong?" "I've snapped an axle on the car," he said. I used to drive a big Ford LTD, the long one that looked like an aeroplane. It had a tow bar on the back. "I'll tow it," I said. Max looked at his watch. "We have to have them there half an hour before the first race, otherwise they scratch them." "Okay," I said. "No worries." Max managed to get a lift with someone else. My car was full. We hitched up the float and I set off. I'd never towed much before, except a trailer of rubbish to the tip. Anyway, I put my foot down. It was a powerful car, and I soon forgot I was towing the two horses. But not for long. As I went into a corner, the whole car lifted up, the float lifted up, and we nearly rolled. This happened a few times, and once or twice I was convinced we were going over. When we came to the traffic lights in a town, I braked, and not much happened. The weight of the horse float pushed us through a red light and into the intersection. I was lucky there was nothing in front of us. We would have ploughed into it. I didn't realise you had to brake early because of the extra weight. We got to the racetrack on time. Max unhooked the float, opened up the back doors, and I looked in. "What have you done?" he said. Both horses were on the ground, spread-eagled in a starfish position. It was the funniest thing you've ever seen in your life. "Mate, I had to get here in a hurry," I said. "So we went round corners a bit quickly." Max kept staring at the horses. "What have you done to them? I can't believe it." Anyway, he tried to get them out of the float, but they wouldn't move. They wouldn't stand up. In the end, it took a couple of people to drag them out. Max came up to me. "I really don't believe they're a betting proposition," he said. "I think they might have run their race." "Nah, they'll be okay," I said. They were in good form, and I was still pretty confident they had a winning chance. I backed both of them, and they both ran last. We had a few more bets and then drove home. That night, Max phoned me. "Mick, you've ruined these horses," he said. "Why? What do you mean?" "Well, I tried to get them into the float, and they were rearing, bucking, jumping, God knows what. I got some help, and when we finally got them in, they went straight into the starfish position on the ground." I couldn't stop laughing. But from that day on, whenever those horses went into a float, they went straight to the ground in a starfish position. It was the end of their racing careers, so I ended up giving them away to a couple of kids who loved them and looked after them. A constant in Lygon Street gambling scene was a bloke called Gennaro. A nice bloke, but a mad punter. One day, Gennaro put a fortune on a greyhound at Sandown. This dog was all but guaranteed to win if it jumped first and got to the front. Gennaro knew it needed to jump first and, to hedge his bets, he went to the starting position, drilled a hole in the fence and looked through, waiting for the race to start. The dogs jumped, and his dog wasn't first. Gennaro knew he couldn't win, and he'd come prepared. He threw a live rabbit over the fence into the path of the greyhounds, caused mayhem. As the dogs started chasing the real rabbit, it was declared a no race, and Gennaro got his money back. In about 1992, I talked Mario Condello into putting about $200,000 into a new SP bookmaking operation. I think we can turn it into a lot of money, I told him. And I was right. We used a coffee lounge in Queensbury Street, North Melbourne, where the gamblers could play cards and watch the races on Sky TV. Gamblers could place their bets there, handing over the cash or ring the bets through to us. Big punters and SP bookmakers would call us directly. We worked at a different address out of Mario's office in Nicholson Street, Fitzroy, where he did property conveyancing during the week. He was pretty secure with a huge front window and a door with steel bars. Every week, we were winning $50,000, $80,000, $150,000. It all went so well that we started looking at buying property. I wasn't that interested, but Mario was pretty ambitious. So, one Saturday, Mario and I went to an auction. We missed out on the house because it went for more than we were prepared to pay. Unbeknown to me, there were 2 or 3 gaming squad police watching us. We got back to Mario's office and started business. Saturday was a big day with the afternoon races. Ron Bogdiani was taking bets, and a bloke called Dominic from Adelaide had dropped by to tell us about someone who'd died and their funeral arrangements. All of a sudden, the front window caved in. Everybody froze. They weren't used to this, but I knew it was the police. There was a heap of bets on the table, written on special dissolving paper in case of a police raid. I grabbed them and ran to the back of the office, throwing them into the toilet. That got rid of the evidence. Meanwhile, the police had barged in. The poor bloke from Adelaide was smashed to the ground. Mario was on the floor too. I could hear him yelling and screaming. And then 4 coppers ran down the hallway to see where I was. I thought they would try and grab me, so I went mental, shouting at them. "Relax, Mick," they said. "Sit down, mate. There's no problem." They were a bit wary of me. Then the phone started ringing. We had a code word for placing bets, something like Star Trek. It changed regularly. If we didn't say a particular word, you couldn't bet. The police answered the phones, and these imbecile punters, because they're mad and just want to get their bets on, began giving police all their bets, even though they hadn't been given the code word. 20,000 on this and 15,000 on that. And so the police had us cold. Ronnie, though, had a bad turn. The coppers had run in with their guns drawn and put one to his head. I thought maybe he'd panicked, but he was an old tough bugger, so that didn't make sense. They raced him to the hospital, and it turned out he had fluid building up in his body and was slowly drowning. It was a bit touch and go for a while, and he was lucky to pull through. If the police hadn't raided us when they did, Ronnie probably would have died. The police also raided my home. Cheryl said she saw some police running up the driveway with sledgehammers. She opened the door so they didn't break it down. We kept the businesses going after the raid, but everything we touched went bad. We'd saved several $100,000, though, enough to buy a property. But we lost it all back, so we gave the SP away. When we finally got to court, we started bargaining with the prosecution. We asked if one of us pleaded guilty, could the other 2 get off? They agreed. So Mario said he'd plead guilty. They said no. Ronnie offered to plead guilty. They said no. So, in August 1993, I ended up nodding my head to it and was fined $20,000. After the SP folded, I opened up a baccarat game off Lygon Street with Mario Condello and a friend called Michael, a regular businessman who'd never been on the wrong side of the law in his life. It was a huge eye-opener for him, an introduction to a new world. As my lawyer, Robert Richter, told the jury in my 2005 murder trial, there's a different world out there that you don't know about. There's a different world. Michael has since said, I've never seen anything like it. It was all new to me. I'd usually be in bed by 11 p.m, but that's when we started work. 11 p.m. I thought everybody went to bed by midnight or 1 a.m, but that's when the underworld came out. The games would go till 6 a.m. or 7 a.m, sometimes later. It was a different life, different world, different people. Before we started, Mick said, look, I just want to tell you now what could happen. Any night, the police could knock that door down, run in with guns, and point a shotgun at your head. I thought, what am I getting myself into here? But it never happened. We only ever had one baccarat table in this place down Argyle Lane. There were 3 or 4 other tables. People would come in, sit down, have copies and play their own card games. We had really nothing to do with them. We just had our one table. We paid for the copies. The bill was about $700 a week and provided soft drink and food. We paid the rent. The staff cost about $6,000 a week. A bloke on the door, a bloke in the street, a couple of others and ourselves. The game ran for about 11 months until the casino opened. It was never raided. I reckon between the 3 of us, for the time we were in, we made $1 million profit. And that was only one table. It just goes to show the sort of profit that they can make at the casino. 10. Crown Casino. In 1994, Crown Casino brought about the end of illegal gambling in Victoria. Overnight, the gaming clubs in Chinatown shut down, as did the 2-Up and almost every illegal casino. In many ways, I was lost. I didn't know what to do. I'd never learned a trade. I had no expertise in any area. Gambling was all I knew, running clubs and running games. I was bankrupt, and we'd lost our dream home. So, in the first couple of years, I spent a lot of time gambling at the casino, trying to make a living. It was pretty hard. It wasn't long before I found myself in the mahogany room, which is set aside for high rollers, where I knew a lot of the gamblers. Soon, I was going there most days, often with Ron Bognetti. We felt quite comfortable there, and I started gambling. There was no natural light, and sometimes I was there for 2 or 3 days. Overall, I lost money. The house always wins. But when I gamble, I find some of the money just sticks to my hands. We were spoiled when it first opened. Everything was paid for by the casino. Food, drinks, cigars, cigarettes. They trimmed it all down after a while when they realised that too much money was going out the door. People were taking 4 or 5 packets of cigarettes, cigars and God knows what. I used to play baccarat and some of the other games, and I loved the pokies. I knew you couldn't win on them, but I found them relaxing. Over the years, I did have some big wins. One weekend, I won $300,000 on 2 particular machines. I went back on the Monday to play them again, and they were gone. I think they took them away to put them under the microscope to see if I'd done something to them. But I hadn't. Once I was playing blackjack when a dealer dealt me 2 aces. I split the aces, and she gave an 8 and a 9. So I was on 19 and 20. The next minute she pulled about 7 cards and I made 21. I couldn't believe it. In exacerbation, I threw my arms up and flicked an ashtray, which flew through the air, ash everywhere. Moments later, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the security blokes running towards us. I thought, they're going to have a crack at me. I spun around ready. They were armed with little vacuum cleaners, and they hoovered up all the ash. I was well known at the casino. If there was any trouble, someone playing up badly, they'd often come up to me. Mick, do you know these people? I'd say yes or no. They'd always consult me. I'd get calls in the mahogany room from security wanting to know about people, including those who said they knew me. There was plenty of respect there. In the mahogany room, millions of dollars changed hands, and baccarat was the game of choice. One night, Mario Condello was sitting at the same table as Tony Santic, whose horse, Makybe Diva, won 3 successive Melbourne Cups. Santic was betting $50,000 or $100,000 a shot. Mario was playing $5,000 or $10,000. Mario asked me if I wanted to play and if I needed some money. I said no. Then I said yes. I was broke. Mario opened his jacket and pulled out an old, smelly sock full of $5,000 chips. He pulled out 1 chip and gave it to me. Then he put the sock away. I lost. I borrowed a further $10,000. I lost. Mario kept pulling out this sock and giving me more chips. Before long, I was down about $90,000, which was all his money. Mario wasn't too happy. Anyway, I left and went and found another $5,000 and came back, and this time played on my own. I won 4 bets and kept doubling up. A crowd had gathered, and each time I won, they clapped. The pile of chips grew bigger. I had $80,000 on the table on the banker. The dealer was set to deal when, for a joke, I took my shoe off and put it to my ear. "Yes, Kerry?" I said loudly. It's going to be a player now, is it?" "Oh, thanks. A lot. Kerry, yeah." Kerry Packer was the casino's owner. I put my shoe back on, moved all the chips from the banker to the player, and waited for the dealer. The next result was the player, so I won. I was literally laughing. I gave Mario back his $90,000 and put the other $70,000 into my pocket. Mario spent a lot of time at the casino, and he devised a foolproof method of winning on the roulette wheel. It was a simple system. He would leave out 7 numbers, the bottom 3, 34, 35, 36, and the top 3, 1, 2, 3, and the 0. All the other numbers, he put money on. You could track the most recent 14 numbers that had won on the display at the roulette tables, and Mario's trick was to go to the table where the bottom 7 numbers had come out 3 times in 14 spins. The odds were that those numbers wouldn't come up again. The idea was to have 1 spin, collect your winnings and go. If you lost, you had 5 more spins to get your money back. Then 1 more spin. Mario started by betting $50 a number, an outlay of $1,500. He'd have the 1 spin and win $1,800, a $300 profit. Mario was doing this every day for a long time before I found out about it. When I did, he got annoyed and even asked for commission. I began betting with Michael. I knew he wouldn't spend the bank. And we were soon winning $300 a day. And then Mario increased his bet to $100 a number, which was $3,000 on the table to win $600. Then we increased our bet to $6,000, $200 a number, to win $1,200. And Mario started betting $12,000 a spin to win $2,400. Before long, Michael and I had amassed about $40,000. Mario was going a couple of times a day, but was up about $160,000. One night we were chatting with a bloke called Howard, who was running the casino. He'd seen what was going on and said, "You know, boys, you're going to come unstuck with that system." And sure enough, one morning, Mario went in for his usual bet and lost. He followed the system and had another go. In a very short time, he lost the whole $160,000. Michael went down with our money the same morning and didn't see Mario or know that he'd lost all of his money, but the same thing happened. We lost our $40,000. What Howard had been telling us was that the casino could train a croupier to spin in a small section of the wheel within 3 or 4 numbers, and our 7 numbers were in the one place of the wheel. If you see a heap of money on the table and 1 or 2 numbers have nothing on them, that's where the croupier will try and land it, especially in the high roller rooms where the bets are huge. They knew we were playing that way, and they found an expert croupier to spin the wheel. Easy come, easy go. 11. The union business. I've always had a wide network of friends and associates, from police and businessmen to bank managers and lawyers. And along the way, I've met a few people from the trade union movement. One day, in about 1995, a union official asked if I could do him a favour. The union was having a problem at a dispute in North Melbourne where the workers had set up a picket line outside a factory. The dispute was about the use of non-union labour on the site. Members of the union hierarchy had been on the picket line and had seen a notorious ex-policeman, Brian Murphy, drive past. Murphy was looking at them, watching them, and they were intimidated. Worse, they thought Murphy's front seat passenger was Tom Domicum. They were worried something bad was going to happen. Domicum was a colourful and feared figure from Sydney who was tied up in Labor Party politics and the building industry. Murphy had had a big reputation around town as a fearless copper who got things done. When I was young and was caught stealing in a South Melbourne bike shop, he was already known as a tough copper, and he gave me a hiding then. He'd since left the police force, and he set himself up as a consultant. I knew Murphy and got along with him well. So when John Setka, an organiser with the Construction, Forestry, Mining and Energy Union, the CFMEU, asked if I could help, I was happy to see what I could do. I met Murphy for a coffee. We had a chat. He told me Domicum hadn't been his passenger, it was his lawyer, but conceded he was there himself to intimidate the union and break up the picket line. There well could have been another step taken if I hadn't become involved. Murphy said he was happy to step back and let it go, a move I really appreciated. I won't interfere, but use it to your advantage, he said. This means they owe you a favour. I went back to John and told him I'd sorted out the matter and he had no further worries. John was grateful, and from that moment, word spread about my ability to solve problems. More importantly, I gained some acceptance and credibility among the union people, which developed into a good working relationship. John, who is an excellent union leader and a great bloke, introduced me to some different people. And via those introductions, I met a range of union leaders, including the State Secretary of the CFMEU, Martin Kingham, Assistant State Secretary, Bill Oliver, Vice President, Matt Hudson, John Van Camp, the Victorian Secretary of the FEDFA, the Crane Union, and Tony Murphy and Earl Sketches from the Plumbers Union. Before long, I started working for builders and developers, helping to sort out their union problems. I ended up with a pretty good clientele and for making problems go away. I was reimbursed quite handsomely. Many times I've explained how I make money from building negotiations to royal commissions, a court, the tax man and others. But few seem to get it. They say you're getting paid for nothing. I don't get paid for nothing. Put simply, the unions can be very militant in Victoria. They can go onto a building site, shut it down for any reason. Perhaps the shed where they eat lunch has no air conditioning, or they're exposed to electrical cords, which could be quite dangerous. They just close the joint down. A lot of builders and developers have no relationship with the unions. If the unions get aggressive, the builders are intimidated. So I go in and act as a buffer. No one yells and screams at me, and I get results. Each time I sign on a new builder or developer, I ring the union and tell them he's with me, and that if there's any problems, they should call me. Then if something comes up, the union gets in touch. Mick, there's a problem. We need to fix it. Otherwise, we have to stop the job. Most times, it's easy to fix. But most importantly for the builders, there's no productivity loss. The job never stops. And they love it. And the builders under my umbrella get looked after that way. Without me there, the union would just stop the job, send the workers home, and the builders could lose a fortune. I've learned, however, that some disputes can't be fixed, such as when a new builder takes over a job and the money is owed to subcontractors. The union won't move on that. The outstanding money has to be paid, and there's no way around health and safety issues. But providing you do the right thing, there's never a problem. In my experience, 90% of issues can be resolved. I owe much of my negotiating skills to the two-up, where I was involved in some way for 20 years. Dealing with all sorts of people sharpened my skills at resolving conflict, settling issues, and making sure that there was no trouble. I've done mediating all my life and have managed to get work that way. When I started, I was paid by various builders perhaps $1,000 or $2,000 a week. Some weeks I was making $10,000 a week. One builder was paying me $10,000 a month, and when I went to jail in 2004, he said to my family, even if Mick does 20 years jail, I'll still pay him. That was how happy this bloke was with the service. To this day, I still work for developers and builders, negotiating deals and agreements with unions. And I still have good friends in the unions, and they're pretty fair with me. And we have a good working relationship. One morning in about 2001, a group of police and investigators came to my house in Doncaster. They were from the Royal Commission investigating the building industry, and they had a search warrant. The Royal Commission, headed by the Honourable Terence Cole QC, was set up in August 2001, and its final reports were tabled in the Federal Parliament in March 2003. Its terms of reference included inquiring into inappropriate or unlawful industrial practices such as fraud, collusion, violence, and inappropriate payments. Do me a favour, I asked them. Let my family have a shower, have breakfast, and go to work, then come in and do what you like. And they agreed. An hour or so later, they came inside. They spent hours there and took just about everything they could lay their hands on. Personal photographs, letters, papers. They carted boxes of stuff away. About a year later, most of it came back after I made a formal request. It turned out they were there looking at the union deals struck at the redevelopment of the National Gallery of Victoria. Deals I have been closely involved with. And funnily enough, I did the negotiations as a favour for a friend, and I didn't earn a cent from them. It came back to bite me, though, costing a small fortune in legal bills and exposing me to plenty of unwanted publicity. For years, I'd largely stayed out of the media spotlight. In the 1980s, Darren Hinch had run a television story about me and the two-up. and I'd been mentioned in a newspaper story in 1998 linking me to the murder of Joe Arena. It was rubbish and embarrassing. I know the Arena family well. But those were nothing compared to what happened in early 2002 when I appeared at hearings of the Royal Commission and found myself on television and all the papers. It was pretty full on. I didn't like the attention for 1 minute, but there was nothing I could do about it. I had to cop it on the chin. The publicity concerned quite a few of the builders I worked for, especially the bigger companies, because their names were thrown up in relation to me. But it didn't stop them from being my clients. They kept paying me. I was called to give evidence with a good friend, Dave Hedgecock. I've known Dave for 35 years, since we trained together at Kevin Waterson's gym. He'd always worked in security, and these days he runs a pretty big outfit, and that does a lot of security work across Australia. If anyone was going to die of lead poisoning, it would be Dave. He's been shot 3 or 4 times, and that's why we call him The Rock. The last time he was shot was with a .45 large caliber gun. Someone climbed over the back of his fence. As he came to the door, they shot him. They fired a few shots, but only one hit him. It went right through his pelvis. He crawled back into the house and called a friend. And 10 days later, he was refereeing a fight. I couldn't believe it. I grabbed him after the fight and said, "Mate, you're off your head. You've just been shot. There's blood seeping out of your wound." "I can't show any weaknesses," he replied. Crazy, but he's a good bloke. The case revolved around a mate of Dave's called Peter Barker, who worked for a large electrical company that was having trouble getting an agreement signed with the union on the National Gallery site in Melbourne. So Dave had approached me. He knew I had union contacts and asked if I could help. Over a few weeks, I'd had a series of meetings and, in the end, a deal was put together. A key part of the problem had centred on a union bloke that the builders didn't want to employ. They'd had bad experiences with him in the past and simply didn't want him there. But in the end, they had to take him, and I'd secured a guarantee from this bloke that he wouldn't cause any trouble. And things went smoothly, and there was never a problem. I delivered, and everyone had been happy. The successful deal had involved a payment of $275,000 to Barker, with some money going to Dave. I got nothing, as I was doing a favour for Dave. The bloke who paid was sacked by his company. He gave evidence during that Royal Commission that the reason he'd paid the money was that he had been frightened, that people associated with the deal had been known to break legs. But that wasn't the truth. The truth was, he'd paid it happily. It was an absolute storm in a teacup. In the end, nothing came of it. There were no charges. The case did attract the attention of the taxman, who made further extensive inquiries in 2003 that ended with a big settlement in 2005. More on that later. There was a huge number of people working on the commission, which went on for months. For the lawyers, police, and investigators, it was a great way to earn a big living. And I told them that when they questioned me. They didn't like that, but it was the truth. All royal commissions end up achieving nothing except costing taxpayers countless millions, this one included. In his final report, the Royal Commissioner concluded in part that the National Gallery case illustrates graphically the problems within the building and construction industry in Victoria and the central role and the immense power wielded by the building unions. The Royal Commissioner was on an annual salary of $660,000, according to one newspaper report. 12. Alphonse. When I first met Alphonse Gangitano, he was a really good bloke. I knew him as a kid growing up, and he was a champion. We used to socialise a lot, go to parties, and have fun. But as he grew older, he got into the gangster image. He was very fiery and wouldn't take a backward step. And later in life, He changed completely. I didn't see it, but everyone said he was using a lot of cocaine. People would look at him the wrong way and he'd attack them. I saw warning signs early after our night at St Kilda Club that almost ended up with a fatal shooting. After that, I kept my distance. I respected him, but our friendship was often tested. It was a shame, though, what happened in the end. Alphonse's father was quite wealthy. He had a travel agency and owned several properties on Lygon Street. Alphonse destroyed all of that in his last years. His mother was a beautiful woman who died quite young. As a highly educated kid whose father was in his own business with money and properties in Carlton, Alphonse had the world at his feet. If he'd chosen the right path, he'd be a very successful businessman today. Unfortunately, he chose the other one. Alphonse made his money in a few ways. He helped people with different problems, such as collecting money, and was probably paid by a few places to look after them. He was a big gambler. He bought and sold things. He sold a lot of his father's properties and was instrumental in destroying much of the family's wealth. He had a couple of trotters. One of them was pretty good. He loved the racing. He also had a share in a King Street nightclub and was involved in fight promotions. Gatto became a promoter of world champion boxer Lester Ellis, who was beaten in the ring by Barry Michael. Not long afterwards, Gatto attacked the much smaller Michael in a Melbourne nightclub, even trying to bite off the boxer's nose. While we were mates between Alphonse and me, there was always some unspoken competition, a sort of power struggle. We clashed a bit. If we were both sitting at a table and put a cigarette in our mouth, and someone lit my cigarette first, he'd be filthy. Then he wouldn't let anyone light his cigarette. He'd have to light it himself. And if someone shook my hand before his, he'd be furious. Stupid little things like that. Several times we fell out and nearly came to blows, although we never actually raised a finger against each other. I had to bar him from the two-up, and he didn't speak to me for months after that. He'd pick fights with other customers, if he lost his money, if he either wanted to fight someone or to borrow more, and if people didn't lend it to him, he'd want to kill them. One of the Underbelly books by journalists John Sylvester and Andrew Rule had a story about Chopper Read quoting him as saying, "There's only one good bloke in Carlton, and that's Mick Gatto." And he said Alphonse wasn't fit enough to work in a Turkish sauna bath. Alphonse read it and was frothing at the mouth. I told him I paid Chopper Read $5,000 to say it. I hadn't. Apart from being partners in the baccarat in the early 1980s, we never did business together. Even the baccarat was a disaster, especially when I was in jail, because he was either arguing with my brother, John, or threatening and bashing customers. I just didn't want to do any more business with him. I did my own thing, because I knew he was going to be a headache. He was too volatile. In 1991, Alphonse came to see me in Warrandyte and said he was worried for his wife and daughters. Chopper Read was out of jail. Some years earlier, apparently, Alphonse and a few mates had given it to Chopper, beating him badly. It wasn't one-on-one, and Chopper was filthy on him. Chopper was a loose cannon. He was running around nightclubs, strapped with dynamite, showing people and saying, "Is Alphonse here?" He was dangerous. He didn't care about going to jail. He didn't care about the police. Alphonse said, "I'm worried about the family. I'm thinking about going overseas, but I don't want to go because I don't want people saying he was scared and took off." Alphonse said, "Don't worry about what people think. Worry about your family. If you are really worried, my opinion is that you should go." So, Alphonse went to Italy and the rest of Europe for a few months. He used to ring me all the time, reversing the charges, to find out what was going on. It cost me a fortune. Gangitano came back to Australia after Reed was arrested over other offences and jailed. From his early days, Alphonse hated the police, a loathing that began after he got into a fight in a club in Footscray called Bunnies. I wasn't there, but I'm led to believe it was a bloodbath. All the bouncers were attacked, and someone drove a car through the front door. The police caught Alphonse, took him back to the station, and punched the shit out of him. He told me he was sitting with his hands on a desk when a policeman smashed them with a typewriter. They really battered him. I saw him about a week later. He looked like the Elephant Man. His head was so swollen, and his hands were fucked. It didn't faze him. He copped it on the chin. But he was determined to even up with the coppers that did it to him. I don't know if he ever did. Alphonse really liked the gangster image. He chased it, going out of his way to meet people with reputations, high-profile crooks from all over Australia. He was quite friendly with Chris Flannery, a hitman who made his reputation in Sydney in the 1980s before disappearing, presumed murdered, in May 1985. He actually bashed Flannery one night. I don't know what happened. I only met Flannery a few times and had little to do with him. I couldn't believe he was a hired killer. He looked so insignificant. To the best of my knowledge, Graham Kinniburgh never worked with Alphonse. They were friendly, and Graham enjoyed his company. Graham probably controlled him a little bit too. Alphonse used to go to him for advice. If you were a friend of Graham's, you were a friend for life. If you went off the rails, he wouldn't abandon you. And that's how it was with Alphonse. Graham gave him plenty of tongue lashings, continually telling him that he would end up dead if he continued to stand over people and terrorise them. Alphonse and Mario Condello clashed a little bit. Once Mario had a problem with someone in a cake shop, and Alphonse went to the shop and said to the bloke, "Fuck Mario Condello." Mario heard about it and was pretty upset, but there wasn't much he could do about it, and it just died. Mario used to stay away from Alphonse. Alphonse developed a fearful reputation, although some of the stories about him weren't true. One day at the Joker Bar, everyone was drunk, having a good time, and this Turkish bloke played up and did the wrong thing, and he copped it in the kneecap. Alphonse was blamed for that, but he didn't do it. Someone else shot the Turk. It was also said that Alphonse killed a prostitute who was due to give evidence against Chris Flannery. I don't believe that. I think that was bullshit. Then there was a story linking him to Jim Pinakos, who was killed with a crossbow. After Alphonse died, someone put a death notice in the papers that said, "The impression you left on me will stay forever in my heart. Jim Pinakos." I don't believe Alphonse did that killing either. The headless body of Jim Pinakos was found on Ryback Beach in July 1989. No one's been charged with the murder. Once, Alphonse shot someone in the leg, a pommy bloke, a standover man that Alphonse was having a power struggle with. I don't know much about it. All I know is that the bloke was being smart and disrespectful, and he got his right whack. Gangitano was also responsible for shooting dead Greg Workman, a Melbourne criminal, at a party in the early hours of the 6th of February 1995. Two witnesses to the murder found the police protection system inadequate and changed their police statements, putting Gangitano in the clear. Gangitano then paid for them to fly out of Australia on an extended holiday. The case collapsed, and Gangitano got away with murder. I found out about the shooting that day. I had a meeting with Alphonse, and he really didn't want to talk about it too much, so I just let it go. It was none of my business. Several times I saw Alphonse turn on close friends, which left a bad taste in my mouth. I also saw the darker side of him. One night, a gorgeous young blonde girl walked past him. She was beautiful. And he said, "Gee, you're ugly." He was joking. She turned around and said, "Have a look in the mirror yourself." And he king hit her and broke her nose. I couldn't believe it. "You're kidding," I said. "Fuck her," he said. That's probably the worst thing I saw Alphonse do. It's something a normal person wouldn't do. He used to be filthy if someone said something out of order to him, and he acted very quickly. I told my brother to stay away from him because I knew John was very hot-headed and wouldn't take a backward step. A few days before Christmas in 1995, we were at a restaurant in Carlton. There were 30 or 40 people there, including the boys from Perth. Alphonse came in with his crew and started drinking. I wasn't really talking to him at the time, so I said hello and left. I didn't want to stay. And that night, Alphonse got into trouble at the sports bar in Melbourne's King Street. With Jason Moran and another man, Gatto attacked and injured 13 people. Moran was later recorded on a police listening device saying that he had to shower to wash the blood off and that he'd started the fight. Moran was also taped saying about Alphonse, "He's fucking Lulu. If you smash 5 pool cues and an iron bar over someone's head, you're fucking Lulu." Gatto was arrested at the scene, but Moran escaped. While police had some evidence against Moran, the case against Gatto was stronger. Some weeks later, in February 1996, Laurie Connell died. Connell was a prominent West Australian entrepreneur who set up the Rothwell's Merchant Bank, which later crashed, causing heavy losses to the West Australian government and investors. He was investigated by what was known as the WA Inc. Royal Commission in the early 1990s. He was a prominent racing figure and was jailed once for conspiracy to pervert the course of justice over a race-fixing incident. I didn't know Connell well, only to say, "Hello, how are you?" But the boys in Perth knew him very well, and he was supposed to be a really good bloke. Not long after his death, about 10 of us gathered and we held a wake in Melbourne. I got into an argument with a bloke called Kenny. One thing led to another. My brother said something, and it just went bad. Alphonse said he'd been called a liar, then turned on me and wanted to fight me. He ripped his shirt off, abused me, and told me to come outside. I was furious. I told him he'd have no luck. Alphonse had a mate there too, and Ron Bongetti turned to the bloke and said, "Keep your hands out of your pockets." Ronnie had a gun on him. If that bloke had pulled a gun, Ronnie would have shot him. He wouldn't have hesitated. It was getting very nasty, and we were lucky, in a way, because someone reported the argument and the police arrived before anything happened. We went our separate ways. We sorted it out and ended up mates again. But it just confirmed to me how volatile Alphonse was becoming. One night in 1996, the bouncers at Monsoon's nightclub wouldn't let Alphonse in, and he threatened to kill them. Someone involved with the bouncers came to see me. They were pretty worried about it. Police pulled him over, and they had a blue, and they charged him with threats to kill and God knows what. The organised crime squad raided his house and hit him on the head with the butt of a shotgun. Towards the end, Alphonse went right off the rails. He was just mad. He got into fights a lot. People would say something, and he'd attack them. I've never seen anyone else go off for no reason. And while he wouldn't have made a great prize fighter, he was pretty violent. He did his best to win. In 1996, Gatto reportedly attacked Peter McGauran, a minister in John Howard's government at Melbourne's prestigious Flower Drum restaurant. McGauran told a News Limited journalist that he was placed in a crushing headlock and punched in the face during a chance encounter. Gatto said, "You insulted my friends. Now you will pay," referring to the comment made by McGauran alleging criminal activity in the meat industry. McGauran said he didn't know the identity of his attacker until Gatto was killed, and his picture appeared on the front page of the newspapers. On the 16th of January 1998, Gatto was shot dead in his home in Templestowe, in Melbourne's eastern suburbs. He was 40. Police believe the killer was Jason Moran. who put 3 bullets into Gangitano, who'd been his friend, after an argument. Police also believe that Graham Kinneborough was at the house when the killing happened. He certainly left the house during the evening and returned moments after Gangitano's wife discovered the body. 4 years later, the deputy coroner, Ian West, said that he was satisfied that Kinneborough and Moran were present at the time of Gangitano's death, but there was insufficient evidence to positively identify the killer. I found out early the next morning when someone rang me. In fact, people thought it was me who'd been killed because the radio was reporting that a well-known underworld figure had been shot in the eastern suburbs. It didn't take long to work it out it was Alphonse. It came as a shock, but I knew it was going to happen one day. There were hundreds of death notices in the paper and a big funeral. People flew in from all over Australia for the service, and there were lots of people there who didn't even know Alphonse, but just went along for the ride. The funeral cars drove slowly down Lygon Street with people paying their respects. He would have loved it. Graham had nothing to do with it, as far as I know. He spoke to me about it, but didn't go into detail. He was at the house that night. But he wasn't there when the shooting happened. They say Jason killed Alphonse because he pleaded guilty to an assault that left Jason in a very bad position. Jason ended up getting 2 years over it. There were also stories that Mark Moran, Jason's brother, was there that night. I've heard many rumours and different things. The people who do know are all dead anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference. Who knows? I certainly don't. I had nothing against Alphonse. And if we fell out, we always finished up friends again. And we were mates until the day he died. Alphonse was a good family man. His wife was a good woman who always stayed away from what Alphonse did. She hated it. He had 2 beautiful daughters who are now adults. He'd be very proud of them. 13. Easy money. I've known Albanian Sam for many years. He's always out there doing his best, looking for an angle. And he's been a huge punter in his day. One day, he called me excited. Mick, I've met these 2 black blokes. They've got all this money. They want help to invest it. You got to see this. What do you mean? Mate, hire a hotel room. It'll cost you a couple of $100. They'll come and they'll show you. It'll blow your mind. I was intrigued, so I agreed. I booked a room at the Melbourne's Grand Mercurial, where these blokes were already staying, and went with a friend, John. Sam arrived and introduced 2 black men in their early 30s, William and Jonathan. They looked like twins. They were identically dressed in beautiful clothes, Versace, and had matching gold chains and jewellery. They were elegantly spoken and smart. Sam said to them, "These are my friends." Showed them the money. Both men were wary and wanted the meeting to stop. They looked nervous and said they only wanted to deal with Sam. Sam managed to persuade them to stay, although it took a bit of convincing. Finally, William made a phone call up to his room and a 3rd black man, much larger, appeared, carrying a big, square, silver case. He opened the case. It was lined with what looked like wool, and it was stacked with banknotes. There was only one problem. The notes were all black. "Pick out a few," Jonathan said. John picked up a couple. Sam picked up a couple, and so did I, rummaging at the bottom of the case. The notes were tightly packed. There were lots there. Jonathan put the black notes onto a hotel plate. The 3rd black man produced a glass vial that he kept in the fridge, broke off the end, and started rubbing the liquid from it onto the notes. And the next moment, the black notes transformed into US $100 bills. Rinsed under the tap, they were completely clean. Have a look at that, I thought. William and Jonathan said their father, the deputy president of Liberia, had recently been killed. They had fled with their diplomatic passports and several suitcases of cash. They needed someone to provide security for them. They also wanted help to invest their money in Australia. They had 2 suitcases with them, each containing US $5 million, and there were another 8 suitcases on the way. William explained that the US government, through the CIA, had been sending cash to the US-supported Liberian administration, but some of it had been intercepted by rebels. So the CIA had started using a technology that impregnated the cash with a chemical that turned it completely black. This could only be washed off with a chemical antidote, which was supplied separately to the Liberians. So when the rebels had next seized the cash, it had been worthless. The problem, William said, was that he only had a few vials of the antidote left, and each vial was only good for about a dozen notes. The one place they could get more antidote was the US Embassy. And before they could even get that, they needed to set up an importing company through the embassy. "This is our money," William said. "We own the money, and we want to clean the money. But we can't afford to buy the antidote, and we'll get killed if we go back to our own country." He said it would cost about US $10,000 to set up a company. Then it would take a couple of weeks for the antidote to arrive. 1 litre of antidote cost US $75,000, and it would clean the contents of 1 suitcase. He proposed that if we provided short-term security for them and financed the company setup and the purchase of the antidote, we could keep half of 1 case's contents, US $2.5 million. From that point on, they would buy their own antidote. We listened to his story and committed to nothing. We kept the $100 notes that had been washed and swapped them later for Australian dollars. We all suspected the notes were forgeries, so we took a couple of them to the banks and the casino, where we exchanged them without problem. They were authentic. John told his brother, Tony, about what had happened, and Tony was dismissive. "It's a scam, stay away." But John was convinced and managed to arrange another demonstration where William agreed to use one of the few remaining vials. Tony watched and was stunned and promptly wanted to become involved. So the 4 of us, Tony, John, Sam and I, put up the Australian equivalent of US $10,000 for William to set up his company through the embassy. We were still pretty wary and put William under surveillance in case he tried to do a runner. But he didn't. And before long, a couple of his cousins arrived in town. Because they'd run out of cash, we put them up in a hotel. We showed them around, looking at properties, cars, investments. John, meanwhile, started to waver. He was beginning to think it was too good to be true. He was going away for about a week's holiday and said he didn't want to be worrying about it when he was overseas. "I got a bad feeling about this," he said. "I'm going to tell them we want our money back. There's something wrong." So we saw them. "We want our money back," John said. "We're not interested. We think you're crooks. So go and find someone else." "Don't be silly," William said, protesting. But he didn't convince John. And they brought back most of the money, and they were US $3,500 short. But they said they couldn't get it back immediately, as the embassy wouldn't refund it. But they would return it to us as soon as possible. We kept tabs on them to ensure we got our money back. A day or 2 later, John phoned. I'd had a call from Nick, the owner of a prestige car yard, where we'd taken William and Jonathan some days earlier. "William has ordered 2 Ferraris. What should we do?" We thought about it some more. They'd paid us back when we demanded it, and they were acting like they were about to come into big money. We decided we should take a punt and go with it, so we jumped back on board. We had to wait for the antidote to arrive, and while we waited, We entertained William and Jonathan. They were certainly used to the high life. They stayed in a penthouse at the Paramount, ate at good restaurants, drank expensive wines, received frequent massages, gambled at the casino, and often needed cash for living expenses. We provided all of this. Several more cousins had arrived, so that there was now about 8 of them. Eventually the day arrived to pick up the antidote. By this stage we were wary but excited and a little paranoid. John had become suspicious of a couple of people seen near the bar he owned. He was worried they might be from the CIA. We were also concerned we might be framed or set up for a something, so we wanted to do everything within the law. We arranged for a couple of friends who were surveillance experts to help us follow William and Jonathan to the US Embassy on St Kilda Road. We needed to keep a close eye on the suitcases, the antidote, William and Jonathan, and our money. Several of us were involved in the surveillance. We all had radios. As William and Jonathan approached the embassy, Sam spotted a helicopter overhead. He was convinced it was following them and became very concerned that he was about to be arrested. A friend radioed to say there was a high level of security outside the embassy. Police were all over the place, as if something was about to happen. Sam watched as William and Jonathan walked into the embassy, carrying our money. He waited and waited. About 20 minutes later, they walked out again, carrying a package. Our surveillance team followed as they made their way back to the city penthouse. When we arrived at the apartment, William handed over an elaborately wrapped bottle. It had US government labels on it, plus a special seal. William said it was needed to be refrigerated for 72 hours before it would work. John insisted we try the antidote straight away. "It will not work," said William. "I don't care," said John. "We're trying it now." By this time, we had custody of the 2 suitcases. We had demanded this before we were handing over the money, but they had combination locks and we couldn't open them. William unlocked the case and removed a note. We'd brought a syringe and William extracted a small amount of antidote from the bottle, which he put on the note and rubbed it in. But instead of becoming clean, the note turned from black to red. William rinsed it under a tap. It was still red, but it was definitely a US $100 note. "I told you," he said. "You must leave it in the fridge for 72 hours. This note is now ruined." So we kept the silver cases in our room and the antidote in our fridge. It was just a matter of time. Ron Bongetti was assigned to look after William, Jonathan, and their friends. Ron was carrying a gun. He stayed in the same room as them to make sure they didn't disappear. Ron, though, was in his 70s, and at one stage we found him asleep, so that wasn't much use. As we began waiting for the 72 hours to pass, a phone call came through to William's room, and the black guys went nuts. "No one is supposed to know about us. We must go." They were extremely worried. We persuaded them to stay. We could provide the security, and John took them out for dinner. As they walked through the city on the way back to the apartment, an argument broke out in their own language between 3 of the black guys, and they started fighting. They got seriously stuck into each other, abusing each other. It was unsettling. That night, John's brother, Tony, was staying with Jonathan. He was like our hostage. We had insisted on this because we weren't prepared to let these guys out of our sight. But we all felt uncomfortable about it. There were about 10 of these black guys by now, and Tony was a bit exposed. Besides, we had the 2 cases and the antidote. So we phoned Tony and called him back. The next morning, they had all disappeared. Gone. The first thing John did was open the fridge and take out the antidote. He pulled off the elaborate wrapping to discover a plastic lemonade bottle. We broke into the 2 cases and found them full of black pieces of paper. There was no money. John and I got the word that the black guys had moved to another city hotel, and we went down there with a friend we knew who was very willing. We tried to smash open the door, and the police were called. It turned out it wasn't William and Jonathan or their cousins, but some other blokes, so we left it. Including expenses, they loved Wagyu beef and the finest wines. We were each down about $45,000. Tony, who'd been the last to join, had offered to finance the whole deal himself. He had been so confident it would work. He said we could have equal shares, and he'd take all the risk. I hadn't thought that was fair, and he said that we should all chip in. Sometimes I'm just too fair. But eventually, Tony did have to come up with the cash, because we were all a bit light on the time. So to do so, he had borrowed the money from my good friend Michael by giving him the title of a Carlton property as security. Tony had planned to ring Michael on the day the deal came off with a coded message. "We've had a good day." Michael, of course, didn't get the call. That night, Tony met Michael to tell him what had happened, although Michael already knew. Tony sat opposite him and burst into tears. Michael sympathised with him, then said he had 14 days to come up with the money, or he'd keep the property. Looking back, the black guys were brilliant. They deserved the money because they played us so well, feeding on our greed. Each time we got suspicious, they drew us back in. The sting was beautiful. There was never any cash in the cases. They simply switched the black pieces of paper we pulled from the cases with authentic pre-blackened notes. It was masterful. Towards the end, when they needed to make their escape, the phone call had been a setup. The street fight had been an act. We were happy Tony didn't stay in the room overnight with one of them. They were capable of slitting his throat or putting something into his drink so that he wouldn't wake up. Tony was lucky, although he didn't think so at the time. We asked around and discovered that a lot of other people had been conned by them. They'd taken some Japanese businessmen for about $400,000 and almost got a group of tomato growers in cans for a similar amount. We learned they were actually from Nigeria, not Liberia, as they claimed. They concentrated around casinos where there's black money and gamblers willing to take a risk. There are teams all over the world constantly getting people. A couple of weeks afterwards, William phoned me, promising to return our money. I told him we'd hunt him down, although I don't fancy my chances of success. Later, we heard that one of them was locked up by the police in Brisbane. By the time we found out, he disappeared again. And there was nothing we could do, so we just left it. At the start of the exercise, we had offered a share to my good friend Michael. He just wished us luck, said he hoped it worked out, but wouldn't be swayed further than lending Tony the money backed with security. And Michael's advice to me is the moral of the story. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. 14. The wars begin. A lot has been written about the gangland wars, and many people watched them through the TV show Underbelly. In reality, the gangland wars involved about 15 killings, and not the 30-odd that some people have claimed. They've tied things into the wars that had nothing to do with them, probably to make them sound better. The police also encouraged this, so some of them won promotions and got better resources. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. The truth is, the wars started on 13th of October 1999, the day Carl Williams was shot in a suburban park. I first came across Carl when he was quite young, when he came to the two-up with his father, George. Carl's dad was a knockabout, and they were doing their best. Carl would have had a bet and tried to get $1. He used to be broke and desperate. He was always a happy-go-lucky sort of a bloke, but just nothing. An insignificant face in the crowd. He used to come in, have a couple of bets, do his money. We'd give him the cab fare to get home. I used to bump into him from time to time, and it was just, hello, how are you? I heard about the shooting not long after it happened, but it meant nothing to me. The rumour was that the shooting was over drugs or money owing. I remember a figure of $400,000 being mentioned. I was aware that party drugs were in every nightclub, but I'd stopped going to the clubs years earlier. I remember wondering why the gunman hadn't killed him. It's common knowledge that Jason and Mark Moran did it, and they should have killed him. It was a huge mistake. If they had put him out of his misery, there'd be quite a few people alive today, among them some of my good friends. Having said that, I'm a firm believer in an eye for an eye. If someone does harm you or your family, you're entitled to even the score. I know the general public might not believe in that, but I do. So Carl was well within his rights to seek revenge. Unfortunately, Carl made a lot of money out of drugs and became very dangerous. He surrounded himself with people who poisoned his brain. That's when he started putting money out for different people to be killed. If he was still running free today, I've no doubt there'd be another 30 people dead, including my family and more of my friends. He was never going to stop. I was a teenager when I first met Lewis Moran. He ran around with Brian Kane and was good friends with Graham Kinnaborough. Lewis was a slaughterman and a boner. He was also an SP bookmaker and had people work for him on the commission. He was also a very good pickpocket, one of the best around town. If he went to Caulfield Racecourse for the day, it wouldn't be unusual for him to finish up with 20 or 30 wallets. He was very, very good. One of his loves in life was cooking. He liked watching cooking shows on television. Over the years, I went to his joint a few times for a meal, and it was always great. I had a lot of time for Lewis, but we weren't as close as people think. We had dinner a few times, but not often. He called into La Pocella once in a blue moon for a coffee, and we often talked about gambling. He introduced me to a couple of bookies I used to bet with, and sometimes I'd ring for tips. But we did very little business together. Lewis and I had great respect for each other, although we saw each other rarely. If he could help me, he would. And if I could help him, I would. We had that sort of relationship. What he did was his business, and it had nothing to do with me. I knew his sons, Jason, who married Brian Kane's niece, Trish, and Mark. Jason was a red light. He attracted trouble. He'd run around with Alphonse, causing mayhem, attracting all sorts of attention. I had little to do with him. I saw a bit of Mark. I liked him because there was no shit in him. He was serious and straight up and down. What you saw was what you got. He was a fitness fanatic. I used to train at Melbourne's Underworld gym, and sometimes he'd be there too. He did weights, and I did boxing. We were in different areas of the gym, but we used to bump into each other. He was always a pleasant, quiet, shy sort of a bloke who never looked for trouble. We'd have a yak for 5 minutes and then go on our own way. Whenever we met, it'd just be a few words and that'd be it. I might bump into him at a party or a funeral. At one time, he was an SP bookmaker and I had a few bets with him. But we ran in different circles. One night on the 15th of June, 2000, Lewis rang me. They'd just killed Mark, he said. They shot him in front of his house. I couldn't believe it. Can you come over? Said Lewis. Do you mind coming over? So I shot across to Mark's home in Aberfeldy, in Melbourne's northern suburbs. I think I went with Ron Bongetti. The streets were cordoned off, and I said to a copper, Lewis rang me. My name's Mick Gatto. He wants me to go and see him. They rang whoever was in charge and let me through. I went in and gave Lewis a hug. His immediate family was there, and it was shocking, terrible. The family were devastated. Mark was still outside in the car. They left his body there for hours while they did their forensic tests. At the time, I don't think Lewis had any idea who'd done it. He certainly didn't think it was Carl Williams. There's one thing that is pretty certain. Carl financed the killing, but he didn't do it himself. That's a guarantee. I know a witness put him there, but that's not true. I'm confident Carl didn't do it. He hasn't got the dash. 2 guns, a 12-gauge shotgun and a handgun, were used to kill Moran, who was shot in the chest as he was getting into his utility. A coronial inquest said he may have been shot by one person or more. No charges have ever been laid. There is no doubt, however, that Carl Williams was behind the killing, taking revenge for his shooting months earlier. There were strong suggestions by a protected witness, whose name is suppressed, that Williams was present at the shooting, either as a getaway driver or as a gunman. After Mark died, several stories circulated that were rubbish. The silliest one tied Mark to Richard Mladinek, saying Richard was Mark's bodyguard. That was all nonsense. Richard wasn't Mark's bodyguard. In fact, I don't know if Mark had anything to do with him at all. Richard was as mad as a rattlesnake. I quite liked him, but he was mad. He'd done a heap of jail and would fight anyone, coppers included. At the same time, he was very smart and wrote beautiful poetry. I came across him years ago in Lygon Street. He was a big, strapping young bloke, fit as a fiddle. He used to go into restaurants and terrorise people, stand over them. He'd say, "I'll come back with a bazooka and blow this fucking joint up." He was doing this to friends of mine. I was forever grabbing him, saying, "Mate, pull up." "Oh, Mick, I'm sorry," he'd say. "I didn't know they were friends of yours." And he'd go back and apologise to them. People were terrified of him. But he was more a pest than anything else. No one would have him as a bodyguard. He was too mad, and certainly not Mark Moran. Mark was always under the radar, low-key, someone who looked after his gang and did what needed to be done nice and quietly. Having a lunatic like Richard as part of that was nonsense. On the 16th of May 2000, Richard Mladinek was shot dead in a St Kilda motel room. I don't know why he got killed, although I've heard all sorts of rumours. I was surprised when I heard. I thought of him as a Mad Hatter, but harmless. 15. Andrew. Andrew Benji Veneman was ambitious. When I first met him in about 2001, he already had a reputation for violence. By then, he'd apparently killed 3 men. Before he died, he killed 3 more and was involved in a torture and murder of a 7th, not to mention other suspected murders or the bashings and shootings, all by the age of 28. Andrew's apparent murder victims, including a few people that I knew, were Joe Quadara, shot outside a Toorak supermarket in May 1999. I knew Joe and sometimes saw him at the markets. I'd say, "Hello, how are you?" I knew his brothers and his sister quite well. He knew my father and my family. It was a pretty big shock in our circle that he was killed because he ran a quiet life. I often thought he was killed by mistake. Frank Benvenuto, shot outside his Beaumaris home in May 2000. I knew Frank quite well, having known his family for years from the markets. I don't know why he was killed, although it may have been because he owed money. Dino Dibra, shot in his West Sunshine home in October 2000. I never actually met Dino, but once saw him outside a car yard in North Melbourne. He was in a car doing wheelies and dropping donuts out the front of the joint. Apparently he had some problem with one of his blokes at the car yard. I didn't go into it because it was nothing to do with me. Victor Pearce, shot in his car in Port Melbourne in May 2002. I met Victor through Frank Benvenuto. He was said to have been behind the killing of 2 police in Wall Street in 1988. I met him a few times for coffee. He usually wanted to borrow money. I liked him. There were different rumours about why he was killed, but I have no idea. Paul Kalapolitis, shot in his Sunshine home in October 2002. I met Paul once outside a Carlton restaurant when he was introduced to me by a friend. We shook hands and that was it. Not long afterwards, he got killed. They say he was a lunatic, pretty volatile. The rumour was that he was standing over people, running in and taking over other people's drug crops. He was running pretty hot. Nick Radav, shot in Coburg in April 2003. I met Nick a few times. I didn't like him. He was always very aggressive, not towards me. It was just his nature. He'd done a lot of jail. Mark Malia, whose burned remains were found in a drain in West Sunshine in August 2003. Venyman reportedly took part in his torture. I didn't know Malia. Andrew was pretty wild. There was an incident at Diggers Rest where he shot some bloke in the legs. Another man out Geelong Way was waiting for Andrew one morning at the bus stop. Andrew drew up and put a few into him, shooting him in the legs and buttocks. I don't know what it was about. It may have been drug-related. A bloke called Pasquale Zaffina had problems too. He gave evidence at my trial. Andrew started going out with Zaffina's girlfriend, and they had a dispute. Andrew went to Zaffina's parents' house, shot it up, and put some sort of explosive device at the front. It didn't go off, and then threatened to kill this bloke's sister. So Zaffina said they should meet in the park and have a punch-on. The best man wins. And they agreed there would be no guns. But before the first punch was thrown, Andrew produced a .38 from the back of his pants and started shooting, hitting Zaffina 2 or 3 times in the leg. It was great evidence at my trial because Andrew was wearing similar clothes on the day he died and pulled a concealed gun from his pants. Andrew attracted police attention, and one day they raided his home in Sunshine, finding a .38 handgun hidden in a secret compartment under the kitchen sink. He said it wasn't his, it was his mother's. He also said some jewellery had gone missing. He went mad and told my friend Steve that he was going to the police station to shoot the coppers in revenge. He didn't care if he was killed. He just wanted to get 8 or 10 coppers. Steve managed to calm him down and stop him going through with it, although it was a close thing. Andrew was ready to go. When I met him, I'd heard the rumours, but I didn't know if they were true. In one of our first meetings at a Lygon Street restaurant, I put my arm around his shoulder and felt the butt of the handle of a gun. "Oh, you're loaded," I said, and he laughed. He used to carry a gun quite often. Early one morning, about 2 a.m, a few of us were having a late snack at a 24-hour restaurant in Carlton. Normally, I would have been home in bed. But we'd been out that night, maybe to the fights, and we were having something to eat. Steve Kaya, who is one of my true loyal friends, was with us, and his phone rang, and it was Andrew. Steve was a close friend of his too, and Andrew said that he was at the Men's Gallery strip club in the city and that the bouncers were trying to belt him. I said, "Come on, we'll fly down and see if we can help him." So we jumped into a couple of cars and drove there. We went to see what was going on and if we could pull it up. I didn't want him belted. He was a friend. Plus, he was only a little bloke. As soon as we pulled up, he saw us and started attacking the bouncers. I stepped in to try to control him. He was crazy. I knew most of the owners of the nightclubs and a lot of the security staff. So Andrew knew there was a fair chance I could defuse things if they got out of control. A couple of times, Andrew came to the kickboxing, which I usually watch with a group of friends. Tarek Solak was the promoter. He's a great bloke, so we'd get top seats. It was fun, plenty of razzmatazz and good fights. Tarek always put on a show. Andrew had fought both as a kickboxer and a boxer and enjoyed the nights out. They say he wasn't a bad fighter, but then he had a motorbike accident and did his knee, and he couldn't fight anymore. Andrew also came to my son Damien's 21st birthday at the Metro nightclub, along with 600 other people. A couple of knockabouts in the crowd joked that night, "Mick, you've given the police a night off because all the crooks are here." I was asked at my trial why I would want to be involved with a killer like Andrew. The answer was simple. I'm a networker. I believe in knowing a wide range of people from all walks of life. What they do is their business, as long as it doesn't affect me. It can be handy. And with Andrew, I thought one day I could use it to my advantage if I had a problem in Melbourne's western suburbs, which is where he was from, and I needed some local knowledge. But in the end, I never did any business with Andrew. Always thought that he wanted me to find him work. We simply worked in different areas. "Mate, I'll get you a job on a building site," I'd say. "No, I want to make big money. I'm sort of in the building trade and I can help you that way. But I'm not into drugs and things of that nature. Where there's big money involved, it's not my cup of tea, Andrew. Mate, I'll do anything. I'll find you a job as a labourer." But he didn't want to work. And I certainly didn't want anyone hurt, killed or anything like that. I used to see Andrew maybe once a week, once a fortnight, whenever he came in to talk to the boys. We used to speak on the phone every now and again, but I never had a great deal to do with him. The friendship was really one way. I was forever getting him out of trouble, and he was forever asking for my advice and help. Andrew was always broke, and a couple of times I gave him $5,000 to kick him along with. He used to get awfully depressed. He would see me and say, "I'm sick of this. I've had enough. I'm going away. I'm going to move overseas. I've got no money." Later, when he teamed up with Carl Williams, he found the big money he was after. In August 2003, Andrew was one of about 50 blokes who came to my 48th birthday party. It was a surprise party at a Lygon Street restaurant, and I think Ron Bongetti rang him. I knew about the party, but not who was coming. And that night Andrew had a few drinks, one of the rare occasions I saw him drink. He usually avoided alcohol and just drank water. I'd heard rumours about him killing two of his good friends, Dina Dibra and Paul Kalapolitis, so I thought I'd ask him about them. I waved him over to a quiet corner where we stood alone. "I've got to ask you," I said. "All these rumours about you killing Dibra and PK, what's the story with that?" "Mick," he said, "they were dogs, and they deserved what they got." He went on to say that they'd fallen out, and I should have put another clip in Dibra. He deserved it. I was quite shocked. Not just that he'd killed his best mates, but that he'd talk about it. He wasn't the type to brag. He always played it close to his chest. He never said much to anyone, even to those people who'd known him all his life, which is why I was so surprised. I expected him to laugh off my question. It makes me wonder about the testimony of some police informers who claim now that Andrew told them all about his activities. In one case, it's clearly bullshit, because I know Andrew didn't like or trust the bloke who was telling the stories. Andrew's brother, his family, his friends, they would say the same thing. He simply wouldn't brag to someone who didn't need to know about it. Andrew became a loose cannon, capable of anything. If the money was right, he'd kill anyone. That's what he was like. And he had his fair share of supporters, people on his team. But today, a lot of those people hate him. They found out what he was doing behind their backs, including those friends of his in jail. While they were on the inside, he was on with their wives or on with their girlfriends. He lost a lot of support. Towards the end, he was just running amok, going around town standing over people. One night, there was a fight at the casino, and Andrew tried to stand over this bloke, a mate of mine, threatening to harm him, harm his family. He was demanding $100,000. It was madness. If you do that sort of thing in Melbourne, There are only two ways you finish: in jail or in a hole. And he finished in a hole. 16. The Mediterranean. I met the Mediterranean, who can't be named for legal reasons, in the 1980s when he and his brother, who I'll call Harry, played cards at gambling clubs in Carlton. We became friends and there was never a problem. The Mediterranean was a good bloke. Very showy, had a bit of charisma about him. I always liked him. I knew what sort of business he was in. Drugs. And he knew I stayed away from it. Every now and again, I'd bump into him and we'd have something to eat. He used to call me champion. Harry, who I was closer to, was a real gentleman. By the late 1990s, the Mediterranean had made a lot of money. People say he had a green light, police backing, and could do what he liked, including selling drugs from the back of his car in front of the police station. In 2002, the Mediterranean was arrested and charged with drug trafficking. At about the same time, serious corruption in the Victoria Police Drug Squad began to be revealed publicly, and it affected a series of criminal cases. Drugs charges were dropped against several accused because of concern about the evidence. Over a matter of months, a number of prominent suspected drug dealers were let out, including Carl Williams. In September 2003, the Mediterranean was released from jail because of an unresolved probe into police corruption had continually delayed its prosecution. He was bailed and allowed to be in the community until his case came up. My dad was a wise man who told me many things. He warned me away from certain Italian people. Don't go near him. He told me to mind my own business. If you mind your own business, you won't get into trouble, he said. If I remembered his advice, it would have saved me a lot of grief. Instead, I ended up doing what I thought was the right thing and walked into the middle of someone else's argument. The problem began when a little bloke called Rocky sent a message to a couple of the boys in Perth, Troy and Fab, saying that while he was in jail, the Mediterranean had been calling them dogs. To call someone a dog is one of the worst possible insults. It suggests that you are untrustworthy, a police informer, a lowlife. The boys from Perth weren't impressed. They wanted this sorted out. And when the Mediterranean was released from jail, they decided to fly to Melbourne for a meeting to resolve the issue. They asked for a bloke called Angie to be the conduit, but he was a bit smart. Mick can organise that, he said, handballing it to me. For years, I've had good friends in Perth. These days, I get there once or twice a year, and I enjoy going there. I'm close to John Curzon, who's an absolute gentleman. He knew me from Melbourne when we were young. After I was arrested and charged with killing Andrew Veneman, John was on the phone every day, supporting my wife and kids, anything he could do. He's a brilliant bloke and a very good friend. He has introduced me to some great guys in Perth, such as Troy, Craig, Fab and Jack. These are all colourful characters who do their own thing, and my association with them has been purely friendship. There's no business involved. Unfortunately, John is public enemy number one in Perth, and the authorities drive him mad. He was convicted over a small amount of heroin when he was 18, and it wasn't even his. It belonged to the other bloke in the car. But John copped the rap, and now has to live with it for the rest of his life. It's his greatest regret, being in that car with that bloke. Years later, he's still branded a drug dealer and treated like a common criminal. Yet he's a businessman who does a lot of work in Indonesia, where he's treated with great respect. As far as I know, he's had no involvement in drugs. There was a huge Australia-wide investigation that looked at him, me, and many others, and went for a long time. We were under 24-hour surveillance, phone taps, everything. And nothing came of it except innuendos, no charges. It was a huge waste of taxpayers' money. So when Troy and Fab from Perth asked me to help set up the meeting, I said I would. It was simply a matter of having a meeting, getting an apology and making peace. I spoke to Harry and told him the story. All your brother's got to do is come down here on his own, apologise, say he's sorry, that he didn't mean it, and that'll be the end of it. Harry spoke to his brother and said that was fine. He'd come and say sorry. It was a beautiful November day. A group of us was sitting outside La Porcella at a big table in the sunshine. Most Fridays, a group of us would have lunch there. Sometimes they might cook a whole pig. It was usually a fun day. This particular lunchtime, there were perhaps 20 of us. Andrew Venyman happened to pop in that day. Mario Condello was there too. And there was the head of the union and a couple of businessmen. I rang Harry to check his brother was coming over. For God's sake, I said, tell him not to get smart. He just needs to apologise. That's all he's got to do. Yeah, no problem, said Harry. That'll happen. But the moment the Mediterranean arrived, I could see there was a problem. He was really being smart, showing off, and he had to have a go at Angie. I don't know if he was on something, but he was very aggressive. I grabbed him and the boys from Perth, and we walked around the corner. If he was going to apologise, I didn't want to embarrass him in front of other people. I introduced them and waited for the apology. Troy began. I hear you've been calling me a dog. Well, you are, aren't you? I went white. I couldn't believe what came out of the Mediterranean's mouth, and I knew there was no way out of it then. Troy went right up to the Mediterranean and put his forehead to the Mediterranean's forehead. What? Are you calling me a dog? Yeah, you're a dog. The next moment Troy clocked him. He had no choice. He would have been weak in my eyes, and his own eyes, if he hadn't have retaliated. Some damage was done then when the Mediterranean fell on the ground. Then he stuck his head up and someone kicked him right in the head, and that caused a fair bit more damage. Big Jack, who'd come with the Mediterranean, tried his best to help, and he got involved in the fight, but it just happened so quickly. I tried my best to stop it, but Troy and Fab were furious, and I don't blame them. The Mediterranean copped a severe kicking. The people at the table heard the commotion. They didn't witness it, but they saw the bloody aftermath. I told some of them that they should move. You better go. The coppers are going to come. It'll all be over the news. Surprisingly, the police didn't hear about the incident for some time, and the bashing didn't make the news. I took the Mediterranean into the bathroom so he could wash his face and clean up. I was angry that he'd come to the meeting and not done the right thing. Mate, you were out of order. You were supposed to come here and apologise, and instead you get smart with him. What did you put me in that position for? And he got a bit upset. I've copped a belting, and now you're going to give me a spray? Yeah, I am. Because you put me in a bad position, I said. I'm trying to do you all a favour by rectifying this problem, and you've created a bigger problem. Someone needed to take the Mediterranean to a doctor, so I asked Andrew Venyman. Andrew, do us a favour. Take him and get him patched up, I said. We have a Dr. Sweet who would treat the injuries discreetly. And off they went. This also introduced Andrew to the Mediterranean. Before long, they formed a tight working relationship. Andrew also became close to Carl Williams through the Mediterranean, and as a result, more people died at Andrew's hands. They both offered Andrew easy drug money, which I couldn't. There was big money there, and Andrew tapped into it. From that day onwards, the Mediterranean had this insane belief that I'd set him up. Deep in his heart, he couldn't possibly have believed it. But he was filthy on the fact that not only did he get belted, there was blood everywhere, but I'd yelled at him and hurt his pride. We had a meeting some time later, and I told him again that I hadn't set him up. But he didn't believe me. His brother Harry sided with me, saying, if Mick had have set you up, you wouldn't have walked away. Harry was embarrassed by his brother's behaviour, and the brothers fell out over that incident and didn't speak for a couple of years. The Mediterranean subsequently put out a contract to have me killed. Some coppers told me about it, as did different knockabouts I knew. There was no doubt there was a contract on me, but I don't know how serious it was. I went and saw the Mediterranean and asked him, and he denied it. But I know that Nick Radev was offered $400,000 to kill me. His plan was to drive past La Porcella with another man on a motorcycle and shoot me with a machine gun. Radev kept asking for a $50,000 upfront fee, but the Mediterranean wouldn't pay the money up. If he had, Radev might have acted on it. In the end, the contract wasn't taken up. One reason was that Nick Radev's body finished up, riddled with bullets. 17. The Killing Fields. Melbourne's gangland wars continued after the wounding of Carl Williams in November 1999, with the deadly revenge shooting of Mark Moran in June 2000. Between 2000 and 2002, Andrew Veneman was the reputed killer in 4 murders: Frank Benvenuto, Dino Dibra, Victor Pearce, and Paul Kalapolitis. But it wasn't until 2003 that the police and the public really took notice of what's going on. The first victim of 2003 was Nick Radev. I met Nick a few times. He'd come into La Porcella, and I wasn't a fan. He was arrogant, aggressive, and the way he talked and acted, probably because of all the jail time he'd done. He always treated me with respect, but I didn't like him. He was killed in Coburg, and it's been proven that Andrew killed him, together with another man who cannot be named for legal reasons. They both emptied their guns into him. Radev was a Bulgarian ex-wrestler who reportedly arrived in Australia in 1980 as a refugee, and within 5 years was jailed for drug trafficking. He worked as a violent standover man and drug dealer, and by 2003 was supposedly becoming too ambitious, with his eyes on a new slice of Melbourne's lucrative party pills market. Carl Williams was strongly suspected of ordering and financing Radev's murder, although he was never charged. Radev was buried in a gold-plated casket that cost some $30,000. But it was the killing 2 months later of Jason Moran in front of his children at a football ground that got the public's attention. For many years, Jason had been a loose cannon, always playing up, getting into trouble and fighting. He was quick-tempered and very violent, and he wasn't a good fighter. He was just violent. He'd grab anything, do anything, bite and scratch. Even though I'd known him for years, I didn't spend time with him because he attracted trouble. I had a family and I didn't want to finish up in jail or dead. But in the year leading up to his death, I saw a bit of him and got to know him better. He'd mellowed and become more of a family man. He was also very cautious. Once Carl Williams was released from jail in July 2002, Jason knew he might be in trouble, so he took extra precautions. Williams was released after 14 months in custody because delays in prosecuting his case. Everyone knew Jason was a possible target. His brother, Mark, had been killed in revenge for shooting Carl, and it didn't take much to work out who might be next. There were rumours that Carl's team might kill Jason's father, Lewis, or kill Jason when he drove to visit Lewis at Port Phillip Prison. At the time, Lewis Moran was in custody on drugs charges. I made sure I got a message to Carl through Andrew that if he had problems with Lewis and Jason, that was his business. But I knew Graham Kinneborough sometimes drove with Jason to visit Lewis in jail, and I wanted to make sure Carl didn't ambush Jason's car if Graham was on board. My message was blunt. I don't care what you do, but leave Graham alone. On the 21st of June 2003, Jason Moran and a friend, Pasquale Barbaro, were shot dead as they sat in a van at a game of junior football in Essendon North. The gunman used a shotgun to blast Moran, who was in the driver's seat, then followed with a handgun. Barbaro, in the passenger seat, was also hit and killed. Inside the van during the shooting were at least 5 children, including Moran's 6-year-old twins. Several other children were playing nearby. The police had a whiteboard with names of victims and suspects, but they only got serious when Jason was killed in front of all those kids, and there was a massive public outcry. If that hadn't happened, the tit-for-tat shooting would have kept going, and the police would have sat on the fence. For them, it was only crims killing each other. Most police didn't care. It was cleaning things up for them. But that shooting was what turned it around. And the police decided to get off their asses and do something. Victoria Police set up the Piranha Task Force to investigate underworld killings a month before Moran and Barbaro were killed. Carl Williams later pleaded guilty to financing Moran's murder in revenge for being shot in a suburban park more than 3 years earlier. The shooter, a man who cannot be identified, but is known as the Runner, was also convicted of the killing. It was a very low act in front of children like that. It's just not the right way to go about things. The kids in that car could have been hit by pellets from the shotgun. It was a very, very bad killing. They could have killed Jason a million other ways. The kids are scarred for life, and there were kids in that van who had nothing to do with the Morans. That sort of behaviour comes back to haunt you. Lewis was in jail when Jason was shot, and the authorities didn't let him attend his son's funeral. It was a sad affair. One side issue from Jason's murder was a death notice placed in Melbourne's Herald Sun newspaper that said, in part, Moran, Jason, R.I.P., 30 pieces of silver. Respect to all the poor little kiddies. It was signed by a number of people, including Andrew, Carl Williams, and his father, and me. My signature was Mick, the Don Gatto. I haven't found out who put that notice in, but I could have a good guess. Apart from aligning me with that message and those people, it was the first time I'd ever seen my name associated with the Don. No one had ever called me that before, but unfortunately, it seems to have stuck. 3 other men, who cannot be named for legal reasons, were also signatories to the notice. A month after Jason Moran and Pasquale Barbaro were cut down, Willie Thompson was shot in his car at Chadstone. I knew Willie quite well and I liked him. We'd known each other for about 15 years. He'd been into martial arts and he'd done a bit of acting. While he was a pretty easygoing bloke, he was also quite ambitious. He talked to me a fair bit about putting vending machines into nightclubs, selling everything from soft drinks to condoms. He came up with a series of different schemes to make money, although in the end we never did any business together. There were stories that he dabbled in drugs, but I didn't realise he was heavily involved. When he was killed, I was quite surprised because I thought he was an insignificant player. There was obviously more to his murder than meets the eye. I heard different rumours about why he was killed. One was that he owed a lot of money to certain people and they got rid of him because he wouldn't pay. Another was that he had a heap of drugs and they took them and killed him. Another was that he owed a lot of money, so he was killed to square the debt. I don't know which one's right. Carl Williams was blamed for the murder. The following month, the charred remains of Mark Malia, aged 30, were found in a drain in West Sunshine. He was apparently identified by a tattoo on his shoulder. I didn't know him. He was one of Carl's growing list of victims. Malia was associated with Nick Radev and may have been ready to take revenge for Radev's murder 4 months earlier. According to evidence given in court, Malia was kidnapped and tied to a chair in the garage of a suburban home, where he was tortured. During the torture, Carl Williams came to visit and to see the victim and paid $50,000 in cash for him to be killed. Williams pleaded guilty to being behind the murder of Malia. He did it, apparently because Malia presented a threat. During the gangland wars, it was important to keep a sense of humour. On a warm night, late in 2003, a large group of us had dinner in Carlton. Mario Condello didn't want to come because Lewis Moran was going to be there, and the rumour had it that Lewis was a target. In the end, Mario came, wearing a bulletproof vest under his coat,
and when he walked into the restaurant, he made sure he sat at the opposite end of the table to Lewis. Ron Bongetti was there, sweating because he had to wear his jacket all night he was carrying. A few others came too, including Graham Kinnaborough. One of those at dinner was a friend called Tony, who was a hugely successful businessman in the retail world. We often joke about how Tony turned a big business into a little business through gambling. His kids have since taken the business over and turned it around. Tony was delightfully naive about criminals and the underworld. On one occasion, he had met a very good thief, but had no idea who he was or what he did. They started chatting, and the thief told Tony that he was in the iron and steel business, shorthand for my wife irons and I steal. But Tony believed him, and the thief told Tony he was selling suits from the boot of his car. And Tony said, "Mate, as the business picks up, you should think about opening up a shop." Tony didn't realise the suits were hot. As the evening came towards an end, Lewis said he'd like to grab a cab home. Tony offered him a lift. No one else wanted to be in a car with Lewis, but Tony had no idea what was happening under the surface. In the end, Tony took Lewis back to his place, and they both got home okay. Another day, police pulled me over as I was driving. They were from Piranha Task Force, investigating the gangland murders, and wanted to search the vehicle. "Go for your life," I said. They went through the car and, in my boot, found my briefcase. Inside was a gun. "What's this?" they said. I could see they were pretty happy, but it was a plastic toy gun my son had given me. I showed them, and they gave me it back. Then one of them emerged from the front console with a small bag of white powder. "And what's this?" I blew up. "Don't you bastards load me." Plant evidence. "You know I hate drugs." "I'm sorry, sir. You're going to have to park the car properly and come back with us to the station where we'll analyse the powder." I was furious. I rang my lawyer, then parked. As I did so, I saw in the car some caps that went with an exploding toy pen, which made a few people jump, including Melbourne's Lord Mayor Robert Doyle, and suddenly I realised what the white powder was. As I got out of the car, "Listen, I really owe you people an apology," I said. "What for?" "Well, I thought you were setting me up with drugs, but I was wrong. That's itching powder. I got it from the trick shop." And I explained that I liked playing practical jokes and had been putting the powder in Ron Boggetti's bed when he wasn't looking, and he would blame the air conditioning because he was tossing and turning. He later found out and got me back.
I told them.
I was happy to go to the station if the powder needed to be analysed. They opened the packet, checked the contents, and were satisfied. In October 2003, Michael Marshall was shot dead in the street in front of his 5-year-old son. I'd never met Marshall. It was another shocking incident, killing a man in front of a child. That stuff used to be taboo. Police listened to the killing, having bugged the van being used by the gunman, and arrested both men soon afterwards. The identity of the killers cannot be revealed for legal reasons, although one was the runner, who was also responsible for killing Jason Moran. I knew the runner quite well. He often came to the two-up. He had a reputation as a good armed robber and a runner. I didn't mind him until he did those shootings in front of all those kids. Many years ago, the runner had a dispute with a mate of mine from the two-up who was a boxer. He was a very good bloke and had never been in trouble. So when the runner threatened to kill him, he was, not surprising, a little nervous, especially after he saw the runner driving past his house a few times. This bloke was also a good shooter. He used to go hunting all the time. So he loaded a .303 rifle, and next time the runner drove past, he put one into the middle pillar of the car between the two windows. The runner never went back. The killing of Michael Marshall was the 6th murder in a 6-month period, 5 of them in public places, 3 of them in front of children. And for me, the worst was yet to come. 18.
Graham. I met Graham Kinnerborough when I was about 16. He ran around with quite a few blokes, including brothers Brian and Les Kane. Their crew had a pretty big reputation in town. In those early days, Graham was very standoffish. It was hard to get close to him. It took a few years for us to build our friendship, and we became great friends. Of all the people who died in the gangland wars, I miss Graham the most. He was an excellent safe cutter, and that's what he concentrated on. Every time a new safe was made, he would buy one, dissect it, analyse it, and work out how to get into it. That was his business. In the 1990s, security and surveillance became too good, so he stopped. He didn't believe in harming or terrorising people, so he never really liked armed robberies. He often said, the word stuck in my head, never ask anyone to do something that you're not prepared to do yourself. There's a movie called Enemy of the State with Gene Hackman. That character reminded me so much of Graham, it was unbelievable. Secretive, technically smart, and switched on. They even looked similar. We did a lot of things together, often with duplicate keys. Then after I went to jail in 1982, I didn't do much with him. Every now and again, if there was something cooking, I'd be involved, but it wasn't much. A few times in the early 1980s, he threw a bundle of money to me for no reason. Mate, this is for you. What for? We did something. You're down on your luck, so this is for you. And that was it. He'd never tell me what he'd done or where the money was from, and I learned not to ask. He was very secretive and wouldn't let his left hand know what his right hand was doing. If he did something, he simply just wouldn't tell you about it. He was tied up in the magnetic drill gang, which took millions from safes, but he wouldn't discuss it. If you asked him, and I tried, he'd just laugh and wouldn't say anything. He was a smart bugger. Our wedding anniversaries fell on nearly the same date, so every year we'd go with our wives to a restaurant, often Donovan's on the beach in St Kilda, and have a really nice night. We socialised a lot together. Cheryl referred to Graham as Pa. She loved him like a father. He'd long had the nickname the Munster because people reckoned he looked like Herman Munster. I called him Pa, Pop, and mostly Graham. I went to Graham's house a lot. At one stage, he lost his licence, so I picked him up and dropped him off a fair bit. I got to know his family well. Not many people went to Graham's house. He liked to keep his home life private, and I learned to be the same. We went to Graham's kids' weddings. In fact, the night his daughter was married at Rip and Lee, 2 blokes were arrested just up the road over the shooting of Michael Marshall. It made us wonder if we might have been the target. Police used to think Graham's son, a locksmith, was involved in some of his jobs, but he wasn't. Graham never once asked his kids to be involved in anything in any way, shape or form. He wanted to keep them right away from all of that. Once police suggested that his son was implicated in a big robbery. The insinuation really upset Graham because he'd worked so hard to give his kids a different life. The police were always pretty keen on getting Graham. He was a bit of a trophy to them, but they never had much luck. A lot of people want their kids to be the same as them, but Graham didn't. He was very strict. He made sure his children were educated and brought up the right way. And I followed him with that, and I kept my kids away from all that nonsense. They all had jobs, are hardworking, and are doing well, and I'm proud of them. I never wanted them to be involved in the life I was. Graham and I used to get about a bit, have a drink, muck around. He was great company. We went to the horse races now and then, until Graham was banned from the track in the late 1990s. He was quite devastated. He loved the races, especially mixing with the different people there, and he was a good judge of a racehorse. He had good information and had a lot of luck. He used to go to the races with only a little money, 2 or 3 grand, and his motto was that if luck was running his way, he'd hit it hard.
He often turned that 2 or 3 grand into 40 or 60 grand, and sometimes even 100 or 200 grand. Graham also came with us to the casino. He used to call me brain dead because I played the pokies. In the end, he was playing them himself, and he loved them. Every now and again, I'd eat with him at the exclusive Flower Drum restaurant. He ate there a lot. They even kept in the safe a pair of solid gold chopsticks that belonged to him, and sometimes they brought them to his table on a red velvet cushion. Some people said he had a share in the business. I don't know if that's true. Graham could mix with all types. He was a chameleon who could adapt to any situation and talk with anyone about any topic. And he was good at listening. If you had a problem, you could sit on a park bench and talk about it with him. You'd find a way through it. And what you said wouldn't go any further. I think that's why so many people respected him and gave him their confidence. He kept lots of people's secrets. And he's probably rolling over in his grave right now knowing I'm writing about him. He liked to stay under the radar. A lot of squareheads who knew him sought his advice, even politicians and high-ranking police. And they knew his word was his bond. If he said, this won't happen or this will happen, then that was the outcome. One day Graham was having a meal at the Flower Drum with a dozen painters and dockers when in walked TV and radio journalist Darren Hinch. He'd been broadcasting about how disgraceful the painters and dockers were. Graham spotted him. "Darren, how are you?" he said. "You know these painters and dockers you've been rubbishing on the TV? Well, there's a few of them over there. Come here and I'll introduce you." And Graham dragged Hinch, who was trying to pull away from him, across to his table. And suddenly Graham let go and Hinch went flying, knocking over a couple of tables. Apparently, the next night, Hinch appeared on his program saying, "I was in one of Melbourne's finer restaurants yesterday when I was accosted by a drunk." Another time, Graham was walking up the stairs to the restaurant when a gun fell out of his pocket, bounced off a few steps, and hit Hinch on the head, who was coming up the stairs behind him. A lot of people think that incident gave Hinch brain damage. Graham loved animals, and one night driving home, he spotted a ferret running across the freeway. He managed to catch it and took it home, naming it Pato after a mutual friend, Jeff Patterson. He loved the ferret and taught it some tricks. Once he had friends over and showed them how the ferret would give him a kiss. He held it up to his face, and the ferret grabbed hold of Graham's ear, bit it and wouldn't let go. Graham said it was like having a 10-pound earring. He had to put his head in the sink, and his wife ran hot water on the animal before it would let go. The moment it released its grip, it sank its teeth into Graham's hand. He stopped doing ferret tricks for his friends after that. In November 2003, Graham came to see me and mentioned someone was going to try and kill him. He was on a hit list. He laughed it off, saying he didn't believe it, but he was still on his toes. He also warned me to be careful. "Don't let anyone know what you're doing or where you're going," he said, "but realise that if someone wants you bad enough, they'll get you." I was more worried about him, so worried that I actually gave him a gun. He didn't want to take it, but I said it would make me feel better. About the same time, Carl Williams sent a couple of blokes to see me. They came to say that Carl had no intentions of hurting Graham. This was after I'd made it clear earlier in the year that Graham was off limits. So again, I sent a message back to Carl. Tell him, don't touch Graham. Graham was aware of Carl and his father George. He wasn't friendly with them except to say hello. But Graham knew everyone. His views were the same as mine. Carl was an insignificant idiot, but he was dangerous because he made a lot of money from drugs. And he had all these killers hanging around him looking for work. They were using their own product, becoming paranoid. It just needed someone to plant a seed in Carl's brain and something stupid would happen. Graham knew that. He always said, "Mick, they'll come unstuck and they'll fall on their own swords." And he was right. But unfortunately, Graham finished up as collateral damage. 19. Hunting a killer. It was a Friday night in December 2003, and I got in late, about 2 a.m. The phone rang. Cheryl handed it to me. It was Lewis Moran. "They've just killed Graham," he said. "What?" "They've just killed Graham." I couldn't believe it. I hung up and rang Graham's home. His wife, Sybil, answered. "Don't tell me it's true," I said. "Yes, it is. They've killed him." I quickly showered and drove to Graham's house. There were police everywhere. I went into his home and sat with his family. Like them, I was devastated, couldn't believe it. It really shook me. Graham was very astute. He didn't miss much. He was aware of his surroundings, always looking in the mirror. It couldn't have been easy to get him. But they had. Graham had been out for dinner and picked up some things at the supermarket on the way home. They were obviously watching him and knew when he was coming home because they were waiting. They were probably working with walkie-talkies. They got him as he was going to his front door. There were 2 getaway cars, one found burned out. It was a well-planned execution. Graham had a gun, and I believe he let off a shot. Rumour has it, I don't know if it's true or not, that he shot the bloke in the shoulder. I'm spewing. He didn't hit him between the eyes. The funeral was a very sad occasion. People came from all over Australia, and the church was packed. I was a pallbearer. I remember the day vividly. I didn't see anyone from Carl Williams' team there, including Andrew Veneman. They probably would have been torn to pieces. Afterwards, as we talked quietly at his wake, everyone agreed that it was likely that Carl was behind it. There were other rumours, but the gut feeling was it was Carl. I was filthy, like a caged lion, and I was determined to find out who'd done it. Until the 13th of December 2003, I'd just been rolling along doing my own thing. Different people were being killed. It was half expected in some cases, and it had nothing to do with me. It was a fight about drugs. Whatever their issues were, it was their problem. Mind you, I was still careful. After the meeting between the Mediterranean and the boys from Perth went wrong, there was that word of a contract on my life, so I stepped up my protection. In some ways, it reminded me of the late 1970s, when there was a gang war in Melbourne that took several lives, and one of those deeply involved was Brian Kane, who ultimately became a victim. And I remember I was only a teenager. He asked me, "Whose side are you on?" "Brian, I'm on no one's side," I said. "This is not my fight." And that's how I'd felt throughout the killings of 2003. But once Graham was killed, everything changed. Whoever got Graham knew I might retaliate, so I was a threat, which meant I was the next likely target. I told my family to be very careful. I always telephoned before I went into the house to make sure everything was all right. We had a code word in case there was a problem. Les Kane had been killed by people waiting in his home while his family were held at gunpoint. It's not hard to do. Using stolen police uniforms would just be one way to make it more believable. I heard again from different sources, a couple of ex-coppers, a couple of current coppers, that there was a contract on my life. At one stage, detectives from the Piranha Task Force came to see me and offered protection for me and my family. I said no. I just wouldn't use it. I'm from a different school. We look after ourselves. To make it harder for anyone to get me, I mixed up my routine and movements and told very few people about my plans. I still felt comfortable at La Porcella. Someone was usually loaded up there, and I believed the place was under surveillance. I thought I was safe there as anywhere else. I carried a gun a lot, but it got to the point where I couldn't, because I ran the risk of being searched by police and charged. They had a fair idea of what was going on, and there was always someone close to me who had a gun. If something was going to happen, it wasn't going to be easy for them. One of those who loaded up was Ron Bonghetti, who was in his mid-70s. We spent a lot of time together, and he wouldn't have hesitated to use the gun if someone had a crack. One night in 2003, Ron called me on the phone. It was about 3 a.m. "Come and see me now, please." So I drove to Carlton to see him and asked him what's wrong. Ron explained that he'd gone for his regular late-night walk. He was ill and often couldn't sleep, so he'd go for a stroll. He'd been walking through the streets of Carlton when a carload of young blokes pulled up. They jumped out, walked up, and demanded Ron hand over his wallet, threatening to harm him if he didn't. "So I pulled my gun out and let a few shots go," Ron said. He didn't aim for the young blokes, but apparently put a couple into the back of their car. He could have connected if he wanted to, but he just wanted to give them a fright. Ron said they ran like rabbits. Pretty funny, really, and it probably cured them of doing it again, which was a community service. The shooting was never reported to the police. Not long after Graham was shot, I met Andrew Veneman at La Porcella. We went for a walk. "I think Carl's involved," I said. Andrew denied it. "Mate, it was nothing to do with us." And he tried hard to convince me it wasn't Carl, but deep in my heart, I knew it was Carl. I told Andrew I wanted to meet Carl in Carlton. Andrew made some inquiries, but Carl refused. He never had much dash in him, and he would only meet at Crown Casino, nowhere else. There were countless surveillance cameras there. Nothing was going to happen in front of them, so the casino it was. 3 days before Christmas, in 2003, we met. Carl came with Andrew and had a couple of his crew watching for him close by. I went with Mario Condello, Ronnie Boggetti, Steve Kaya, and a bloke called Farouk. Steve and Farouk had first introduced me to Andrew. They were all there because if I had a problem, they had a problem, and vice versa. That was the way we were. We didn't interfere with anybody, but if anyone interfered with us, we dealt with it. The cameras filmed the meeting, and later the police employed lip readers to decipher our conversation. The footage has also been shown widely on television. People often comment on how big I was. I was over 140 kilos then, wearing a big orange shirt that made me look like Dimos Roussos, a Greek singer who'd battled obesity in a caftan. I got straight to the point, and Carl strenuously denied any involvement in Graham's murder. He said he'd heard a strong rumour that Graham was killed after a deal with some Chinese went wrong. Apparently, someone owed this Chinese bloke a heap of money, and Graham brokered a deal to get it back. He collected the money to give to the Chinese, but he didn't hand it over. So the Chinese went to Graham's house to meet him to collect the money, and an argument broke out and they killed him. I knew it was all just bullshit, especially as Graham never invited people to his house. In fact, few people even knew where he lived. I dismissed that story right away. "I heard he was a really good bloke," Carl said. "Mick, I wouldn't have interfered with him." "You sent a message saying you wouldn't interfere with him, and the next minute he's dead," I said. "I can't help but think that you had something to do with it." "No, mate, I was out with the boys and we got drunk. You can ask them. They'll give me an alibi." "It mightn't have been you, but it was someone within your group," I said. "Mick, I swear to you, I didn't do it. I told him I had nothing to do with the drug scene. I wanted to be left out of any problems there. The only involvement I've got is over who killed Graham," I said. "Look, Mick," he said, "I've got no problem with you or any of your mates. Let's just leave it at that. I won't interfere with you, and please don't interfere with me." I wanted to make the situation clear. "Mate, if you have a crack at one of us, we're going to come after you. It's as simple as that." He gave his word that nothing would happen. I didn't trust him as far as I could kick him. I still suspected Carl was behind it, but I wasn't 100% sure. I had no proof. There were rumours and innuendos, which created some doubt, but you can't act on rumours. I also wanted to know what Andrew had been doing the night Graham was shot. I was making active inquiries everywhere. I'd found out that Andrew had been at a place in Sunshine that night with half a dozen people. Two, who were there, told me Andrew was very jumpy on his toes. About 9 p.m. he received a call and ran out of the place. The police also put him in Sunshine 3 hours later when Graham was killed. In fact, they went to great lengths to insist he didn't do it, as part of the case to convict me of Andrew's murder. They put him there because his mobile phone was activated, and if you use a particular network, it can trace you to a location. But it wouldn't have been hard for Andrew to leave his phone with someone. He was up to speed with all the police surveillance and methodology. He knew how it worked. Police relied heavily on electronic surveillance, and in the 2 years before Venyman's death, he was stopped by police only 3 times, according to police evidence given at Gatto's trial. I believe now that Andrew was part of Graham's murder, and he knew it was going down. But I don't think he was at the scene, and I don't think he pulled the trigger. I've since discovered the real reason that Graham was killed. Paranoia. Whoever was consulting Carl told him that Graham was shopping around in Sydney for a hitman to kill him on Lewis Moran's behalf. The story wasn't true, and Graham copped it for nothing. But those little killers, using their own product, fed this idea to Carl, telling him to kill Graham before he made a move. And I've got my suspicions about who the shooter was that night, but I have no proof. The only thing that I'm certain of is that Carl Williams was behind it. 20. No comment. It was 4:04 p.m. on Tuesday the 23rd of March 2004, less than 90 minutes after the shooting of Andrew Venyman, and I was sitting in an interview room at Melbourne's St Kilda Road Police Station. I still couldn't believe what had happened. I'd spoken to Cheryl again and talked to a lawyer, Zara Gard-Wilson. More on her later. Within 15 minutes of arriving, a forensics expert wearing yellow rubber gloves had swabbed my hands and face for gunpowder residue. There wasn't any, probably because I'd washed after the shooting. Then they took my clothes for testing, and I wore a jumpsuit for a while, until Cheryl sent in some spare clothes. I was given coffee and food, and spoke to my main solicitor, George Deathfrost. At about 9:30 p.m, a doctor came and took a swab from my mouth for DNA, using a stick like a cross between a flat plastic spoon and a large earbud. Just after 11 p.m, more than 8 hours after the shooting, the official interview began. 9 out of the 10 people in my position would have made a statement and explained what had happened. But I didn't. Over the years I've learned that if you make a statement, you're locked into it. If you try to change your story, say, if something comes back to you, it can spell trouble. The police work on those changes, and when it comes to the trial, they set you up. It's to their advantage if you make a statement. So the golden rule was, and still is, say no comment. That was also my legal advice from George. So the interview took only a few minutes, because I wasn't prepared to answer police questions apart from saying, I've done nothing wrong, I've acted in complete self-defence, and I'd like to make no further comment at this stage. With that, I was charged with Andrew Venyman's murder and locked up. Going back to jail was nothing like in 1982. In those days, I mixed with other prisoners, ran to keep fit, had contact visits and countless phone calls, and pretty much ate and drank what I wanted, when I wanted. 22 years later, it was a completely different ballgame. Very quickly, I was transferred to Victoria's largest jail, Port Phillip Prison. I was put into a secure unit called Charlotte. I was kept in a cell by myself for 23 hours a day and allowed 1 hour of exercise, alone, in a small caged outdoor area. I was not allowed any direct contact with any other prisoner. There were no contact visits, even with close family. Phone calls were limited, and the food was generally horrible. Whenever I left my cell to, say, go to the doctor, which was very rare, I was handcuffed and shackled, and the rest of the joint was shut down. It was from one extreme to the other. My life had been incredibly busy, involving family, friends, constant meetings, conversations, restaurant meals, and endless phone calls. My phone never stopped. From that, I went to a cell by myself with virtually no human contact. In the first days, I had panic attacks. I managed to talk myself out of them. Mate, relax, it's all in your brain, I'd say to myself as I felt an attack coming on. After a while, they stopped. The brain's a pretty powerful tool. 3 or 4 days after I arrived, I was walking to the yard for my hour's exercise when someone yelled out, "Mick, is that you?" "Yes," I said. "Pick up the newspaper under the door." I spied the Herald Sun under the door of another prisoner's cell, so I grabbed it, walked out into the exercise yard and started reading. Inside there was a letter. "My name is a killer in the gangland wars, whose name cannot be used for legal reasons. I was part of the surveillance team that was hired by Carl Williams and the Mediterranean to have you killed. Me and 2 others were paid to sit off your house, follow you, watch your movements and try and kill you." He went on to explain that the Mediterranean had put up $400,000 to have me killed, but the hit team, hired by Carl Williams, had been offered only $200,000. Carl had obviously planned to keep a healthy commission. He said the hit team hadn't gone ahead because a couple of the would-be killers knew me and had pulled the plug. They told Carl I was never home. I didn't believe the letter writer, so I sent back a letter the next day. "Describe my house in Doncaster exactly," I wrote. The following day I picked up another note, and he described my home to the letter, where the cameras were fitted, the slope of the hill, the layout of the street. He was telling the truth. In fact, he later signed an affidavit for my lawyers telling them all about the plan to murder me. This bloke had already rolled and become a police informer. My lawyers thought the affidavit might be useful when my trial came up, but in the end we didn't use it. In the days following the shooting, Cheryl and the kids stayed with my brother John. I was helpless. I could do nothing. I kept in touch by phone every day. I was allowed 25 phone calls each week, so had to limit myself. There was a newspaper report that my family had fled interstate, but it wasn't true. Apart from going to Cairns for a week's holiday, they were always about. My kids stopped going out much. They were pretty worried. It was traumatic all around. A bit later, Andrew Allen, a copper from the Piranha Task Force, came to see me. He was not a bad bloke. "Could you please do me a favour, Andrew?" I asked him. "Keep an eye on my family, if you don't mind. Send a patrol car past the house every now and again." He said he'd arrange it. He also said, "Mick, we've had calls to the police saying there's a drug laboratory running at your address in Doncaster. We know it's not true. The calls came from the rats who wanted to cause trouble by having the police raid my house. There was all sorts of skullduggery going on. Thankfully, the police were awake to it." 8 days after Andrew Veneman was shot dead, he was buried. And that night, they got Lewis Moran. I found out when one of the screws at the front desk buzzed me. There was a buzzer in each room. "Look, I got some bad news for you," he said. "They just killed Lewis." In some ways, I was stunned. To kill Lewis was like running into a nursing home and killing a resident. The man was riddled with arthritis. He couldn't close his hands properly to grab a beer, let alone pull a trigger to save his life. In another way, it had been coming. Everyone knew that Lewis was a target following the deaths of Mark and Jason. Detectives in Piranha Task Force had a whiteboard in their office with a list of possible targets. They were predicting who might go next, and Lewis was right near the top. It would have been nothing for them to put surveillance on him and catch the killers in the act, maybe even save Lewis's life. But it seemed they weren't interested in doing that, because it was only criminals killing criminals. I reckon some police felt they could sit back and let it go. For me, sitting in my tiny cell, it was deeply worrying. I was helpless, and I feared even more for my family. I got a message to Cheryl to move out of the house, which she did. The rules had been thrown out of the window when Jason was gunned down in front of all those children. I realised anything was possible. Every hour as I sat in my cell, I listened to the radio, hanging on every bit of news. I also held grave fears for several friends, with Mario Condello near the top of that list. And I was right. It turned out Carl wanted to kill Mario, and Mario knew it. It was just a matter of time before something happened, although the next victim was somewhat unexpected. I met Lewis Kane after he was released from jail in 2000. Kane had served 10 years for murder. He was introduced to me by George Defros, who told me Kane was a very willing bloke. Kane used to come and see me often, looking for work, driving me mad in the same way Andrew Venuman did. "Can you put me into something?" he'd say. "I want to earn some big money. Mate, I'm in the building business. Do you want a job on a building site?" He was broke much of the time, like Andrew. I gave him some money a couple of times. He would strut around with a bad attitude, like he had a chip on his shoulder. Some people called him a bantam rooster because of his jail walk and jail attitude. If anyone looked at him, he'd be ready to go at any second. He always treated me with respect, and I thought he wasn't a bad bloke. But I'm not the greatest judge of character, and I often take people too much at face value. And you can never judge a book by its cover. You never know what a man has deep in his heart. I liked Kane, and I felt a bit sorry for him. But I didn't realise that towards the end, he'd become very close to Carl Williams. On the 8th of May 2004, Lewis Kane's body was found in an inner city alleyway with a bullet to the head. Not long afterwards, two men, who we will call the veteran and the boxer for legal reasons, were arrested and charged. Both were later convicted and sentenced to long jail terms. My understanding is that Carl gave Kane $50,000 up front to kill Mario. Kane went and saw the boxer and the veteran to get them involved, and the veteran decided, fuck it, let's kill him and keep the money. The veteran was a lowlife. I'm pretty sure of that. The veteran was the one who shot him. He developed a strategy to say the boxer did it, trying to bamboozle the jury and create enough doubt to get it thrown out. It didn't work. There were suggestions that Mario had found out about the plot and recruited the veteran and the boxer to kill Kane. But that's just bullshit. Mario had nothing to do with them in any way, shape or form. He knew better than anyone what sort of character the veteran was. He couldn't be trusted to go and buy a bottle of milk. Everyone knew that. The only people that fell in with the veteran were junkies and lowlifes that spent half their lives in jail. He was a great manipulator and a very ordinary bloke. Mario definitely had nothing to do with him. It became apparent after Kane's death that I had a new problem. It turned out that Kane's girlfriend was Zara Gard Wilson, the solicitor who worked for George Defros and advised me soon after I shot Andrew. A close friend of mine had visited the legal practice and had seen Kane, the veteran, and the boxer all wandering around the offices. He was suspicious. No wonder. Zara Gard Wilson worked in the firm that was preparing my legal defence. I don't like her. She knows that, and knows why, too. The killing of Lewis Kane may have prevented an attempt on Mario's life, but Mario's problems were far from over. 21. Revenge. Mario Condello knew the threat to his life was real. He believed Carl Williams wanted him dead and had put out a contract. So, Mario took precautions, including moving to the city. Mario wasn't going to be an easy target. Early in the morning of the 9th of June 2004, A newsflash came on the radio that there'd been an attempted shooting in Brighton, and the gunman had been caught. I knew straight away it was Mario. When I got out of my cell at 10 a.m, I rang a couple of my friends and my family. They'd heard nothing, but quickly checked and found out I was right. They couldn't believe I knew before them. That morning, as two men prepared to ambush and kill Mario Condello near Brighton Cemetery in Melbourne's southern suburbs, the target himself was miles away. Police had the pair under surveillance, having stumbled onto the plot by accident when they bugged the car of a suspected drug dealer. As the two gunmen discussed whether a man walking his dog was their target, police pounced. Both gunmen, Sean Sonnet and a man who cannot be named for legal reasons, were later convicted and received lengthy jail sentences. About the same time as the gunmen were grabbed, Carl Williams was arrested and also charged with conspiracy to murder Condello. He later pleaded guilty to the conspiracy, in which the gunmen were to be paid about $140,000. It was Williams' last day of freedom. The trial prosecutor later claimed that Carl wanted Mario dead in revenge for Andrew Vanyeman. I don't believe that was the main reason. Carl and Andrew had once been good mates, but there was no great love there when Andrew died. Carl had already started to distance himself from Andrew, although he used him for his own purposes. I think the motive was simply paranoia, the same reason they killed Graham. They tried to kill Mario because he was a danger. Carl thought Mario was the money man and would be able to easily find the money to take out a contract to kill Carl. He was probably right too. If Carl had succeeded, he would have to just keep going. His team would have worked their way through my close friends, killing them all. They wouldn't have stopped. Mario was worried about it, and he sent his family overseas. I was worried too, thinking, who's going to be next? Will they target my family? It churned through my mind. 8 days after Carl was arrested for conspiring to kill Mario, Mario was arrested for conspiring to kill Carl, his father, and a third man. I have no doubt that Mario wanted Carl and his father killed. He probably thought, first in, best dressed. After all, they were trying to kill him. But Mario had a problem with a rat. The rat was identified in court only as 166, which we will have to call him here as he cannot be named for legal reasons. Charged alongside Mario with conspiracy to commit murder and incitement to murder was George Defros, my solicitor. That day, the 17th of June 2004, Condello and Defros appeared in the Melbourne Magistrates Court. Police told the court that Defros had contracted a registered police informer to carry out killings. He alleged he'd been approached by the defendant, Defros, that there was work for him on behalf of Condello, and they needed people they could trust, a detective told the court. He said the informer later wore an electronic wire in separate meetings with Defros and Condello. During those meetings, the informer was given the job to kill Carl Williams and George Williams and people that were described as minders, he said. During the meetings, details discussed included the Williamses' movements, a proposed getaway route, attaining a false passport, and disguises to be used. The arrangement was the informant was to receive $150,000 per head. That's per killing, the detective said. Condello allegedly told the informer he wanted George Williams killed first. Mario was remanded in custody. He was extremely confident that he'd beat it at trial. George was released on bail. Defros claimed that he was totally innocent of the allegations. 14 months later, all charges against him were dropped when the Director of Public Prosecution said an analysis of the evidence led him to believe the trial should be discontinued. George and I had a long history. He'd been my lawyer for many, many years. I really loved the man. He was behind us all the way. But when he was charged, he dropped me like a hot potato. He instructed his office not to talk to me. I used to ring, and he was my lawyer, and his office would say, "George has given us strict instructions. We can't talk to you." Up to that point, his office had been working on my defence, so I had to go elsewhere. I'd paid George $40,000 up front, and he'd done next to no work. I tried to get the money back, but in the end, told him to forget about it. There are not too many people who put money in a trust account and get any change, and George has shown me what he thought of me. In fact, he'd been demanding $200,000 up front, and I was glad we hadn't paid that. He was continually bickering about money. I also found out what George had been saying behind my back when I listened to the conversations he had with the Slimebag 166. Mario had access to the tapes in jail, so I listened to them too. George said all sorts of things against me. At one point, he told 166, "I don't know how Mick's going to beat this. He had a body bag in the boot, for God's sake. He's going to do 20 years. And this was my lawyer." Our friendship ended. When someone finishes in trouble or in jail, that's when you really see what the person's made of. And he showed his true colours. I've seen him since and said hello, but he's no longer a friend. My cell was a tiny room about 2.5 metres by 1.5 metres. It had a small shower and a toilet. Imagine being locked in your bathroom for 23 hours a day, and you get the idea. I spent a lot of time reading legal documents ahead of my trial. I got the daily papers, which I paid for from my weekly prison spend. I had a television, a privilege that the screws could take away if a prisoner played up, and a radio. I always went with the flow. The screws were pretty good to me. To fill in time, I wrote letters. Friends sent in books and magazines, but I wasn't allowed to have them. And I received 30 or 40 letters a week, sometimes more. The screws couldn't believe it. Those people who counted stuck with me and will be friends of mine for life. Some of the mail I received was inspirational, such as a couple of pictures sent by Aussie Joe Bugner. Those pictures now hang at home, with the words he wrote, "Mick, when the going gets tough, the tough get going." And Mick, Ali was tougher than he looked, trust me. Some people didn't bother contacting me or writing. Some had already written me off. As far as they were concerned, I'd be doing 20 years, and when I got out, I was pretty hard on a few of them, particularly the people I thought should have stuck with me. If I'd been found guilty and given a 20-year sentence, it would have been interesting to see who would have stuck with me then. People forget about you very quickly when you're locked up. I knew from day dot that I'd be all right. It was just a matter of going through the formalities, but I didn't think I'd be locked up for so long and in such a terrible, prehistoric conditions. Every 6 weeks, I was moved to another identical cell. They wouldn't leave you in the same cell as a security measure, but I would sometimes look through the hole in the door and see what was going on. There were prisoners being bashed by screws, people screaming and crying because they couldn't handle it. It's just unbelievable. I only had one visit a week, which lasted 1 hour. I was separated from the visitor by a perspex screen and couldn't touch whoever was there. Each visitor's name had to be on their list or they couldn't see you. Sometimes I forgot to put a name down so that person wouldn't be allowed to visit. All my visitors were searched, frisked, and checked by a dog before they could get in. It was tough. I soon got sick of television and letter writing all day long, so I began an exercise regime. I did countless sit-ups and push-ups and shadow boxed in my cell for hours on end like Hurricane Carter. Reuben Hurricane Carter was a boxer, jailed for 3 murders in 1966. The question of his guilt was raised many times and featured in a Bob Dylan song. He was released after 20 years and his story was told in a film featuring Denzel Washington. Once I got out into the exercise yard, I did chin-ups, jogging, and worked out on the punch bag. I really punished that bag. The guards came over to watch because the whole joint shook when I hit the bag. I put a lot of force in it. One day I punched a hole straight through it. Over the 14 months I spent inside, I became as fit as I'd been in years. I shed 30 kilograms. In December 2004, after a 2-week hearing, I was committed to stand trial. The only good thing about my committal was that I got to see my family. I couldn't touch them, but I was excited just to be in the same room and spend the day with them. One of those who stuck closest by me was my friend Michael, the businessman. He raised money for my court case and ensured that it was spent the right way. Michael is like a brother to me, and I can never thank him enough. People from all over Australia put money in for my legal defence, which cost about $680,000. I've since paid a lot of them back. Michael established a trust account and made sure that every bill was bona fide before it was paid. People used to drive him mad, wanting to borrow money for a few days, and he knocked them all back. He fell out with George Defros, who wanted a massive upfront payment for legal work. Michael said, "You do the work, I'll pay you." Once George was charged, I had to find new lawyers. For the new lawyers, too, a lot of my trials seemed to be about money. They were unbelievable. Once, we were told we were $300,000 behind, which we challenged. It was nonsense. A week later, they said they had problems with the computer system, and we were right. I used to ring the lawyer from jail. As the trial got nearer, I'd ring at least once a day to check how things were going. "Mick, good to hear from you. Everything's going all right. We might have a chat." I was really calling for moral support, and then he'd call someone to let them know I'd rung, and they'd charged $500 for each call. That's how the bill blew out of proportion. Even during my trial, during the breaks, they wanted to discuss their fees rather than the case. On the day the jury went out to consider its verdict, one of the lawyers handed me a manila folder and said, "You may want to look at this." I opened it, and it was the latest bill. Sensitive timing. I told him to stick it up his arse. I have to say that my barrister, Robert Richter, was entitled to every penny he charged, and probably more. He did a lot of work for me that I wasn't billed for. He really had the interests of his client at heart. We found out that some people raised money for my defence and kept it. One bloke in Melbourne raised more than $50,000, and there were other people doing it too. So-called friends of mine were running around Sydney getting money, which they kept and spent. You can't forget things like that. It's a low act. At the same time, there were those who were tremendous friends. One, Mario Amenta, took a $30,000 cheque to George Defros's office the day after I was charged to ensure my initial representation. It was a beautiful form and gesture I won't forget. After some months in jail, I applied for bail. To get it, we needed to show exceptional circumstances, and one of those was conditions. I was kept in 23 hours a day locked up. Before my hearing came up, funnily enough, I was shipped to another prison, Barwon, where I was also kept in high security, but allowed out of my cell for 3 or 4 hours a day. I didn't get bail. My phone calls were still limited, but some were productive. In 2003, I put a fair bit of money on Makybe Diva, who won her first Melbourne Cup. She was racing in the Cup again in 2004, and I managed to make a couple of calls and back her pretty well again. She came home, which was fantastic. She ran again in 2005, and although she was not fancy and drifted in the betting, I went for it. And again she won. Most days I jogged for a couple of hours to keep fit, but I also got to mix with other prisoners, which was a bonus. Previously, my interactions had been brief. I once saw Andrew Fraser running around an enclosed yard and had a chat with him for a couple of minutes. The screws weren't too happy. Fraser was a prominent criminal lawyer who was convicted of cocaine trafficking and has since become a successful author and media figure. Another time, a bloke yelled at me through the fence. It turned out he was a cousin who I didn't even know existed. He was doing 20 years, and I still keep in touch with him by phone every week. For about 6 weeks, Mario Condello was there, before he succeeded in getting bail. When Mario first applied for bail, Carl Williams wrote a letter that was given to the judge saying, "If you release Mario Condello on bail, I hold grave fears for my father." And they knocked Mario back. I also spent time with the boxer. He was the man who'd been meant to empty the machine gun into me from the back of the motorbike with Nick Radev. But the contract hadn't gone through because the Mediterranean wouldn't pay an upfront fee. Radev had put a lot of pressure on, and the boxer ended up in hospital having a nervous breakdown. He didn't want to do it because he liked me. I knew the boxer from the fights, and I didn't mind him. He was always respectful. Unfortunately, he was just led up the garden path by those evil rats. He was also caught up with the veteran who'd been involved in killing Lewis Kane. The veteran and the boxer were in Barwon prison charged with Kane's murder. The veteran has always had a pretty big reputation. He never hesitated to shoot people. He once shot a policeman in the back. One night, some years earlier, he'd been released from jail and had a drink with us in Lygon Street. I had a few drinks and left. A while later, the owner of the joint rang to say there were 2 blokes punching on at the front. It was the veteran and his brother. I thought, what sort of animals are these blokes? He was a dangerous lowlife. The boxer and the veteran were involved in one of the other gangland war killings, which I won't identify for legal reasons. I kept asking about the murder, and they kept denying it. They came to my cell door and knocked, and we talked through the door. "Mate, you didn't kill him, did you?" I asked the veteran. "No, it wasn't me." "Your father would be rolling around in his grave if you did. He was a good mate of his. They grew up together." "I know. He'd been a friend of the family for years. I wouldn't do that, mate. It wasn't me." He kept denying it. But it was both of them. A few months later, the veteran went missing a couple of times. "Where's he gone?" I asked the boxer. "He's gone to hospital." I wasn't convinced. "No, he's gone somewhere else. He hasn't gone to hospital." It turns out he was doing a reenactment of one of the gangland killings. "I thought you told me he didn't do it," I said when I saw him next. "I didn't," he said. "Well, how could you be doing a reenactment?" "I'm doing it because if they charge me, I can prove that it wasn't right. It was bullshit." The boxer and the veteran were later charged with this murder and convicted. The veteran became an informer, providing details on the gangland wars to Piranha Task Force detectives. My trial was set for May 2005. Shortly before it began, I asked for a leave pass to see Ron Bongetti, who was very ill in hospital with terminal cancer. I told the authorities he was like a second father. It was a plea for a last visit. One morning, they came and got me from my cell because it was a high-security prison. They never gave you any warning about what you were going to do. "Come on, we're going," the screw said. "Where are we going?" "I'll tell you when they get there." They shackled me up, walked me through the jail. I was about to be put in the back of a van when I said, "Where are you taking me? I want to know before I get in that van. I want to know." "We're taking you to the hospital." Oh, beautiful. I was going to see Ron. "No, we're taking you to the eye and ear hospital to have your eyes checked." I was devastated. "I don't want to go." "Are you sure?" "Thanks, I'm sure. Just take me back to my cell." They walked me back. And that was as close as I got to seeing Ron. He died on Anzac Day, 25th of April 2005. I thought he'd hang on, but he didn't pull through, the poor bugger. They told me at 6 a.m. the next day. I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. It was only days before my trial was due to start, and Ron's death really unsettled me. I wasn't allowed to go to his funeral either, to say goodbye.
It was hard. He was a good man. 22. Trial by jury. Shortly before my trial for the murder of Andrew Vanyaman began, the Crown prosecutor sent me a message delivered by my barrister, Robert Richter. If you plead guilty to manslaughter, they'll guarantee you will do no more than 6 years jail. I was pretty surprised. It's not a bad deal, said Richter. If you go down for murder, you're going to get 25 years. If you want to do a deal, we can nod our head for 6. I wasn't even tempted by the offer. I had a very strong case and I believed I'd be acquitted. I also knew I couldn't face 6 years in jail. We'll fight it all away. Tell him to get fucked. My confidence had been given a boost 2 weeks after my arrest when Piranha Task Force police visited me in jail. They brought a letter from Police Chief Commissioner Christine Nixon telling me I was banned by her from the Crown Casino for 10 years. The letter had greatly lifted my spirits. I was facing 25 years jail. If convicted of murder, and this was a 10-year ban, they must think I'm going to beat it, I thought. Some years later, when I organised a fundraiser for the 2009 Victorian bushfires, I spoke to Nixon's secretary asking if Nixon would attend. And I said, while you ask her, can you thank her very much for barring me from the casino? She's done me the biggest favour of my life. I wanted to send her a diamond ring, but I thought people might think I was trying to corrupt her. She got quite a chuckle out of that. My main fear about the trial was that if a juror held out, it would be a mistrial. And, funnily enough, when they impanelled the jury, one member's mother was friendly with the Piranha detective involved in the case. When the juror made it known, Richter said to me, we can abort and go for a new jury. But I reckon they're pretty good, the ones we've got. My advice is, run with it. I was very hesitant, but I went with Richter's advice, which turned out to be spot on. My daily routine for the trial was unpleasant. Each day started about 5:30 a.m. with a shower, followed by breakfast at 6 a.m. I had to be ready by 6:30 a.m. When the screws collected me from my cell, they handcuffed me and took me to a holding area, where I swapped my prison clothes for a suit. My legs and feet were shackled. Then they put a waistband on me, a big leather strap that went around my body that was done up tightly. My handcuffs were bolted to the belt so I couldn't move much, and they helped me back into a 2-ton van with its windows blocked out, so it was completely dark inside. I always travelled alone. They drove me out of the prison with an escort car. I could hear the security guards load their guns before we left, in case someone tried to bust me out. The trip from Barwon to the Supreme Court in the city took an hour and a half each way. I was pretty fit, so I didn't move around too much. At some stages of the journey, I had to drag myself into the corner of the van and open my legs as far as I could, which was about 30 centimetres, so that I didn't go flying when we went round a corner. The security team were quite good blokes and didn't drive badly on purpose. Nonetheless, I felt like a trussed-up crab in a stainless steel box that someone shook every now and then. On arrival, the van would reverse around the back of the Supreme Court. When they opened up the door, it was beautiful. I could see daylight. I was taken to a tiny holding cell where I paced and paced until it was time to go into court. Once I got into the courtroom, they took my shackles and handcuffs off. My family sat right behind me, and I could talk to them, which meant the world to me. On the first day, I wore clothes that had been blessed by a priest in Geelong, and this was organised by Matt Thomas, my business partner, who had seen the priest with Cheryl and told him all about me. The priest had blessed the suit, shirt, tie, socks, underwear, shoes, everything, and told them I'd be acquitted.
but I had to wear these clothes on my first day in court. The clothes were blessed on Sunday, the day before my court hearing began, but prison rules meant that any new clothes had to go through a series of security checks, and there's no way I would have them in time. I made a special appeal to the head of the jail. I told him this was important to my family, and he pulled a few strings and managed to do it. I was very grateful. The court process was a game. For the coppers, it was a game. For the prosecution, it was a game. The aim of the game was to find me guilty. The prosecutor involved in my committal and trial, Jeff Hogan, was as shifty as a shithouse rat. He used every trick in the book to make sure I was convicted. After I was committed to stand trial just before Christmas 2004, I applied for bail. The prosecution produced a statement from an informer saying that a week before I shot Andrew Veneman, I told this bloke I had a hit list and that I would kill Andrew and then Carl Williams. It was absolute rubbish. And this informer was never produced at my committal or even my trial. This evidence wasn't presented because it was rubbish. They even produced details of an investigation by the Australian Crime Commission, which supposedly investigated a number of people and their involvement in drug importations. Over 3 years of investigation, no charges were laid. It was all rubbish. But I didn't get bail. When it came to my trial, the prosecution introduced a heap of material from secret hearings of the Australian Crime Commission. Or at least I thought they were secret until I brought them up in open court. When I went to the hearings about the time Jason Moran was killed in mid-2003, I was led to believe that anything that I said would not see the light of day. I thought my appearance itself was meant to be a secret, not so. The Australian Crime Commission has the power to compel witnesses to answer questions. Its hearings are secret, and those called are not allowed to tell anyone except their legal counsel, even that they've been called to give evidence. This very secretive organisation has restrictions on what can be published about its hearings. Had the documents not been given as evidence in court, these matters would not be raised in this book. The central argument in my trial was not whether I killed Andrew Veneman, but whether I acted in self-defence. And the key to that was whether Andrew had arrived that day with a gun. By law, the prosecution did not have to prove a motive, although it hinted at Gatto seeking revenge for Graham Kinniborough's murder or a belief that Gatto thought he might be Veneman's next victim. Hogan summed it up when he told the jury, "If you think that Veneman had the gun, he was the one who had the gun as they walked into the back passageway, I can sit down now. Your verdict will be not guilty." It's a critical issue in this case. I had to explain that not only did Andrew arrive with the .38, but that I had my own gun, which I didn't use. 5 days after I was arrested on the 28th of March 2004, Colin Lovett, a senior criminal barrister, had come to see me in jail. Lovett is one of the few lawyers who genuinely has his client's interests at heart. He's a true fighter for the underdog. I told him that I was carrying my own gun the day I shot Andrew, a small .25 handgun in my pocket. But Andrew had moved so quickly that I hadn't had time to pull out my own gun. If I tried, I had no doubt I'd be dead. Instead, we wrestled with his gun and he died. But once Andrew was dead, I thought the .25 cal that I was carrying was a problem. So I gave it to a friend at La Porchella, Brian Finn, and told him to take it. I knew the police were monitoring me and suspected the room was bugged. So I whispered in Lovett's ear that I had a gun. "Just keep that to yourself for now," was his advice. Brian left before the police arrived. More than 8 months later, the committal had begun. We raised our evidence about the gun, and the prosecutor, Jeff Hogan, jumped up and made a song and dance about it. He was quite mischievous about it. and continued this line through the trial. He said the second gun was a recent invention and a concoction. He said if it was true, we would have screamed it from the rooftops long ago. I was furious. Not only was it something that I'd explained to my lawyers at the first opportunity after the shooting, but Horgan knew this. Lovett had told him about our jail conversation and said that for him to suggest the gun was a recent invention would not be true. But Horgan kept pursuing the angle. Lovett was far from happy about it and made a statement about our conversation. In fact, he was prepared to give evidence at my trial about it. But the Supreme Court judge, Justice Cummins, wouldn't allow it. He said there'll be no lawyers giving evidence in this trial. Apparently, Cummins and Lovett had come to verbal blows in previous trials. Lovett was very outspoken. The judge said that Lovett could write a statement that could be shown to the jury, and that was it. During the trial, the prosecution produced the tape of a phone call from me in jail to a friend, Steve Kayer, talking about Brian. The phone had been bugged. I said, "Did you see Brian?" In reply, Steve said, "I'm taking him away for the weekend, and we'll sort it out then." The prosecution used this as evidence that implied that Steve was planning to take Brian Finn away for the weekend and either put pressure on him or word him up on what evidence he should give. It turned out that the conversation kept going, and I was talking about one of my lawyers called Brian and complaining about how much he was charging me. In fact, the tape wasn't too complimentary. Richter got up and asked that the tape be played a bit further, which it was, but not in front of the jury. When the rest of the tape was played, the nonsense was put to rest. The key to the prosecution case was that Andrew Venyman did not have a gun when he arrived at La Porcella, and that I'd shot him in cold blood. They said the forensic evidence proved that even after he was wounded, I kept firing. It was all nonsense, and Richter successfully explained this to the jury. Richter contradicted a large part of the prosecution's forensics case and dismantled their arguments. He's very good with ballistics, firearms, blood splatter. He loves these sorts of cases. Some of the prosecution arguments were quite fanciful, and Richter put forward the principle of Occam's razor, which has been around since the 1300s. In short, it means that the simplest explanation is the most likely one. The theory states entities should not be multiplied unnecessarily. The term razor refers to the act of shaving away unnecessary assumptions to get to the simplest explanation. Thus, if two hypotheses are equally accurate and neither appears more probable than the other, the simple one is to be preferred over the complicated one, because simplicity is practical. The prosecution said that there was no way Andrew could have carried a concealed gun because of the tight-fitting clothes he was wearing. They went to great lengths to point out it was a heavy gun. The jury got to feel the weight of it and said that if Andrew had walked around the restaurant, the gun would have simply just fallen out. I came up with an idea. I asked my lawyers to borrow a .38 revolver from a friend who owned a gun shop. Find someone the same size and same shape as Andrew Venyman, put identical clothes on the model, and get him to walk around with the gun concealed in his clothes. He filmed the exercise. This bloke put the .38 behind his pants, walked around the room, sat down, stood up, and then lifted his jumper to show the gun. It was clear that Andrew could have easily carried the gun without anyone seeing it. Richter somehow found a way of getting our reenactment shown to the jury. So the prosecution decided they should do their own reenactment. They found a big, tall copper and put him in tight-fitting clothing, and when he walked around, the gun kept hanging out. It was a complete joke compared to what actually happened. When the jury watched it, they were laughing because it was so ridiculous. Great friends like Steve Kayer and Farouk helped greatly during my trial, dismantling the prosecution's case. They went and found witnesses in Melbourne's western suburbs who'd been attacked and shot by Andrew Venuman, showing Andrew's habit of carrying a hidden gun. They talked these witnesses into making statements which was against their principles. And the witnesses gave evidence in court. They never left a stone unturned. That's when you find out who your friends are. In bad times, not in good times. And Steve and Farouk came through for me. I wanted to give evidence and tell the jury what actually happened that day. But Richter advised me not to. Mick, I think you're a mile in front. I don't recommend that you give evidence yourself. The downside is they won't know what happened in that room, except that you both went out there and he was killed. The upside is you give evidence and all that comes out. But they're going to attack your credibility, attack you everywhere. They will keep you in the witness box for days and drive you mad. He paused. It's your call. My advice is you don't do it. I want to do it. I said, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. It's important that it comes out what took place in that room. The prosecution is claiming that I'd executed Andrew and shot him as he lay on the ground. Whatever they attack me with, I can handle myself. Okay, it's your call, he said. We decided that Mark Taft, Richter's junior counsel, should question me, which really freaked them out. Then Horgan, for the prosecution, got up and started attacking me. It was a nasty game. Even before I got into the box, he was pointing at me, calling me a demonstrable liar. I felt like jumping out of the box and clocking him, but I kept my cool and even managed to give him a little bit back when he cross-examined me. He didn't like that one bit. I was in the box for almost 2 days. One piece of evidence the jury didn't hear was the fact that I'd had a body bag in the boot of my car, as well as a couple of bullets, which I suspect had fallen out of Ron's gun many weeks before the incident. The prosecution thought they'd hit a gold mine, a body bag. But when the trial started, Justice Cummins ruled it out as inadmissible for some reason. The Crown was very upset. On paper, it didn't look good. I realised that not every bloke has a body bag in his boot, but it was no big deal to me. I could explain it in a heartbeat. It came from Mario Condello, who was heavily involved in a funeral parlour. It was in the boot of his car, and one day he gave it to me. Do you want this? He asked. What is it? It's a body bag. What the fuck am I going to do with that? He suggested I use it for storage. So I took it. It sat in the boot of my car for months and was still there when I was arrested. There was no motive or malice to having that body bag. At lunchtime on the 14th of June 2005, the jury went out to consider their verdict. I was worried. I thought, what hope have I got of beating this? I knew one of the jurors had links to the police. By evening, they hadn't reached a decision, so I was returned to Bowen Prison. The next morning, I was back in court waiting. At lunchtime, after 8 hours of deliberation, word came through that the jury had reached a decision. I was taken from my cell back into the court, and it was a completely different scene. Every day, for all 7 weeks of the trial, my family and friends had been sitting near me. We often had a chance to talk in the breaks. But this time, I came into the court and only my wife and children were nearby. The rest of my family and friends were in the upstairs gallery. The other seats were taken by reporters and police, including plenty from Pirana. It made me think of when the Romans threw the Christians to the lions in large arenas. They were all looking for a bit of flesh and blood. Justice Cummins told everyone in the court, whatever the decision, whether it be guilty or not guilty, I expect you all to be nice and quiet. I don't want to hear any noise or disruptions. When the jury walked in to take their seats, they didn't look at me, and I had a bad feeling. They were all looking down. Normally when they walked in, a couple of them would look around, but not this time. They didn't look too happy. The foreman of the jury was a school teacher, and he stood up to give the jury's verdict. Not guilty. I'll never forget that moment. The courtroom was like the MCG. It erupted. There was clapping, cheering, yelling and screaming. It was unbelievable. For me, it was like the world had been lifted off my shoulders. It was a great feeling. I was ecstatic. And 2 or 3 people on the jury were crying. It was quite an emotional moment. When the noise settled down, the judge told me I was free to go. But instead, the security guards took me back upstairs. As I walked past Richter, I gave him a kiss on the cheek and shook the hands of a couple of lawyers and reporters. I was kept upstairs for about an hour as they checked to see if I had any outstanding warrants. Once that was completed, they let me go and I walked outside into the street. A heap of people were waiting. They just swamped me. It was great to hug my wife, my daughter, and my sons for the first time in 14 months. It was all captured in front of television news crews who recorded me saying, "Thank God for the jury system and thank God for Robert Richter." After a while, we made our way to a car, jumped in and drove home. And the people started flowing in. About 100 people were there. We ordered pizza, drinks, and it was fabulous. I hadn't had a cigar or an alcoholic drink for 14 months. Food tasted great, and it was fantastic that I could grab people and give them a hug and kiss. Herald's son photographer, Peter Ward, who I've known for years through boxing, came back and took photos. Despite the fact that I was innocent, I knew I was lucky to get through the trial. Once you become a target, and the director of public prosecutions, the police, and the prosecutor are all working together to convict you, things can get tough. There was a lot of pressure for a conviction. Mine was the first of the gangland trials, and the police were desperate for a result. When I was acquitted, they were devastated. 23. Back in town. The day after my release, I jumped in my car and drove off like nothing had changed. I took my briefcase and shot down to see my lawyer. At lunchtime, I had something to eat with the boys in Carlton. It was just a beautiful feeling being free, walking around. Gatto was snapped by a News Limited photographer in Lygon Street, and his first lunchtime meal was a feature in many papers. I weighed 108 kilograms, and I was very fit. I'd lost a lot of weight. Some friends thought I was ill. Others barely recognised me. Yet, within 2 years, I was back up to 140 kilograms. My weight still fluctuates. I can easily move up or down 20 kilograms. But I know one thing. I'd rather be fat and free than thin and inside. While I was in jail, I was always training hard, and I had one focus: getting out. That was all I thought about. I had to front the trial and, as far as I was concerned, I was going home. So when I came out, I was ready and quickly got back to normal. But I was very much on my toes. My goals were simple: to stay free, protect my family, and stay alive. I knew I was still a target and people wanted to kill me. The Mediterranean still had a lot of money, a lot of power, a lot of police on his side, and a lot of crooks on his side. Many people I knew, acquaintances, had sided with him. People are like sheep. They follow the money. I fronted him, and he denied he was planning to do me any harm. Then he had his own problems, and that was it. These problems cannot be described for legal reasons. One of the first things I did was to show my thanks to Robert Richter. Days after my release, I went to a tattooist in North Melbourne. Anyone who says having a tattoo doesn't hurt is a liar. Imagine
20 or 30 needles puncturing your skin, putting colours under your skin so they stay there forever. The punctures become a scar that scabs up, and when the scab goes, it ends up a colourful scar. It took a couple of hours. Now, I have Robert Richter, not guilty, and Occam's razor tattooed on my chest. Once the scars healed, I went to see Robert in his office and showed him. He laughed. "You're mad," he said. "I hope you don't regret it." "How would I ever regret it?" I said. "You're a beautiful man, and I love you." It's true. Unlike many other lawyers, Robert is not a parasite who sees you as a dollar sign. He wants to win and do the right thing by his client, no matter who they are. Soon after my release, police came to see me. They were concerned about my safety. I had no interest in police protection, I told them. Instead, they wanted to put cameras around my house. "No," I said. "Can we lock into your cameras that you've got at your home?" they asked. "No," I said. But I spoke to my family about it. All of us sat down together. "The police seem to think I'm the next target," I said. "They want access to our cameras at home, get a live feed, and watch it in the Piranha office. I don't want to do it. But I have to ask you how you feel about it." The family were all for it. "You have to do it, Dad. Think about us," one of my kids said. One thing led to another, and I let the police access the cameras. They had direct coverage of who was coming up and down the street, when I left, when I came home. They knew every move I made. This went on for about a year. In the end, they were forever sending technicians over to fine-tune things. God knows what they were up to, and I'd had enough, so I asked them to stop. The whole place was probably monitored by then, but I treated it as if it was anyway. I'd done that all my life. It was the best policy. If you act as if your home is bugged, you never have a problem. I asked them several times to take it all out. They wouldn't. "If you don't come and pull it out by the end of the week, I'll get my blokes to pull it out," I said. They sent a team over right away and took a box out of the roof. 2 weeks after my release, I went on radio speaking to John Sylvester, aka Sly of the Underworld, Ross Stevenson and John Burns on the 3AW breakfast program. It was my first planned media appearance since being released. A lot of journalists wanted to talk to me and had been calling my lawyer's office, wanting to do deals. Quite a few had come to my house too. It was driving me mad. If there's a media outlet or a talkback show that's prepared to pay a six-figure sum that goes directly to the Royal Children's Hospital, I'll be more than happy to give my input and chat along those lines, I told 3AW listeners. I'm not interested in doing it for the glory or the publicity, but if the price is right and it's a worthy cause, I'd be prepared to do it. Otherwise, I just want to be low-key and left alone to do my own little thing if I can. The price wasn't right, and no one took up the offer. But most importantly, it got the media off my back, and they all went away. Within days, I was back at work with my business partner, Matt Thomas. I met Matt 20 years ago. He used to run around a lot with Alphonse. Matt's Croatian, loves soccer, and we became close friends about 10 years ago. Matt had been working at a crane company called TJF, which had gone bust. In fact, they ended up robbing the banks. 180 million went missing. I don't know exactly what happened, but the money disappeared and Matt was left without a job. In mid-2003, some months after TJF collapsed, Matt came to see me and said, "Are you interested in starting a crane company together?" I said, "I've got no real money to put in. How are we going to do it?" He explained, when he worked for TJF, he formed a good relationship with a crane company salesman, David. This bloke now worked for Grove, a massive international crane company, and they wanted a market share in Australia. David had rung Matt and said the company would effectively underwrite
up to $10 million worth of cranes, and was Matt interested? I introduced Matt to a bloke that found the finance, and we were away. We borrowed the money from the bank, paid off the interest every month. What made the deal possible was that Grove provided a buyback guarantee if we failed in the first 5 years. Grove would buy back the cranes. In other words, the bank that lent the money had no risk. If the venture failed, one of the largest crane manufacturers in the world had guaranteed the bank would get its money back. We initially bought $8 million worth of cranes and paid GST, which was refunded to us by the tax department. We used the money as working capital, which meant that we could get the business up and running. We decided to paint the cranes black and call the company Elite Cranes. At the start, we had a bit of luck, and we managed to survive. While my building contacts helped, Matt's contacts were more important. He'd been in the industry a long time and had a great network. Our main problem was that soon after we started the business, I was arrested and charged over Anu Veneman's murder. The day of the shooting, we took the lease on our massive warehouse in Brooklyn. But Matt and my two sons, who both work at Elite, Damien's now general manager, managed to build a fantastic business. At the time of writing this book, we have 20 cranes and 60 employees. We've managed to turn it into a $20 million a year business, and we pay a fortune in tax, which we'll own in a few years. Both Matt and I draw a salary, and despite the recent tough economic times, we have some long-term contracts with blue-chip companies, which means Elite should survive, while others may go broke. So, when I came out of jail in June 2005, I walked into a job and a booming business. I cannot thank Matt enough for what he did while I was away and what he's done since. Elite is truly a great Australian company. The tax man, whose name was Bernie, also paid me a visit once I was out. I'd been subpoenaed to a couple of hearings that I can't talk about. The Australian Crime Commission has strict secrecy provisions, although a lot of information was used in the murder trial. In the end, Bernie told me I owed $1 million. It was a ridiculous figure. In short, they couldn't understand how my life worked. In simple terms, when I have money, I'm generous with it. I give it to people who need it. I've always been that way. And I spend a lot of time hanging around gamblers who are often the same. One time, an old bloke called Sam, who started with $10,000, won $5 million at the casino playing baccarat. He gave me money all the time, $50,000, $80,000, $100,000, $200,000. Don't worry about giving it back, he said. Gamblers are like that. If I'm gambling and I'm winning a lot of money, people line up. There's a queue of people. And I don't mind doing that. So when I was asked by the authorities to give them a list of people who lent me money, it was a long list, and the debt ran into millions. I owe some people enormous amounts, and they've said, don't worry about it. Bernie left me alone while I was awaiting trial, but once I was out, he came to see me. They thought I was living beyond my means and couldn't prove where the money came from. You have to fix up this tax problem, Mick, Bernie said. You're not getting $1, I said. Your statement is just all bullshit. I have no assets. There's nothing in my name. And I simply don't know how you arrived at that figure. The easiest thing for me to do is go bankrupt and you'll get nothing. The house was in the kids' names through a trust company. Bernie had done his homework on my assets. I had nothing anyway. I just got out of jail. And he knew I meant what I said. So we negotiated. In the end, we settled on $200,000, which I paid off in installments. And that tidied up my tax problem. 24. Mario Condello was confident he would beat the charges of conspiring to murder Carl Williams, Carl's father, and one of Carl's minders. The same charges against George Davros had been dropped,
and Mario had a good grasp of the evidence. He was a trained lawyer. On the 6th of February 2006, the evening before his trial was to begin, we had a couple of drinks at the Society restaurant in the city. We mucked around, had a talk. He was in pretty good form. I left about 6:30 p.m, and he had a meal with his lawyer. At about 10 p.m, Mario arrived home. He was on bail, and his curfew was 10 p.m, although he rarely observed it. He often got in much later. They never enforced it that hard. He drove into his garage and went to close the garage door when someone confronted him. Mario was on the phone talking to a woman. He said to her, "Hang on a second." The next minute, she heard a few shots, and that was it. Mario's son rang me. I was in Brunswick with a few of the boys. He told me his dad had been shot and killed. I just couldn't believe it. I went white. I thought all the killings were over. We jumped in the car and raced down there at 100 miles an hour. It was all cordoned off. The coppers wouldn't let us through, so we left and went and had a coffee, in shock, wondering who'd done it. The next day, there was a team of journalists camped outside my home. Some were on the front lawn, some across the road with cameras. They were phoning me and knocking on my door. "Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you," I told them. I was filthy. No one could walk out of the house without being photographed. They'd given out my address on television. Now, every hitman in Australia knew where I lived. So I walked out of the house in my dressing gown with a pocket full of eggs and let some go. 3 eggs, 3 bullseyes. I had a camera and 2 cameramen. I was screaming, "Fuck off, leave me and my family alone. All you people are doing is getting people killed." Afterwards, I was asked several times, "Why did you throw the eggs?" My reply? Because I'd run out of hand grenades. I was so angry. I wasn't thinking straight. My mind wasn't right. At one point, I was going to grab a baseball bat and smash some cameras. Then I was going to ring a few bikie mates and get a team to come. I'm glad I didn't. Common sense prevailed. In the end, a couple of journalists came to the door and said, "Mick, we're only doing our job. Our bosses tell us to come here. We have to come. That's what we get paid to do." And they were right. If you can just come out, check your letterbox, say a few words, we'll go away and leave you alone. So I went out to the letterbox in my dressing gown. They asked me a couple of questions. I walked back inside, and they packed up and left. Mario was born in Calabria, and he loved the Italian way, the Calabrian way. He was more Calabrian than anyone I know. He was more Calabrian than the Calabrians in Calabria. He'd come over with his old set of ways, and he'd never changed. Mario was a good friend. We were very close. He was smart, and we did a lot of things together. He had a lot of charisma, and I miss him. People would come to us with problems, and we'd solve them. Money owed, business issues, troubles in the family, marriage problems, anything. We used to mediate for a fee. Mario was very smart at doing things in a legally correct way, so we complemented each other. I spent a lot of time with Mario in the 1990s, going to his house for barbecues and functions. But his wife went a bit funny. She's a pretty educated woman and just didn't like what Mario had become involved in. She wanted him to live a normal life. Mario had studied in the same class as Gareth Evans and could have been a politician, a prosecutor, a judge. But he liked the other life, the mafia image, the gangster side of things. It was the way he was, unfortunately. In the 1980s, Mario was charged with trying to extort money from a bank. I can't remember the details of the case, but it involved a copper who drove Mario mad. Mario went to court, and he beat it, and this copper was furious. He really had it in for Mario, wanted him like he wanted a trophy on his wall. One night in the mid-1990s, 2 blokes battered this copper at his home. They gave him a really good clip, and the rumour was the 2 blokes were both big, and the descriptions fitted me and Mario. A couple of coppers I knew came to see me. Mick, there's a task force being formed. They're going to come and get you and Mario, and be warned, they're probably going to shoot you. They said 20 or 30 coppers could be out there looking for us, and they'd shoot us on sight. Mario and I were pretty worried, and we decided to see a friend who had a pizza shop in Footscray. We stayed in the refrigerated area for hours. It was freezing. As we sat there, I remembered I'd stored some rifles in Mario's office. We had to get rid of them. Mario wouldn't move, so I shot down to his office and gave them to a bloke I knew to get rid of. If I'd been arrested then and there, I would have been in plenty of bother. I headed back to the pizza shop, and Mario was still there, very cold. He went to use his mobile, and I jumped up and stopped him. The moment you press send, they'll know where we are. He didn't make the call. Early the next morning, we were almost snap frozen. We went to a mate's house to thaw out and got on the phone. We rang a lawyer and arranged to visit the St Kilda Road police station. Not long after we arrived, a high-ranking copper came in and sat down. Mick, I've never had a problem with you. I've always liked you. I've always said to myself, I'm never going to interfere with you unless you interfere with us. On this occasion, it's clear you've interfered with us. Mate, it wasn't us, I said. I assure you, it wasn't us. We weren't charged, and in the end, the police worked out who did it. It was a close call. The conspiracy to murder charges, and particularly the time in jail and remand, had left Mario depressed. He'd found jail a lot tougher than it had been in the 1980s, when he'd breezed through. This time, he came out quite sick, and after his release, he spent some time in a psychiatric hospital in Richmond. His funeral was big, and a very sad occasion. I gave a reading and helped carry the coffin from the church. Not long after the funeral, his wife moved away and changed her name. No one has been charged with Mario's murder, nor has anyone been charged with Graham Kinniburgh's murder. It seems the police have solved most of the others, but not these two. Perhaps they don't worry about Graham and Mario as much. I don't believe that Mario's death was gang-related, although someone took the opportunity to make it look like it was part of the gangland wars. I believe he was killed for other reasons. He'd made a few enemies over the years, handling people's money and other things, and I believe it may have been related to that. I believe, however, that Carl Williams had something to do with it. One rumour is that a criminal, we can't name for legal reasons, was paid by an Italian to do it, and that Carl helped put it together. Time will tell. 25. Out of the shadows. After Mario's murder, I got stuck into work, keeping my head down and trying to stay under the radar. I'd had enough publicity for a lifetime. The murder had thrown my name back into the spotlight, and I didn't like it. But in the 3 months that followed, things went quiet. Then in June 2006, it all went crazy again. First, I was called to the Supreme Court to give evidence in an unfair dismissal case. It revolved around Ted Cent, who'd been sacked as chief executive of Prime Life, a company listed on the stock exchange. He was suing for $5 million in lost earnings and called me as a witness. I'd been introduced to Ted in the late 1980s or early 1990s by a bloke called Emilio Generali. They were in partnership. Ted was very entrepreneurial, smart man. He'd been bankrupt a couple of times and had bounced back. He was resilient and tenacious. When we met, he was working with hospitals and looking for cancer cures. Then he got into nursing homes and built retirement villages. In about 1995, Ted approached me because he had some people trying to harm him. Something about money. So Mario Condello and I flew to Sydney and met a bloke there who could help resolve the issue. I told Ted it would cost $60,000 to make the problem go away. The Sydney bloke saw to it, and the three of us got $20,000 each for our troubles. Ted was delighted. "You've got an eye and ear contract," he told me. "What does that mean?" I said. "You are my eyes and ears. All I want you to do is listen and watch. Anything you hear about me, you have to come and see me." He paid me a retainer, which was beautiful. As Ted's business grew, he began getting a lot of pressure from the unions. So one day he approached me again looking for help. I brokered a few big deals with the unions for him, involving pay agreements and side allowances. They were very favourable and saved him a lot of money. He was impressed, and the next minute he raised my payment from $4,400 to $6,600 a month. So I worked as Ted's eyes and ears. He obviously had a few enemies, so I kept my ear to the ground. Anything I heard about him, I reported back. And I looked after all his union problems. This continued until the Building Royal Commission in 2001, when I had to give evidence, and my name and Prime Life got dragged through the mud, and Ted got the sack. It was the typical thing, a European. He was Dutch, trying to fight the blue bloods of a town. I mean, what hope did he have? None. You're talking about Ron Walker and Robert Champion de Crespigny. They'd bought into his business and finished up on a board of directors. And they discovered Ted was paying me money, in cash, and saw it as an angle to throw him out. I never understood why they sacked him. He was great at what he did. Walker is a former federal treasurer of the Liberal Party, former Melbourne Lord Mayor, successful businessman, chair of the Australian Grand Prix Corporation, chairman of Fairfax Media, and publisher of titles including the Australian Financial Review, The Age, and the Sydney Morning Herald. De Crespigny was educated at the elite Melbourne Grammar School and became a partner in a major chartered accounting business. He founded a gold mining company that was enormously successful and was named Australian Businessman of the Year in 1993. They purchased about a 10% stake in Prime Life, which was a pretty big business. It had around 6,000 residents living in 50-odd aged care and nursing homes. The unfair dismissal case revealed remarkable boardroom intrigue. Prime Life board meetings were secretly filmed by Cent's closest associate. Many company phone calls were secretly recorded. The case heard that Walker and de Crespigny had personally investigated $230,000 of cash payments to Gatto, and they thought that Cent's checkered history spoiled the company's credibility. Ultimately, after Cent was dismissed, both Walker and de Crespigny sold their holdings for a profit. I appeared in the Supreme Court and was cross-examined as a witness, which again dragged my name and finances into the open. I had probably saved Prime Life millions of dollars through the different agreements I'd managed to negotiate. Ted said the same thing in the Supreme Court. But, at the end of the day, Prime Life was a public company, and he was paying me under the table. He thought he could do what he wanted, and that was the problem. He did nothing wrong. It was for the benefit of the company. He just should have done it out in the open. Cent explained the cash transaction to Age reporter David Elias in 2003. "We used Mick Gatto to deal with the unions on our building projects. That was known because Gatto was mentioned in the Royal Commission as a contractor of Prime Life. He insisted on cash. He doesn't take cheques. Our office mislaid some of the invoices and asked for replacements. They were supplied, and now it's being said they are false. They are not false. As for cash irregularities, when did cash become illegal tender? Ted was unlucky. He was paying me cash, and the cash was at my request. It cost Ted a fair bit of money to fight that case, and in the end he lost. He thinks my colourful background didn't help. It's probably true. He rings me from time to time, and these days he's trying to build up a new nursing home business. I suspected my court appearance would hit the papers, but I didn't care. I wanted to do the right thing by Ted, but unfortunately the result didn't go his way. I actually bumped into Ron Walker in Burke Street one day after the case and said, "Hello, Ron, how are you?" He looked and said, "Oh, hello." And then he realised who I was and he shot off. But there's no bad blood there. I saw him again in a restaurant on a recent visit to England, but I didn't get the chance to say hello. I will next time. The day after my court appearance, a story appeared in the Herald Sun claiming I'd threatened the life of a secretary of the Electrical Trades Union, Dean Mick. The story was rubbish and denied by all involved, including Dean. Dean is a good union leader and I like him. The country should be run by someone like him because he has all the interests of the people at heart. But it dragged me into the spotlight again. The allegations came from Kerry Milt, a former Commonwealth police officer and a troublemaker. He thinks he's super intelligent and manages to wheedle his way into things. We have a history where he led me up the garden path over criminal charges and caused me a lot of problems. I don't trust him or like him. The Police Chief Commissioner, Christine Nixon, employed him as a consultant and, in the end, all he did was cause a heap of embarrassment. In June 2008, the Australian's multiple Walkley Award-winning journalist Gary Hughes wrote a damning piece about Milt, which said, in part, Victoria's police corruption watchdog has found Chief Commissioner Christine Nixon allowed herself to be manipulated by a notorious, self-promoting Mr. Fix-It into establishing a secret task force to investigate his supposed inside information about organised crime. Ms. Nixon even allowed the informer, former federal police officer and barrister Kerry Milt, to nominate the officers he wanted to work with him on the task force, including a corrupt detective later jailed for dealing drugs to Melbourne's underworld during the Gangland Wars. The task force, codenamed Operation Clarendon, quickly ran off the rails and spent most of its time working on investigations aimed at promoting Milt's business interests as a security consultant. An investigation by Victoria's Office of Police Integrity found that Milt, who was later convicted of improperly obtaining information from the force's confidential computer database, also tried to gather information for the corrupt detective about the investigation into his drug dealing. The detective, Senior Sergeant Wayne Strawhorn, was jailed for a minimum of 4 years in 2006 for selling drugs to underworld identity Mark Moran, part of the Moran family crime clan, who was later killed. Milt pleaded guilty in October 2005 and December 2006 to charges of procuring the disclosure of confidential information from the Victoria Police LEAP database. Milt has been interviewed by police and told them I'd threatened Dean and, amongst other rubbish, said Elite Cranes was funded by mafia money. It was funded by a bank loan, and I can guarantee that the books have been examined with a microscope by the tax department. I was furious. I immediately saw Robert Richter, who I often consult. We talked, and I decided I had to defend myself and Elite Cranes. There was no option. So together we wrote out a statement. "Organise a press conference and just read this out," he said. "That's it. Don't answer any questions." So that's exactly what I did. The press conference was called at Elite, and I walked out with my partner Matt and read the statement. It said, in part, "I have had a colourful past, but I've always thought our system of justice and common fairness required that if someone with a colourful past decides to go straight, it is something to be encouraged rather than sabotaged. It almost seems as if some people in the media do not want me to go straight, or just want them to try and fail. Well, I did try, and I did so successfully, and I intend to continue to do so. I am not interested in false rumours and smears designed to hurt my lawful interests and circulated with impunity. The people who do so are cowards. If those making allegations against me have any decency, let them make the allegations publicly so I can take legal action to protect both my family and my business, which is completely legitimate. Otherwise, they should leave me and my family to get on with life. The press conference was the top story in the evening television news bulletins, with anchors describing it as extraordinary and bizarre. I've been working hard to keep my head down, but it seemed that whatever I did, I couldn't keep out of the spotlight. 26. Rats in the ranks. 30 years ago, the old crew in the underworld, and I knew a lot of them, never made a statement to police. Their word was their bond. If they had a secret, they took it to the grave, no matter what. They were all good people and had a martyr-type belief. The people I worked with in my early days certainly fitted into this category. They were very staunch, with strong principles. A lot of their views were similar to mine. My father often told me, if you mind your own business, you'll never get into trouble. And that included not talking about other people's business. So I learned not to talk about other people's business or their activities, and certainly not to the police. Times, though, have changed, and the gangland wars certainly showed that. Plenty of people informed on their mates, and the police did everything in their power to encourage it. All sorts of sweetness encouraged people to make statements, whether they were telling the truth or not. And some people were rewarded with much shorter jail sentences for getting in first and giving up others. In Victoria, police effectively run the jails, which means they can put enormous pressure on inmates, locking them in a cell alone for 23 hours a day, restricting their visits, cutting their contact with the outside world. They know everything that happens in there. Everything's monitored. All the phone calls, people's cells. They put informers with different people. They try to set them up to say things. It's just terrible. Among the worst are the indemnified witnesses, who the police turn into puppets by offering all sorts of benefits if they say what the police want, even when it's a pack of lies. I think informers are the lowest reptiles in the world. I just don't associate with them. If I can help it, I might say hello, but not much else. One of the worst examples of an informer that I've come across is the Rat. His real name cannot be given for legal reasons. The Rat was a drug dealer who grew up in Melbourne's northern suburbs. I only met him once or twice and decided I didn't like him. I thought he was a jellyfish on the first day I met him, spineless. He was just one of those blokes you could never trust, and I was right. He was involved in killing Jason Moran, a horrific murder in front of a van load of kids. His lawyer told him he would beat the charge, but he decided to roll and become a puppet for the police. He got a dramatically reduced sentence. With his new role, the Rat developed a remarkable memory for conversations and events that had taken place years earlier, vividly remembering discussions word for word. He claimed Andrew Venyman was a close friend who had confessed to him about a series of murders and events. It was just bullshit. Andrew didn't even like the Rat. In fact, Andrew used to call him a rat. Andrew wouldn't have told him anything because Andrew didn't brag about what he'd done. The Rat didn't like me because one day I asked a friend to give him a call and get him to come and see me in Carlton. The problem was that I'd learned the Rat was throwing my name around in a bid to collect a debt. Don't you interfere with me, Mick Gatto's behind me. He'll fix you up. I was furious. I never liked people using my name, especially like that, and I didn't like the bloke anyway. He needed to be pulled into line. Don't throw my name around, I told him. I don't like you, and I'm warning you to never use my name again like that. I nearly belted him. I was that angry, but I didn't, and he left. Many years later, the Rat talked to the police and wrapped a new story around those events, because the police have surveillance records, including some phone taps, and there's no dispute that the Carlton meeting happened. But there was no context, and the Rat created a fantasy around some real events. The Rat didn't like me, and probably saw a chance to get even, which the police would have encouraged. I've been under the police microscope for more than a decade, and for some detectives, I am a trophy.
And that attitude is like a cancer. It spreads and gets bigger and bigger until more people believe something must be true. I've been interviewed over a couple of matters based on allegations by the rat, but there's no evidence to back them up because they're wrong. It's frustrating and annoying that the police paid any attention to this idiot's fantasies because it wastes their time and they come unstuck. But no doubt, he'll be in the witness protection program, they'll relocate him, they'll reward him, they'll release him, despite the horrific murder, and, at the end of the day, for what? Another extraordinary example of an informer is 166, who is going to give evidence against Mario Condello. The man's real name cannot be given for legal reasons. Even though Mario was killed on the eve of his trial, the police still paid 166 the $1 million they had promised him. The bloke was a low-life drug dealer. He gave evidence at Mario's committal, and everyone could see that he was lying. He was the lowest form of human being you can possibly think of, yet he was rewarded for it. Blind Freddy could have worked out that 166 was a rat. He went over to Adelaide to buy some guns for Mario, and he got pinched with them at the train station. There are about 20 guns in his bag, silencers, machine guns, and God knows what. Police took them off him, and he was never charged. When he came back to Melbourne, he said, "I told the police I was taking them to the next town to hand them in as part of the gun amnesty." "There's something wrong there," I told Mario. "Don't do anything with him, I reckon he's rolled over." And I ended up being right. I wouldn't talk to 166, though he tried pretty hard. I didn't want to speak to him. Mario, however, made the mistake of talking to him, and he was set up. Mario probably would have beaten the charge against him because 166 was such a liar. But in the end, Mario didn't get the chance to clear his name. Other key figures in the gangland wars became police informers, and they all got reduced sentences. None of them can be named for legal reasons. They included the driver, who was the first to roll. He was convicted of killing Michael Marshall and was not prosecuted over Jason Moran and Pasquale Barbaro. We wrote to each other in jail. I talked to everyone because I wanted to make sure my family was safe on the outside. I knew he'd rolled. He told me he'd cut a deal so he'd get less than 10 years jail. "I hope I've done the right thing," he wrote. Some in Carl Williams' crew thought I was the one who got him to roll. But he'd done that long before I spoke to him. The runner, who always had a bit of go in him, he was a lone worker, but this time he got involved with people who promised him the best legal defence. And it never happened. They dropped him like a hot potato. So he probably thought he didn't have much choice. Other people had rolled, so he figured he might as well do the same. The veteran. He knew he faced a massive jail sentence, so he did his best to cast himself in the best light. I'd known him for many years and never liked him. Then saw a bit of him while I was on remand for Andrew Benjamin's murder. The veteran was aggressive and had a bad way about him. He used to blame his friends if he was caught for anything. He was cunning, like a rat with a gold tooth. Of course, Carl Williams faced severe problems because of these rats. And when it was time for Carl himself to face the music, he was looking for a deal. He got one. In April 2007, when he pleaded guilty in the Supreme Court to 3 murders, he'd already been convicted of 1 more. Part of the deal was that he wouldn't be charged with any more murders. Also, they wouldn't charge his father, who wouldn't lose his house. It was quite unbelievable. Then around Christmas 2008, police took Carl out of jail for a few days. He had a conjugal visit with his girlfriend and God knows what else. I'm sure he's been made a heap of promises, and no doubt for that, he'll want a reduction in his sentence. Carl got 35 years jail for 4 murders, and he killed quite a few more people than that. Williams is linked to more than 10 murders. Yet, there are rumours his sentence will get a big cut, and you have to wonder what the system has come to. On the 19th of April 2010, Carl Williams died in Barwon prison after being bashed in the head with a piece of exercise equipment. He was 39. Police later charged a fellow inmate with his murder. 27. Melbourne's Underbelly. I first heard about plans for the Underbelly television series from John Sylvester, the Melbourne journalist who co-authored the books of the same name. John told me a company called Screen Time was planning to do a TV show on the Gangland Wars and asked if I was interested in meeting those involved. I certainly was. I like to keep my finger on the pulse. John told me they would be doing the series regardless, so this was a chance to put my point of view across. Sometime later, a few people came to my office at Elite Cranes, including Greg Hadrick, one of the producers, and Des Moynihan, the executive producer. I didn't tell them too much, but they kept sucking things out of me and ended up with some useful information that was used in the show. I told them, I'm happy to consult for a fee, but I'm certainly not going to help for nothing. But in the end, I helped them a bit and got nothing for it. Simon Westaway was cast to play my part, and we met over lunch at a Carlton restaurant. He was a good bloke, and we had a chat. Afterwards, a couple of friends asked if I noticed what he was doing over lunch. Whatever you did, he did, they said. What do you mean? Well, when you were picking your teeth with a toothpick, the way you do, he was doing the same. When you drank, he grabbed the glass and drank the same way you do. He was trying to imitate you. I hadn't noticed. That afternoon, I made a few inquiries about Simon and discovered he was an ex-copper, which, to me, meant there was no way he could play my part. So I rang him. Mate, is it true you used to be a copper? Yes, that was 20 years ago. Well, you can't play my part, I said. You're from the other side of the fence. I'm a good actor, Mick, he said. I promise you, I'll make you proud. I wasn't convinced and told him I'd be ringing Des Moynihan and letting him know. But I thought about it overnight and decided it's not really up to me who plays my part. I knew there was a fair chance I could get him moved if I rang Des, but I didn't make the call. The next morning I rang Simon. Just do the best you can for me, I said. And he did a great job. He made me look very respectable and honourable, although I'm a more happy-go-lucky bloke than he portrayed, and we ended up as mates. One of those in my network of contacts is Eddie Maguire, who was running Channel 9 at the time. It was Eddie's idea to fund Underbelly. Without him, it wouldn't have got off the ground. I met Eddie many years earlier and I liked him. Every time I'd seen him somewhere, he comes over and says hello and has a chat, no matter who he's with. Not long ago, I saw him at Melbourne's tennis centre with former Victorian Premier Steve Bracks. And he waved and came over to shake my hand and say hello. Considering the position Eddie is in and my high profile and notoriety, I thought it was good form. During the production of Underbelly, I was updated on what was going on, particularly about my character's involvement, and a couple of times I grew concerned about what was happening. In one planned scene, Mario was going to threaten people who owed money and come out owning several car parks. My children own a car park each, which I bought for them years ago. And I didn't want them to watch Underbelly and think I'd stood over someone to get them. I paid cash for them, and it's all documented. Even the tax man has gone through the paperwork. They also planned 2 versions of the Andrew Verniman shooting. One of what happened, the other of the police version of events, which had me executing Andrew, then firing shots around the room to pretend it was self-defense. I took offense at that. I'd been acquitted, yet they wanted to do that. I rang Eddie and spoke to him. He made some inquiries and found out those scenes weren't going to be used. I was thankful he made those inquiries. 4 months after Carl Williams pleaded guilty to 3 murders, the filming of Underbelly began. It took about 15 weeks to shoot 13 episodes. The series went to air on the 13th of February 2008, but it was banned in Victoria because of pending legal trials. 5 episodes were screened in Victoria in late 2008, but more legal problems have prevented any further episodes being shown. The series was a massive hit in the rest of Australia and dominated television industry awards. The DVD produced enormous sales, except in Victoria, where it was banned from sale. Channel 9 asked me if I wanted to go to an advanced screening with some other people, but I told them I wasn't interested. I'll wait until it's on TV, I said. The reality was I'd already seen the first 9 episodes. We had pirate copies well before it went to air. Not long afterwards, Des Moynihan rang me, worried that pirate copies were floating about in Victoria. Mick, there's a heap of pirate copies getting around. Do you know much about it? Actually, I do, Des, I said. I put 1 million copies out on the street myself. What do you mean? Well, you didn't pay me any consultation fees, so I had to make money somehow, and it's going great. It wasn't true, but for a long time Des thought it was. Someone, though, was making a heap. They were selling the whole series for $100, but when people got home and watched it, there were only 9 episodes. And when they got to episode 10, it was blank. Funnily enough, about this time, Simon Westaway came to Melbourne and popped in for lunch. Have you seen the series yet? I asked him. No, I've only seen the first couple of episodes. That's all they've released in Sydney. I grabbed a bag from under the table. There were about 50 copies in there. I gave him a DVD of the whole series, without the last 4 episodes. He couldn't believe it. Where'd you get that? Don't worry about it, I said. We had a good laugh about that. He took it back to Sydney and watched the first 9 episodes. He couldn't believe that he'd been one of the lead actors in the show, and somehow we'd seen the series first. I watched the whole series in a day. I was glued to it. It was pretty funny to watch because I was involved and knew so many of the players. Some of it was accurate, but they added a lot and glossed it up for TV. Much of it wasn't true, with some parts blown out of proportion. They threw in some murders that just weren't related and created relationships that didn't exist. They didn't let the truth get in the way of a good story. But while some things were off the mark, it all looked good. I actually took offence at a few aspects, especially with Mario Condello and the money side of things. They had a story where some kid borrowed money, couldn't meet the payments, and killed himself. Then Roberta, Carl Williams' wife, had a go at Mario over it. It was just bullshit. None of it happened. The kid didn't exist. And if Roberta had done that to Mario, he would have had a go at her. In the first episode, they introduced the Carlton crew. Me, Mario Condello, Alphonse Gangitano, Graham Kinnaborough, plus Lewis, Mark and Jason Moran meeting at a football ground. Well, that was rubbish from the start. There was no Carlton crew. This group and the term were invented by a journalist or the police to try and show there was 2 factions fighting each other. That just wasn't the case. I spent all my days with Ron Boggetti, a pensioner in his 70s. If anyone was the Carlton crew, it was me and Ron. Small crew, really. I rarely saw Lewis and hardly ever spoke to Jason or Mark. They all ran their own races. The meetings shown never took place. In fact, I can't remember a single time when all those people sat down at a table together. I don't know if we ever did that. I had plenty of lunches with Graham when Lewis called in, but never Jason. I never got along with Jason. I didn't like his arrogant, fiery attitude. Perhaps we all sat down together at Jason's 30th birthday, but I'm not even sure about that. And that would have been with many other people too. So these meetings were all nonsense. What I did appreciate, though, was the fact that I was never linked to drugs during the series. I told the writers from day one that if they linked me to drugs, I'd be furious, and they respected that. Whenever drugs came up, I was off screen. The most brilliant part of the show for me was Vince Colosimo's portrayal of Alphonse Gangitano. In 2 or 3 scenes, I couldn't tell if it was Alphonse or Vince. He was the best in the cast. In the first episode, he killed Greg Workman, went home, had a shower, and went upstairs to bed. His wife, Virginia, asked, "Why did you have a shower down in the laundry?" He replied, "Go back to sleep, Virginia," and put his shades on. He was a dead ringer for Alphonse. You could not tell the difference. It was really unbelievable. As for the others, Carl Williams actor Guyton Grantley did well. He looked like Carl and was pretty close, although Carl's a bit dopier than that.
Andrew Venuman came across a lot better than he actually was. Friends who watched the show said Andrew was likeable, but he wasn't like that. He was very jealous, aggressive, and ambitious. Damien Walsh-Howling, who played the part, did a good job, but gave the character too much charisma. Graham's portrayal wasn't bad, although he should have found someone like Gene Hackman to play the role, like he did in the movie Enemy of the State. That was Graham. But they got his wife wrong. They had an old woman play her. She did a good job, but in real life, Graham's wife is a beautiful, elegant-looking lady. The bloke who played Lewis Moran looked like him, although Lewis was a bit bigger than him. Overall, most of the actors were very good. The girl who played Roberta Williams did really well, although she's nothing like Roberta. I've met Roberta a few times since the show went to air. She asked me for help and support, and she's got balls. She's driven and uninvited, wanting to see me at Elite Cranes. Not long ago, you tried to get me killed, and now you want me to help you, I said. "Ah, don't be like that," was her reply, and she laughed. She's a single mother trying to raise a family, and I'm a bit of a softie. I shouldn't be, but I am, and I've tried to assist where I can. She's got a lot of dash, more dash than Carl ever had. Roberta really should have been a bloke. Underbelly propelled me into the public spotlight like nothing before. Prior to that, I'd had bits and pieces of publicity, but the general public didn't really know me. Once Underbelly was out, I couldn't go to a wedding, a funeral, a sporting event, a dinner, without someone recognising me. If I sat quietly at a cafe, someone would come up and ask for a photo or autograph. So I don't go out too much. I stay within my own group. But when I do go out, it always seems to happen. Even travelling overseas, in Rome and Lebanon, I've been asked for an autograph. It seems everybody knows me, everywhere I go. People walk by and they look back and say, "It's him." I see it every day of the week. I don't worry about it and try to ignore it. If someone wants a photo or whatever, I don't knock them back. I would rather be left alone, living in the shadows, but thanks to Underbelly, that's not going to happen anymore. 28. Problem solving. For many years, I've been a problem solver, mediating and fixing disputes. Since the mid-1990s, much of that work has been with unions, fixing various industrial problems, and that continues. But there's plenty of other work. Every week I get calls from people wanting me to fix corporate disputes, money issues, marital problems. I try and stay away from those. And business partnership breakups. I do a lot of mediation work with longtime friend John Curry, and we've established a reputation for solving what are seen as intractable problems. John is especially successful in mediations because he's a great thinker who works things out very quickly. There have been cases which I thought were impossible to settle, and he's got them over the line. It's all done amicably. Everyone shakes hands at the end of the day, and the lawyers tidy it up. These days, we do a lot of corporate mediations with our clients, including public companies, individuals, solicitors, hoteliers, and builders. A good example was a dispute between three partners over a multi-million-dollar Melbourne hotel. Each partner employed lawyers, and the dispute dragged on, and then headed into the courts. By the time we became involved, the three partners had spent $800,000 on legal fees. We organised round-table meetings and resolved it. It went back to court, and the Supreme Court judge involved said, "Whoever did this ought to be congratulated." In many cases, lawyers stretch out these disputes as long as they can. They're making great money. We come in, and once we've solved the problem, we tell the lawyers, "You've had a good run, but this has all been settled now. Now, do what your client wants you to do." Not surprisingly, the lawyers don't like that. When it comes to negotiations, my reputation helps. In some cases, if I ring someone and say, "It's Mick Gatto," they nearly collapse. People think I've got two heads because of all the publicity. When they meet me, they realise I'm a pretty down-to-earth bloke. 9 times out of 10, we settle something simply by getting people together. The most important part of any mediation is to settle as quickly as possible, to reach a happy medium where everyone is content. In most cases, common sense prevails. Sometimes, though, a dispute doesn't settle. There have been plenty of cases that were just too hard. We couldn't settle them. This is especially true when companies have gone under and blatantly robbed someone by, for example, moving assets. But we have a pretty good strike rate. In late March 2008, the Melbourne stockbroking firm Opus Prime collapsed and was placed into the hands of administrators. About 1,200 investors had entrusted their shares to the stockbroker, which had in turn borrowed money from the ANZ Bank. And when Opus collapsed, the ANZ recouped its money by selling the shares. The investors, many of whom did not realise they could lose their shares, lost about $500 million and promptly wanted to know where the missing money had gone. Within days, we were engaged by a Melbourne-based Singaporean. He had about $20 million tied up in it and wanted to know if any of the money was in Singapore. There were key Opus Prime figures based there, and if it was worth pursuing. He also wanted to know who, if anyone, had ripped him off. He agreed to pay all our expenses, including first-class flights and hotels, so we set off. We flew to Singapore on the 8th of April 2008. Underbelly was partway through its screening. That morning, journalist Mark Hawthorne wrote a story in The Age saying, "I was flying to Singapore to pursue the Opus Prime money trail." One of the boys had leaked it to the media. And journalists started calling my phone. So I told them what time I'd be at the airport. When I picked up John on the way to the airport, I was wearing a new A-Team t-shirt that I bought a few days earlier. He said he'd just bought one too. So I persuaded him to put it on as a joke. We picked up my partner, Matt Thomas, who had some other business in Singapore at the same time, but unfortunately no A-Team t-shirt. I hadn't told Matt the media might be at the airport, so when we walked in, he was stunned. There were TV cameras and reporters everywhere, and they followed us to the check-in counter. We were trying to be discreet as possible so we could get on with our job, but when we landed in Singapore, the media was there to greet us. When they asked what we were doing, John said, "We're not here for the noodles." We were followed from the airport to our hotel, where we set about finding those involved. But they already knew we were coming because of the media publicity, and they were terrified. They'd been spooked by one journalist and thought we were going to harm them and their families. We had to call and assure them that wasn't going to happen. They were in Hong Kong and Macau, and we asked them to fly to Singapore to meet us. After some initial resistance, they agreed. We met in a room at the hotel of our choosing. We were being followed by reporters and police, so it took some arranging to lose the media pack. On the 10th of April, we met with Jay Moog, Gordon Brown, and Raj Maiden, who were all involved with Opus Prime. They were very nervous and keen to help us. They already had a whiteboard ready, and we had a long chat going right through the events. We wanted to know where the money had gone. They explained, and we taped the conversation. It went for about 3 hours. I asked one of them why they were so worried about meeting us. He said he looked me up on Google. We were happy in the end. They convinced us there was no money left, and they were not involved. They were just puppets for the guys who were operating Opus Prime. Personally, they had no money. They were battling. They couldn't even pay their rent. So they were free to go. After the meeting, we arranged to have a photograph taken with them because when we left Melbourne, people had doubted us. Some commentators said that we couldn't get anywhere near the directors. We'd learned nothing, that the trip was a stunt. And within 48 hours, we had a comprehensive picture of what had happened from those at the top. That's what our client wanted us to do. Find out what had happened and establish if these blokes had anything to do with it. And we delivered. We also found out where their properties and other assets were. And the next moment, the liquidator grabbed everything. They thought we were going to take all the cars and other assets in Singapore and everywhere else. It seems the Singapore police had the same idea too. After we checked in at the airport and began a bit of duty-free shopping, we felt a tap on the shoulder. It was the Singapore Organised Crime Police. They were hard-nosed. They took us downstairs to a cordoned-off area. We were escorted by commandos with machine guns and told us to sit down and not move. They checked us and our bags. They said they were looking for cash and cheques. No doubt the Victoria Police had asked them to do it. It was a bit of fun and games. They were a little aggressive at the start, probably because we didn't understand what they were talking about. Eventually, they escorted us back to where they picked us up, and we continued our shopping. On landing in Australia, I got the usual treatment. At customs, where everyone else goes this way, I go that way. I just know where to go now. I don't even bother getting in the line. I just go that way. The three of us were searched and delayed. They took my phone for half an hour, obviously downloading everything on it. They also asked if we had any cash or cheques, then let us go. We walked out into the media glare again. The television reporters asked, "Where are the bags of money?" They thought it was a bit of a joke. But we got the job done and the results we needed. When we got back, we also spoke to official receivers. They were impressed we tracked down the directors and found the assets. They also said we had fast-tracked everything they did, including seizing assets. People were coming out of the woodwork, handing in their cars. All those investors who had money tied up in Opus Prime should thank us, because we sped up the process, including the final settlement, by making the receivers grab the assets quickly and possibly before they disappeared. We received a lot of calls from people wanting our help to get their money back, but we knew we couldn't do any more for anybody. The liquidators were heavily involved and it was headed towards a preferential payment outcome. We could have taken a fee from people, but we would have been robbing them. That's not how we work. 10 months later, in February 2009, John Curie and I flew to London to mediate an international mining deal. It involved Cape Lambert, a big mining company in Western Australia, and a dispute that was heading for the West Australian Supreme Court. The dispute involved the ownership of a parcel of shares worth about $17.5 million and a group of shareholders that included one of the world's richest men, Roman Abramovich. He's well known as the owner of London's Chelsea Football Club. This was a dispute that was unfixable until we got involved. Again, it was a matter of letting common sense prevail, seeking a speedy solution and taking the matter out of the lawyer's hands. It has now been fixed. A report in The Age in June 2009 by journalist Mark Hawthorne summed it up well. Mick Gatto has helped negotiate a peace deal between Perth company Cape Lambert Iron Ore and major shareholders billionaire Roman Abramovich and British-based Mick Shemishin. Gatto and business associate John Curie, under the banner of company Arbitrations and Mediations, flew to London for a secret meeting at the Mayfair Hotel to help with a peace deal between the warring parties. The meeting at the Mayfair was called by Romanian-born businessman Frank Timas, who has business ties with all the parties, but does not own a stake in Cape Lambert. To try to avoid a messy legal battle in the Supreme Court of Western Australia, former Shemisian business partner Brett Maddich had obtained an injunction from the Supreme Court to stop his old mate selling or voting his Cape Lambert shares. Gatto confirmed Arbitrations and Mediations has helped broker a peace deal. Arbitrations and Mediations has gone global, you might say. Gatto said, "If there's a problem that needs sorting out, doesn't matter where it is. If you fly us there, we'll fix it." Cape Lambert is controlled by Executive Chairman Tony Sage, owner of the Perth Glory A-League soccer club. Russia's Ivraz, controlled by oil and gas billionaire Roman Abramovich, owns about 16% of the company. According to Forbes magazine, Abramovich is the 51st richest person in the world, with a US fortune of US $8.5 billion. He also owns Chelsea Football Club in England. Shemasian's Hong Kong-based Power United owns a 10.5% stake in Cape Lambert. 29. Last man standing. I was lucky to make it through the gangland wars, which claimed the lives of some of my closest friends. I survived the paranoia and lunacy created by those drug dealers who were using too much of their own product. And the main reason I lived was that I had nothing whatsoever to do with drugs. If I'd been affiliated with drugs in any way, shape or form, I believe I would have been killed. But I'm still alive. What has annoyed me, and still does, are suggestions that I was on one side of a drugs war. I've never dealt drugs. I'm strongly against them, especially the powders and the tablets. It's something inbuilt in me. I've been against drugs all my life. A lot of people around me were involved, but I've always shied away from drugs. I've always had the belief that if I dealt drugs, my kids would end up on them. It comes back to haunt you. I've been approached many times to get involved. Even in the days of the 2-Up, people would come and say, "Mick, are you interested in buying some heroin? We can get it for the right price." And I'd throw them out of the joint. People knew where I stood. When I've been doing it tough, the money's been tempting. The amounts are huge in the drug business. But I've always found another way, and I'm proud about that. You must have certain principles in life, and that's one of my principles. No drugs. Ever. My inner circle of friends are the same. We're all anti-drugs. It's just a handful of us, and we don't get into too much trouble. I don't profess to be an angel. I've been insulting people's intelligence to say I'm squeaky clean. I do go outside the boundaries, but it's nothing of any real significance. I think everyone stretches the legalities a little, but I've never been involved in drugs, and I never intend to be involved. I believe the government has a vested interest in the drug business. Otherwise, they would legalise aspects of it. If it was legalised, the jails would be empty, crime and street violence would drop, overdose deaths would disappear, and the police would have much less to do. I firmly believe the government should legalise drugs. If someone wants something badly enough, they'll get it. But where there's no demand, there's no supply. Legalising it would fix a lot of things. But it would also put lots of people, police, prison officers, lawyers, out of work. And that's probably too hard for the governments to do. The best part of my life is my family. Although sometimes things get a little scary. One such occasion came in late 2007 when I got a phone call at work. "Mr. Gatto, this is the Royal Melbourne Hospital. Don't be startled, but your son Justin has just had an accident. Is he all right? He's hurt his legs, but he'll be all right. I don't want to make you panic, but just wanted to let you know. He's here in the emergency department at the Royal Melbourne. Just take your time coming, he's okay." I immediately thought they were telling lies, so I shot down there at 100 miles an hour. Justin was coherent, but he was in a lot of pain. It turned out he'd been driving home after a 10-hour shift. He was tired. It was a hot afternoon and just nodded off. There was no alcohol in his blood. They tested it. His car crossed lanes and ran head-on into a 4-wheel drive. He must have put his arm up at the moment of impact because it smashed into the windscreen and the bone shattered at the elbow. If he hadn't done that, he probably would have hit the windscreen with his head and suffered massive injuries. Much of his pain, though, was from his legs, which had been pushed back so hard by the car's dashboard that they'd come out of his pelvis. A surgeon came down and said his legs had to be put back within 12 hours, so Justin was taken for emergency surgery. When something is wrong, such as one of the kids is sick, we always turn to God for help. We did that day. While I believe there's a God and there's something after death, I don't believe in the church
or that you have to pray every week. The Catholic Church is the richest business in the world. The surgery went well, and Justin was put into a ward to recover. He complained about a stomachache, but the staff put it down to the medication and soreness. It ended up being a blood clot on his lungs, and his lungs collapsed. He was rushed into intensive care and was lucky to survive. It was touch and go for a while. He spent a week in intensive care, then 2 months in hospital recovering from his injuries. Sometime later, I bumped into the surgeon who said the week after Justin's accident, a man, the same age, with almost identical leg injuries had come in and died on the operating table. "Your son is a strong boy, and he's very, very lucky to have survived," the surgeon said. In 2008, my eldest son Damien married Fiona, who's a gorgeous girl. Their 15-week-old son Dominic was at their wedding. It was a great day. I know my grandson as Little Mickey Blue Eyes. He's a beautiful boy, and he's big. He's going to be a giant. I'm Dominic Gatto too, but he will be taking a completely different path than me. His parents are both very level-headed. I expect he will have a good education, a good future, and get into a different line of work from his grandfather. The three of them lived with us for the first year of his life, while his parents built their house, which was wonderful. We especially missed Dominic when they left. He warmed our hearts. In February 2009, I walked my daughter Sarah down the aisle. Twice. She married Regan, whose parents are Greek. Once in a Greek church, and once in a Catholic church. 2 weddings on the same day. My son-in-law is a lovely, honest, bright bloke. He works for me at Elite, like most of my family do. They are a beautiful couple. I ring my mother every day. She lives in her own home, and I see her most weeks. We speak in a mix of English and Calabrian, a dialect most Italians don't understand. I also have 2 beautiful young children from an affair some years ago. I love them and will support them until the day I die. They have stayed out of the limelight, and I intend to keep it that way. The media attention that I've copped since Underbelly went to air has been phenomenal and shows no sign of easing. If I have lunch at a new restaurant, or go to a funeral, or even if my neighbour sells his house, it makes news. It's ridiculous. In 2008, however, I encouraged media attention to support former boxing triple world champion Jeff Fennick prepare for a fight against Azuma Nelson. I had no financial stake in the event. I was supporting a friend and supporting boxing. So Jeff used my gym at home for training, and we did some media together, including a funny segment with a current affairs Martin King, where I got to punch a journalist gently without any comebacks. Just before the Fennick fight, I had an on-air discussion with Darren Hinch. He'd been giving me a spray on radio, and someone rang John Curie to tell him. John and I were having coffee in Burke Street, and John said, "Why don't we ring him?" John rang, got through to Hinch, then passed the phone to me. I was going to have a casual chat to him. "What have I done? Why are you giving me a burn?" One thing led to another, and he got my blood boiling. I told him what I thought of him. I didn't hold back. Some people interpreted that as a threat. It wasn't. Hinch had gone on national television saying he had cirrhosis of the liver and possibly liver cancer from a lifetime of heavy drinking, and his doctors told him he didn't have long to live. He was a very sick man. In the end, it was pretty funny. One outcome was that the media wanted to talk to me about the Hinch conversation, and Jeff Fennick's agent, Max Markson, offered to help. Max a great bloke, and now my agent too. Max teed up an interview with a current affair, who paid me an appearance fee. I gave it all to the Royal Children's Hospital, so in the end, Darren Hinch finally did something useful in his life by helping raise money for sick kids. Giving to charity has always been important to me, especially the Royal Children's Hospital. Often people ask for financial help, and there are few that I refuse. I usually help people who have come out of jail because those first few weeks can be tough. I give them 2, 3, or 5 grand, and I never ask for it back. But it finds its way back one way or another. It's also important to support close friends. In 2008, I held a fundraiser for a friend who was facing a murder charge so he could get the best possible legal representation. My attitude to money is easy come, easy go, and I think it's made me a better person, especially helping people in trouble. It's something I've tried to instill in my children. I've also tried to teach them to treat people the way they treat you. It's been my philosophy for a long time. You will hear good and bad about someone, but it makes no difference what you hear. You treat them the way they treat you. If someone treats you like shit, then you do the same. If they treat you with respect, then respect them doubly. In 2002, I went with my 2 sons and one of their friends to the FIFA World Cup in Japan. Every day we caught the train, and there was a bloke on the railway bridge begging. He had no legs, and every day I gave him money. On the last day, I went up to this bloke and gave him all the money I had left. I said, "Take that. I'm going back to Australia." I was trying to explain because he couldn't quite understand. He started crying, the poor bugger. Tears streaming out of his eyes. He grabbed my hand, and the kids were quite taken aback by it. They couldn't believe this man, who I'd never properly met, was crying. In 2008, I had a gambling purple patch and was up about 800,000. Not long afterwards, I lost all the money again. Everything I backed seemed to win, and I thought, bugger it, I'm going to take a few of the old boys who have never been out of Australia on a holiday. So I rounded up about half a dozen of these friends. They each got a passport, and we got a plane for Hong Kong. There were about 30 of us all together. We took a ferry to Macau and stayed at the Venetian, which is a magnificent hotel. Everyone was chauffeured around in limos, taken to the best restaurants, karaoke bars and other places. All the old boys had the time of their lives, and I was happy to do that. It gave them a bit of a thrill. It was money well spent. On the 7th of February 2009, severe bushfires swept through Victoria, killing more than 170 people. My friend, Dave, the Rock Hedgecock, was caught up in the fires. It was a hot day, and he drove from the city to fix the broken air conditioning at his home near King Lake, where his daughter-in-law, grandson, aged 6, and granddaughter, aged 14 months, were staying. About 20 minutes after he got there, the fire front hit, and he scrambled to get the family out. They managed to get away, but it was a very close-run thing, and Dave told me about some of the horrific sights he witnessed. His house was destroyed. 1 week later, I was talking with friends about how we could help. One of those there was Herald Sun photographer Peter Ward, who's been a friend for many years. Next minute, Peter found a bucket, put a sign on it, and took a photo, which appeared in the paper saying I was holding a fundraiser with the aim of collecting $1 million. Once it was in the paper, I was under the whip. I went through my telephone index and asked everyone to support me by buying a table for 10 people for $10,000, even though they were a little bit expensive. The fundraiser attracted some criticism, but I expected that. Whatever I do in life is controversial. A lot of people want me to fail rather than succeed. They want me to look bad or look like a crook trying to rectify his reputation. It doesn't bother me. The people who know me know the truth. Anyone who was breathing would have wanted to help those affected by the fires. And rather than giving money to the overall Red Cross appeal, I decided we should help those at the front line, the firemen, because I'd grown up next to a fire station and I knew a lot of their stories. It struck a special chord in me. I'd had a lot of fun with the firemen.
I'd also seen the tragic side. A few fell through the roofs and died over the years. We had a lot of help putting the event together, and on the night, the 23rd of April 2009, about 1,100 people came, including volunteer firefighters. They were provided with superb dinner and wines, and some fantastic entertainment, including bands, comedians, and a magician. 3 weeks later, I presented a cheque for $896,825 to the Country Fire Authority's chief, Neil Bibby. It was a proud moment. When I was young, I rode a motorcycle. The first time I came off was going down a hill. I accidentally put on the front brake and did a somersault, and the bike nearly landed on the top of me. The second time it was wet and the front wheel hit a tram track in the city. The bike skidded onto the other side of the road, and I finished up underneath the semi-trailer that was stationary at the lights. I was badly grazed, but no bones were broken. I vowed I would never ride a motorbike again. Then, in 2005, after being acquitted of murder, I had a ride and it rekindled the beautiful sense of freedom. Or perhaps it was a midlife crisis. I rode a 250cc for a while, then upgraded to a Harley-Davidson Springer, and I love it. When it's a sunny day, I jump on it and really enjoy it. It's great fun. I've also been taking flying lessons in a helicopter. My first lesson was memorable. I went up in a little bubble chopper. I just squeezed in with the pilot, and as we hovered at 1,200 feet, I said to the pilot, "What would happen if the motor stopped?" "I'll show you," he said, and turned the engine off. The chopper just hovered down and landed in a paddock. I couldn't believe it. The rotor keeps turning at the angle it's on. I'll never ask that again, I thought. For many years, I've been the subject of police investigations, and I don't expect that to end. Sadly, the authorities suspect that I'm involved with the mafia. They believe that because I come from Calabria and I have a criminal record, that I must be involved in the mafia. It's nonsense. The mafia doesn't exist in Australia. There's a friendship and bond between Italians who came from the old country, which is great. They go to funerals and weddings and show a lot of respect. Some Italians in the community are very influential. If there's a problem, you talk to them and they rectify it. But it's not the mafia. The only mafia in this country are the politicians in Parliament House. They can change laws overnight. I remain security conscious and will for the rest of my days. I tell few people my plans. The house has security cameras and a high security fence, which required a special permit from my local council. For some reason, I'm banned from all Australian casinos and race courses, and I don't understand why. I was found not guilty of murder, yet I'm still punished. Worse, there is no right to appeal. While I wasn't a big fan of racetracks and didn't go often, I missed the casino. Yet the ban has done me a lot of good. I've saved a huge amount of money and directed my energy into my family and my business. I still manage to bet, though, and sometimes do well. One Sunday in 2008, I made some bets through a friend called Tony. He knew a bookmaker who happily took the bet. Luck didn't run my way during the afternoon. I was down about $150,000 near the end of the day. About 6:30 p.m, I rang Tony. I wanted $5,000 to win on a horse called Victory Prize racing in Hong Kong. The reason I picked the horse was simple. I looked at the board and it was paying $30, so if it won, I'd get $150,000 back and be square. Some bookmakers let the punter choose a particular tab. The final dividend that tab pays on a particular horse is what the punter will be paid. I chose Unitab. Tony rang the bookmaker, but he'd left his office where he'd been watching all his screens. Tony couldn't get him. I asked him to give it another try, and Tony got through to the bookmaker's son, who was in the car with his dad driving home, and he took the bet. Most times, a bookmaker will put some of that money onto the tab where the bet has been placed. In this case, on Unitab. It lessens the risk, but more importantly, it brings down the final payout odds.
but the bookmaker was in the car on the way home, and he didn't do it. Race time came, and Victory Prize stormed home, winning by 5 lengths. Best of all, though, was the odds had blown right out, and it had paid $84.20. So I won $421,000. Once I took away the $150,000, I was $271,000 in front. Tony rang back the bookmaker, who was just shattered. But I never have any problem taking money from a bookie. As far as I'm concerned, they're fair game. At the time, I just ordered a new Mercedes. It was a lease car for elite cranes, but instead, I went and bought it outright. My Victory Prize. Most days, I hear about someone using my name. They claim to know me, are my driver, or work with me. My newfound reputation, since Underbelly, has made it worse, although it can be to my advantage when I need to get something done. People tend to pay attention, but most of it is nonsense. I pull it up where I can. It's the cases I don't hear about that concern me. My name can become linked to all sorts of problems without my authority and knowledge. Thankfully, I have a lot of friends around Australia, and they let me know if they hear my name being used. In 2008, Adelaide property developer Kathy Jane Pearce, who was apparently once on the Business Review Weekly's rich list, used my name to try to extract a debt saying, "We've got Mick Gatto in the car and we want that money that's owing." It was nonsense, and the first I heard of it was when a friend rang to tell me. Pearce ended up apologising after the story was aired on A Current Affair and Today Tonight. My reputation in the underworld is that I'm fair income. If I say something, you should believe it. I'm straight up and down and can be trusted. That's been my reputation for a long time, and I pride myself on it. I also have a reputation for no nonsense and not taking a backward step. People have learned they can't treat me like a mug. I won't cop it. If someone tries to stand over me or does the wrong thing, they know that they will be dealt with. My temper's not quick. It's actually quite slow. But the moment you push the button, God help you. Again, sometimes my reputation can help. A few years ago, I had a visit from a woman I won't name, but she worked with a team of Romanian pickpockets that specialised in robbing people on trams. "Mick, you wouldn't believe what happened," she said. "What?" "We were working on a tram, me and a couple of the boys, and picked this woman's purse. We opened the thing up, and it was your wife Cheryl's. So we closed the purse and put it back. She said they were looking at the credit cards when she said to the boys, 'We can't take this. It's a mate of mine's wife.' I mentioned it to Cheryl, and she said, 'I remember someone bumping into me, but I didn't think anything of it.' There are advantages in being known." Afterword. On Tuesday, the 6th of October 2009, I did something I never expected to do. In fact, if you told me 5 years ago I'd be launching my book, I would have laughed at you. But launch it, I did. The book has been ready to go for a few weeks, but the publishers had legal advice that we should hold off until 2 court cases were finished. Both were murder trials stemming from the gangland wars, and we didn't want to inadvertently cause problems for the juries. We still can't talk about the cases in detail, but in the first, I wasn't surprised by the result. The accused was found not guilty. The bloke who got off is no friend of mine, but good luck to him. In the second case, I was amazed when the accused, a friend of mine, was found guilty. There simply wasn't enough evidence. He was shattered, and so were his family, his friends, and even his lawyers. It was just unbelievable. He plans to appeal and hopefully in due course he will receive justice. The book launch was at one of the best restaurants in Melbourne, and one of my favourites, Grossi Florentino in Burke Street near Parliament House. The publishers had asked me to invite some friends, so I rang a few people, and they rang their friends, and the word spread like wildfire. I was quite moved by the number of people that turned up. There were a few hundred there that day. It was great to see the show of support. I didn't think the book would generate so much interest. Guests included leaders from construction, forestry, mining and energy union, the plumbers union and other unions, people from elite, builders, developers, business people, jockeys, actors, footballers, journalists, celebrity chefs, knockabouts, fighters and kickboxers, people from all walks of life. Most importantly, my family was there. Cheryl and my 3 children, plus my sisters and brother. I tried to act normally, but the media drove me mad, cameras snapping photos all the time and following me everywhere I went. But I managed to put up with it and smile. The book was launched by Simon Westaway, who did a great job. Then I had to stand on the podium and talk for a few minutes. I wasn't nervous. I was happy and proud. I've had a fair bit of experience at public speaking, Royal Commission hearings, secret crime hearings in court, and over the years it's become easier. Without those experiences, I would have been blowing bubbles. But even in front of all the cameras and lights, I wasn't intimidated. I kept my speech short, sweet, and to the point. When the formalities were over, I was asked to sign books. I did so for more than an hour and a half. I thought it was never going to end. The publishers ran out of books twice, but each time seemed to find some more. They later told me I'd signed about 400 copies. That night, the launch was all over the television news, and then in the next day's papers. It attracted a huge wave of media attention. I was on Today Tonight 2 days in a row. Reporter Dave Richardson had interviewed me for hours in the week before the launch, and his crew took footage of me walking up the street, in restaurants, up and down lanes and alleyways where we used to run games. I took them on a tour of Carlton and the surrounding areas. Extracts from the book were published across the country in News Limited newspapers, and as part of a book deal, the publishers sent me across the country on a week-long media tour. It was full on. We flew to Sydney, Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth. On the first morning in Sydney, I made 2 television appearances, then spent the rest of the day running from one radio station to another. The next day it was the same. Radio stations, meeting journalists, then book signing. And this went on for days. It was an experience, but I wouldn't do it again. One of the best parts was working with my agent, Max Markson, who never stopped jumping and singing. He's always happy and has so much energy. Max introduced me to a few people along the way, like tennis player Leighton Hewitt's parents and the model Kate Nielsen. It was fun. I wasn't worried whether the book failed or succeeded. I had only one reason for writing it, to tell my side of the story. But on the book tour, the number of people who came to the book signing showed it was going well. The book became the country's #1 non-fiction bestseller when it was released in October 2009. For the whole of 2009, it came in at number 14. I didn't expect anything, and I'm very surprised that it has sold so many copies. The public interest in my story is unbelievable. The Underbelly series started it all going, but the book has capped it off. I'm recognised wherever I go. I can't go down Lygon Street for a coffee without being asked for autographs or photos. I don't mind doing it. It's water off a duck's back, but it can get embarrassing. The publicity also brought a few old friends out of the woodwork, some people I hadn't seen for 20 or 30 years. Lots of people have contacted me through Elite Cranes. The positive aspect of the attention is that I've been able to do more charity work, although I'm now pretty selective over what I do. I receive a large number of requests, and unfortunately, I've had to start knocking a few back. One recent function involved auctioning dinner with me and a few friends. It raised $11,000 for a charity, tackling childhood cancer. Another was a Kilmore charity night, also for children's cancer, which raised $3,500. I even got a call from a mate of mine, Lou, the global manager for Jerry Lewis. When I was growing up, I idolised Jerry. His movies with Dean Martin were great. Jerry was in Sydney on tour, and Lou said Jerry wanted to meet me. As I was due to be there at the same time, I jumped at the chance. John Curie, Matt Thomas, and I met him at the Four Seasons Hotel. We were with him for an hour and a half. He explained that he'd done a telethon to raise money to combat muscular dystrophy in the United States every year since 1966, and said he wanted to do one in Australia. He'd heard about the bushfire appeal and asked if I could help. I said I would. Another good result of the publicity is that I've become an ambassador for the Ed Hardy clothes range, which means I get supplied with clothes. I like them. Nice t-shirts, great material, and they're colourful, and that's me. I first met Gary Bergman, who runs Ed Hardy in Australia, after being introduced by the boxer Jeff Fennick. Gary was involved with a dispute, and I went and had a chat, and we developed a friendship. He gave me some Ed Hardy gear, and the next minute I was on the front page of the papers wearing Ed Hardy. Gary was wrapped. Now I'm supplied with some gear, and my photo is in the shops across Australia, alongside a heap of other ambassadors. Whatever I do seems to attract media attention, and since the book came out, it has increased. Some of it's quite strange. I never know what I'm going to read about myself next in the paper. Just before Christmas 2009, a survey came out asking people who they'd like to most have Christmas lunch with. The story and the headline that appeared in the newspaper said more people wanted to have lunch with me than one-time glamour couple Lara Bingle and Michael Clark, or even golfer Tiger Woods. Actually, the story goes on to say that only 3% of those asked wanted to have lunch with me, and more than 30% wanted to have lunch with Hugh Jackman. I wasn't the front runner by a long shot, but I got the headline because I was in front of someone. About the same time, an amazing story was published claiming that I'd bashed 2 developers at a Carlton restaurant. It was a fairy tale. All 4 of us who were at the supposed meeting told the journalists it didn't take place. Nothing happened. But the story was printed. I can't believe they ran it. Some journalists always use unnamed sources, and there's no foundation to what's being said. But it's done to damage us and our business, and it causes us headaches. For me, though, it just seems to come with the territory. Most of the negotiations that I'm involved with remain out of the public eye, because that's the way most people want it. But sometimes they make headlines. Details of one negotiation emerged during a court case in late 2009. It involved a former rugby player called Jared McCracken, who got in touch and said he needed some help. I met him with John Curie, and he told us he was owed millions of dollars by a bloke called Harry Kakavas, and asked if we could collect it. I knew Harry from the casino. He was a huge punter, a mad punter, and a mate of ours. So John and I went and saw him. Harry said there was no way he would pay. He will never get a penny out of me, said Harry, and he was right. By this time he wasn't travelling that well, having blown a massive fortune on gambling. He'd been a property developer, and at one point he had about $90 million. He borrowed $20 million or $30 million, and so had done around $120 million. Serious money. He said he'd actually earned Jared $10 million or $20 million out of a few property deals. Kakavas and McCracken had been close friends and business partners, but fell out on the day of the former's wedding in November 2006, when McCracken learned that Kakavas had used $2 million that he had borrowed from McCracken to pay off Las Vegas gambling debts. McCracken, a groomsman at the wedding, allegedly hit Kakava's head against a glass door. The pair have not spoken since, and McCracken took Kakavas to court to recover the money. He sought $6.25 million, but was awarded only $1.25 million in December 2009. Weeks earlier, Kakavas had lost his $35 million lawsuit against Crown Casino, having sued it for losses made playing baccarat in the high rollers room. It's madness, but punters like Harry bet according to their kick, what they can afford. If you earn $1,000 a week, you're betting hundreds. If you earn $10,000 a week, you're betting thousands. If you've got millions, you're betting millions. That's just the way it is. That's the thrill of the gamble. So for someone who's got $90 million, there would be no excitement over a $10,000 bet. They would have to have $1 million on it. And that's how it worked for me. When I was a kid, I started betting $5. Now, I can have $50,000 on a horse. Another incident was over a fence that we moved at a suburban Melbourne house. Our client was Gary Dumbrell, a director at Autobahn, who owned a property in Hawthorn. The title showed that a laneway beside the house actually belonged to Gary, although it was on the neighbour's side of the fence. Gary asked if we could organise having the laneway fenced off on his side. The job needed a crane to move a big container from the site. We organised it all in one day, while the neighbours were away. It was the quickest fence built ever in history, 30 metres in 3 hours. The poor neighbours arrived home that night and nearly collapsed when they saw the fence. But they were lovely people. I went in, had a cup of tea with them, and we resolved it. They were happy to take some money because the laneway was useless to them. They just kept a container there. We even organised for one of our cranes to go back and move the container where the couple wanted it, without charge. But in the end, they changed their minds, didn't take the money, and took Gary to court. As this edition of the book goes to press, the case is yet to be settled. The media tried its hardest to imply that the neighbours were stood over and bullied. That was rubbish. There was none of that. They even said they knew who I was and weren't intimidated at all or worried, and that they found us very polite. I still enjoy a punt. Yet, one of my luckiest wins for 2009 was at the football finals in Melbourne. I was with a few mates at the MCG watching the Collingwood-Geelong match from a corporate box. When I felt for the 6-carat diamond on my ring, it's an unconscious habit I've developed, putting my finger on the diamond, but all I felt were pinpricks. I looked down, and the diamond was missing. The place was full of Collingwood supporters, so I was pretty worried. Jesus, I've lost my diamond, I said to my business partner, Matt. He looked down, where he was sitting, felt under his chair, and found it on the ground. He handed it to me with a smile. The next day I had it reset with an extra claw so it wouldn't come off again. The diamond's worth a fair bit. So I was lucky to get that back. Not long after this book came out, a story appeared in the media saying that Carl Williams had written his own book and had organised for it to be smuggled out of jail. I'd be interested to see the book, because if Carl is being perfectly honest, I'll find out if he was involved in the murders of a couple of friends of mine. It would certainly be better than that book Roberta Williams wrote. She must have a death wish. She called a lot of people dogs. She also wrote about me, having told me beforehand that I didn't appear in the book. She blamed the author, saying he did it without her knowledge. I just said, I think it's better you just don't ring me again. And that was it. I left it at that. If I never see her again, or never hear from her again, I'll be happy. One sad aspect of the gangland wars is that not only did I lose close friends, I also lost their families. Unfortunately, certain police suggested to the families that I was linked to the murders, including those of Mario Condello and Graham Kinnerborough, It's sickening and still makes my blood boil. But that seems to be police humour, or a bid to turn people against each other. Mario's family have changed their name by deed poll and don't talk to me. Sadly, Graham's family don't talk to me either. Hopefully time will change this. As to my future, that's anyone's guess. Occasionally, I see a clairvoyant to give me tips on the future. I've been doing that since I was young. I now know a couple of good ones. One woman, who I've seen a few times in the past decade, has just been spot on about all sorts of things. It's amazing, but it doesn't tell me everything. The reality is, I take life day by day. If I thought about my future, I would own about half of Carlton because of the money that's passed through my hands. But I'm not that way inclined. I don't care that I didn't save millions from the 80s and the 90s. I don't want to have a lot of wealth and a lot of money. I'm not ambitious that way. With great wealth comes great headaches. I take life as it comes and cross the bridges as I arrive at them. I have my family, my health, and a beautiful home. Elite Cranes is in great shape, and its future looks bright. As long as my family is all right, everything else, houses, cars, clothes, whatever, works itself out. I've got everything I need. And if I remain the way I am, I, Mick Gatto, will be a very happy man.